Okay.
See how they are caught in the moment. All heads are turning on cue. See how they're eating you up now. Every little detail, beautiful you. I don't know why they never noticed what I do, but everywhere you go now, everybody's looking at you. Everything you do now, everybody's looking at you. People up the back now, everybody's looking at you. People up the front now, everybody's looking at you. People everywhere now, everybody's looking at you. People up the back now, everybody's looking at you. People up the front now, everybody's looking at you. People everywhere now, everybody's looking at you. Everybody's looking at you. Right now, I got this beat in my head. Right now, I want to dive into this world. Let it out for the crowd, let it out, yeah, be proud. Right now, this is a real good atmosphere. Right now, superficialities are here. No excuse, no rules, no one to judge. Just give a fuck. The time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world, of our own world. We pray for fire in the sky. We show that desire is our light. We stick together, together, together. We're alright. The time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world, of our own world. Well, they drink really expensive champagne on their private jet plane. All we need is a cheap bottle of wine and a cigarette to have a good time. A freedom, conviction, and no restriction. There's no other place to die than here with us tonight. The time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world. We pray for fire in the sky. We show that desire is our light. We stick together, together, together. We're alright. The time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world, of our own world.
赤信号だとしてももう止まらない理解不能のスピード100倍速い地ひよこなんて哀れよね ねえ聞いてよね負けの準備でもしておきな Come try me if you down 悩んでもやめないわ No more 苦い思い消えてよこの街に呼ばれるサイニューレクチャー全力で追い越してよさドライビングモード始めようもう安全な近道なんてのの完全にアウトだからあんたの後悔楽しみだわすげた気づいてよマジでベイビー一番でノックアウトするわ You better be listening 地域をこうなんて哀れよねねえ聞いてよな負けの準備でもしておきな Come try me if you were down 悩んでもやめないわ No more 苦い思い消えてよこの街に呼ばれるサイニューレクチャー全力で追い越してよさ Driving mood 始めよう
Country song. You and me going out tonight. Let's turn the radio on. You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on to another country song. Tonight, Let's turn the radio on. You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on to another country song. You and me going out tonight. Let's turn the radio on. You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on to another country song.
I saw you sitting in the moonlight, dripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love, oh, yeah, hey. Cause I need to find a new life, no love, oh. I can't lie, I've been thinking about us, but you, yeah. Tell me everything's gonna be alright. Tell me that you're never gonna need spotlight. Just say how you feeling, I don't wanna waste time. I saw you sitting in the moonlight, dripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love, oh, yeah, hey. Cause I need to find a new life, no love, oh. I've been thinking about us, but you know better than anybody around me. Yeah, you know. I think we both need a break from this thing called love. All love ain't the thing to question. It's all love. I got plenty problems and no shoulder. Last night on the tour, ain't no tour bus. I saw you sitting in the moonlight, dripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love, oh, yeah. Cause I need to find a new life, no love, oh. I can't lie, I've been thinking about us.
Putting out the fires, my head calls me alive. Sick of breathing in your smoke. Leave a little longer, embrace a little harder. Yeah, every time we're not wrong, it's like we're walking on water. Oh, too good to last long. Putting out the fires and looking for a miracle. It's like we're walking on water. It's like we're walking on water.
DJ, turn the music up, put the lights down low. All the worries we had, we just let them go. Wasn't looking for love, I was happy alone. When you put your arms around me, how was I to know? You got me feeling things I never felt before. We get lost in the music on the dance floor. If I leave you now, I'll leave you wanting more. If I leave you now, I'll leave you wanting more. I never wanted it, now I can't get enough. You turn me on, how could I turn you down? I never wanted it, now I can't get enough. You got me spinning around, spinning
I think I sleep till it's over. I think I sleep till it's over. I think I sleep till it's over. Broken letters, broken pen, breathing every now and then. Getting hurt but never learn. I'm falling short of hope again. I need a shock to bring me round, to pull my head from underground. I'm calling out but there's no sound. How many times can we make up? How many years will this take up? And never is as long as forever. When it's love but it's over. I've woken up in the headlights, taken from the clouds in mid-flight. Never is as long as forever. I think I'll sleep till it's over. 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 Stone days never end. Words I knew you couldn't say. We pretend we're more than this. Make believe that it's okay. I need a shock to bring me round, to pull my head from underground. I'm calling out but there's no sound. How many times can we make up? How many years will this take up? And never is as long as forever. When it's love but it's over. I've woken up in the headlights, taken from the clouds in mid-flight. Never is as long as forever. I think I'll sleep till it's over. 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 I think I'll sleep till it's over.
Oh, won't you break me up? Oh, won't you break me up? me up? Won't you break me up? Like a bad dream, but I can't sleep. Seems like I just can't get past me. Oh, 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 oh. Won't you break me up? You're the chain, you're the lock. Won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door. Won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. You're the chain, you're the lock. Won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door. Won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. Won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Break me out, break me out. Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Break me out, break me out. You're the chain, you're the lock. Won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door. Won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. You're the chain, you're the lock. Won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door. Won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. Oh, won't you break me out? Wanna wake up in my bedroom with you right next to me, holding my hand. Something I could get used to, 'cause you're by my side. When city lights blur the evening, hollow skies grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, I wanna be where you are, forever and ever. I wanna be where you are, forever and ever. I wanna be where you are. Be where you are. There's nothing like this feeling. Could look at you for hours, don't mind me. Didn't know how much I needed to have you by my side. When city lights blur the evening, hollow skies grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, I wanna be where you are, forever and ever. I wanna be where you are, forever and ever.
Stay curious, my boy. Always ask where this road goes. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy. Just outside your door, you'll find love where you don't know. You know that if you ever tried your last, call out on me if the old wind broke your mind. Set out to sea if you've fallen down. You know that I'm here, so you come on home to me. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy. Always ask where this road goes. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy. Just outside your door, you'll find love where you don't know. You know that if you ever tried your last, call out on me if the old wind broke your mind. Set out to sea if you've fallen down. You know that I'm here, so you come on home to me. Today you pick up all your bags, lay down your toys. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy.
身も蓋もないわねマジでメール既読無視でもうてめトラブルならすぐ相談してよだなんて細い指先が僕を指す Please come this way ピンヒールで突き刺す血の味が欲しいまで純粋だと思ったバカねゴー赤いリボンで踊るネオンライトがきらめく騙されたなんてめめしいやつねゴー通報するならすれば罪深いの私よこの世のクズどもよかも民がひれ伏す農場の世界へようこそ落とし穴に落ちたあなた Please come this way ピールで突き刺す血の味が欲しい前に純粋だと思ったバカねゴー赤いリボンで踊るネオンライトがきらめく
Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. No, I'm balling out, yeah, but my heart plays loud, yeah. And I'm all freaked out, cause I got nothing to say to you. But will I be down, yeah, when you come around, yeah. So let's get right down, cause we ain't got much time. And every time you hold me, I think about the times that I was lonely. Keep reminiscing about how you the only one that makes me wanna look into your eyes and say, stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Yeah, we could take time to work things out, oh, yeah. But I want you in my life so we could have each other, yeah. I know it seems hard to shine, but you're a million stars at all the same time, yeah. And you know I really mean it. And every time you hold me, I think about the times that I was lonely. Keep reminiscing about how you the only one that makes me wanna look into your eyes and say, stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now.
Different energies I bring, only sickness I fling. Bad like Gustavo Fring, can't try not a ting. Flyboy, I got the wings, and they can't keep up with me, dog. That's why all that I bring is wins. And they wanna hold me back, never doubt I'm a king. When they grab Michael, a chap on the ting. I don't wanna hear no talk from jokers. Say you got waves, I'll split that like Moses. The way that I catch it is flawless, it's awkward, cause they can't do it when they talk up. I don't wanna hear that ever. Stay on the ground like Cellar, they know man shell off. Feel man trying to get ahead of me. They should've known they ain't really got the energy. I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power, they don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power, they don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energies. I got the energies. I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power, they don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power, they don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. They ain't even got no energy. They don't wanna be my enemy. I got a different energy. I got a different energy.
So I got my
ahead. I don't think of the past. You've changed everything.
欢迎来到2023 LPL 下集赛。
这里还是你们熟悉的舞台，
这里还将不断出现新的声音。
The Power of Youth 热血青春比赛正式开始。
下集赛终于开始了，老家伙就安静点吧，赶紧坐下，燃烧吧，青春！
两位最佳新手，你觉得最重要的是什么？
在这里，每一次登场都很重要。
每一个操作都很重要，
还有信念和激情。
这些东西都准备好了吗？
每一次蜕变也很重要。
要敢抓住每一个机会，敢接每一波，
敢接每一波才战，我们敢接每一波才战，
敢孤注一掷。
没错，就在今天。我希望是今后的每一天。
这是一个永远不缺奇迹的地方。
第6赢第7不是应该的吗？
8年了，还能见证新王朝的诞生吗？
拿出你们本事，阻止他们。
听着 ，We team is the best。
年轻就是要狂。
前途未定，一切皆有可能。我不言弃，我们在等一场金色的雨。
新的10年，看我们的！来吧！
想成为这场比赛的主角吗？来打败我们吧！我们的时代才刚刚开始。
Welcome, one and all, right back to a beautiful place, and that beautiful place is the LPL. We are here in the 2023 LPL Summer Split. I am wonderfully joined by Nymera, and I'm Mazel. We're going to have a heckin' start to our Thursday here as we have our Super Thursday kicking off week number 2. And welcome back, my friend. Are you excited to cast the best League of Legends in the world?
Absolutely. You know, we kind of had to kind of hold things off a little bit in spring, so we're like, oh, you know, a load of these teams have changed. Haven't seen any international competition in a while. Are we really the best region in the world? After MSI, you got to look at that and say, coming back into this, we've got a good claim on that.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. But we do need to look at some of that League of Legends that we've had, as yesterday we were having a full slate of games as well. And it was an interesting one, obviously starting off with JDG versus OMG.
Yes. Well, one of the things we have come to love about our beloved OMG is that they will always fight. Problem is, JDG are the best team fighting team in the world, and OMG don't really have a second gear. It is just forwards, and they do it at the same speed, which is very, very fast. Right into something like Ruler Zaya, they're very, very difficult. And despite having this one kind of Darius real pop-off moment from Shanji, who has continued to be one of our real standout top laners in the LPL, it wasn't enough to see OMG through to any game victories against JDG.
I just thought it was hilarious that we were going back in time with the likes of the Poppies, Dariuses, and obviously the Cogball finally making it through. But it did end up being the JDG 2-0, which is something I still think they showed out in their team fights. That is obviously something we know very well of them from their MSI tour. But it was a lot of still the bread and butter, right? Ruler is popping off, and you'll love to see it.
And Knight as well. You know, this team is filled with really, really good individuals. Next series, though, might not have the same star power on paper, but look at the plays which happened on the screen. One of the great reasons we get to love pretty much all of our teams across the LPL as well is that everyone has this playmaking potential with those big wombo combo moments.
And you really got to see RNG kind of put it together, honestly. Even in these kinds of moments where you're like, wait, what is Breed doing in this crazy situation? Well, you know what? He's taking the fight to you. And these are the kinds of things, the confidence plays that I felt like was lacking.
Next time.
Yeah, bring 4 people. And then we culminated with a full 3-game series of BLG versus EDG. It was a banger.
Yeah. Yeah, and midway through spring, we were viewing EDG as maybe our best team in the LPL. It's been a little while since that point. EDG, they've had a couple of missteps, a couple of stumbles, and of course it was BLG that sent them home in the spring playoffs. And they sent them to a 2-1 loss in this series as well. BLG going from strength to strength in the post-game interview as well. We heard Tabe, the coach, speaking about how this team has put in a lot of effort after MSI. They basically didn't take a break. They've been continually swimming, and he really praised the players for their work ethic and being able to improve on the new patch changes and come back strong into summer as well.
So that was our slate of games yesterday. Again, lots of games from the LPL coming your way 5 days a week. We have 3 best of 3s, so I hope you're all strapped in, ready to go. We don't even get to say like,
Super Saturday, Super Sunday.
It's super, no, that's one of my tweets, like Super Thursday. Okay, let's go. But it was the 2 2-0s and 2-1.
You know that it's the quote by Bison is in like the Street Fighter movie. It's like, for you is the most super day of your life. For us, it was a Thursday.
It's just a Thursday. Well, we got our standings here now. BLG maintaining a 3-0 and a first place spot early on in the standings. WE as well had taken down Ultra Prime. They had a tussle of undefeateds, and Ultra Prime did not come away victorious. WE still standing strong at that top of the table.
Yeah, and I think after spring, we had a couple of standout players coming out from WE, largely really Shanks kind of stepping up as well. But they've changed out a player or two, and particularly they used to have some weaknesses in the top lane. It feels like that's really been solved with the addition of Cube coming in there as well. Cube's old team, though, Rare Atom, playing first on the docket today. This is the first split Rare Atom will play in the LPL without that top laner. We'll have to see how they do up against FPX.
RA versus FPX going to be a lot of fun. We're going to be covering the first 2 series of the night, as well as the first one in LGD versus JDG, where LGD just still trying to scrounge out that first series win of the split. They've gotten close. They haven't been able to pull the trigger on it. LNG versus Weibo at the end of the night is just a little sweet treat before bed, because it's going to be a fun one while we have Kitty and Hysterics coming in for that. It's going to be, whew. Can't wait to watch that matchup. But we have 2 very fun ones in front of us as well. And very chaotic one, I feel like, in this first one, RA versus FPX.
Yeah, because both these teams are teams which, to be blunt, they are struggling to find a huge amount of form. FPX, when you compare things to spring, it's still a market upgrade for them, particularly with LWX finding his form again and the ability to really pop off on things like the Aphelios or the Zeri or what have you. It started to give some power to FPX, but this is the kind of series we think actually both of these teams, even at best case scenario, they're probably looking to scrape playoffs, so you can't afford to drop this kind of series, particularly as each team only plays each other team just the once.
Very true. Well, we are headed to Shanghai tonight for some fun for this first series. Rare Atom taking on FPX, and as you were kind of saying, trying to find those actual win conditions. I think we've seen little sparks of brilliance. I think actually RA kind of going back to their chaotic style of a couple years ago when they had iBoy, but now I particularly, for me, have to see Assume and Feather find stability, but also find playmaking opportunities.
Yeah, I do agree with that, and that is a change from spring where, you know, we talked about them having Cube at that point. It felt like Rare Atom at their best in spring, were a team that could weather a few blows in the early game, then come back really with a lot of form and a lot of initiating firepower in the mid game. They had some stumbles in mid-split, though. They started off very strong. They didn't really manage to see it out through to the end of spring, and now particularly with the likes of veteran support Southwind leaving the roster, Feather coming back in, they have to rebalance who's initiating, who's got the damage. They tried a little bit at the end of spring as well, with Leon going back to stuff more like the Viego and trying to really carry as opposed to being just a Vibot, which most junglers found themselves being in spring, but that rebalancing still has to be addressed in this split.
It truly does, as we see them take their seats. Guess who's next? It's the Flying Phoenix. It is FPX.
Is it FPX? Oh, I guessed right. Wonderful.
Crazy. Nice.
That was such good form today.
The color scheme.
I had a choice of 2 teams, and one of them would come out on the stage.
You had a 50-50 tied behind your back. No, but I think this team as a whole, for specifically looking at that bottom lane on the other side, you can look at the bottom lane on this team. They still have LWX, who, no shabby man himself, I feel like. Looking to really make a name for himself. But for me, it's the other parts. It's the core that FPX has been trying to build through in this top side of the map with their solo lanes, but as well as now Hacker.
Yeah, and a player like Hacker as well, how do you describe him? Because he did have that stint on UP as well, where he was just a little bit over-aggressive. I don't really know where to benchmark him right now in this split. We've only had the 2 series from FPX, but considering the fact that he actually has a bit more of a consistent carry in LWX around the bot side of the map now, you have to hope that Hacker can chill out again a little bit more and just allow those resources to head towards that bot side and just play stable around that top side, because Fearless and Care as well, they've had their own stumbles.
Yeah, I think the way that especially the homegrown talent FPX is growing around a second split with Hacker is super crucial if FPX are going to find success, because Hacker is a guy that will take a lot of the resources or delve out a lot of the resources, but dictates a lot of your game because he is a very aggressive stance. So I want to see how this kind of works out today, and if we do get some of those strengths where both teams, especially RA, they want to find some sure footing. All right, RA, this is their 3rd series. They do not want to lose another, right? They do not want to be in that 0-3 category, while FPX have that 1-1. They've had some hard-fought series and want to kind of continue that momentum if they can in some way, fashion.
Yeah, and particularly with that 0-3 kind of hanging over their heads, the only team currently at 0-3 that has played 3 series is in our next series. That's LGD. They had a bit of a heartbreaker in their last series versus NIP, where there was a particular Baron steal, which you got very excited about on the cast. Rare would like to not, they'd like to not be there. Because even when you are just kind of going through these first couple of series, and you can say, oh, it's a very long split, you can come back from this. The split doesn't get any easier as it goes on. You can start addressing issues, but every other team starts doing that as well. Coming back from a 3 or even 4 series deficit at that kind of point, we can see how that hamstrings some teams, particularly a team like FPX. They were actually pretty good towards the end of spring. They took down EDG when they were poised to go into first place in the regular season. They denied them that, and they beat them really comprehensively too. They had a very good Blitzcrank game. They had a very good Aurelion Sol game as well, to kind of piece things together. And it felt like FPX found their mojo a little bit, if we're going to keep the LPL in-house terms running. And at this point as well, FPX would really like to kind of solidify out a fairly strong start to the split, even against some opposition which you kind of expect them to be fighting well against.
And I do appreciate kind of the sticking of the guard for FPX. It feels like they've actually, since not finding success for a couple of years, since their world championship, they have been trying to find
we've had our one reference to this cast.
We had the one reference. Well, walk away. Well, I skirted around it earlier when I was talking to LWX. I just wanted to tease. Now we got the full cookie. Now we'll move forward. But especially the way they kind of approach development as a whole, and I appreciate it, but I also want to see some fruits of the labor. I think Care still has been a big standout, right? He has been also willing to flex some interesting picks in mid lane, and that's also going to be kind of a thought tonight on how this draft works out in the meta that we have.
Yeah, for sure. And I think that Care, he's had his stumbles at points, but on the whole, he has been a very valuable mid laner. And the LPL, you think about it, the more you think about it, even when you go into your mid-table teams, a lot of the mid laners are standout. I mean, FPX walked away with a victory over TT. They have UCal. UCal was really good in spring. Care outvalued UCal on the whole. Even played a Kiana game, which we rarely see. Was hovered a lot in spring, wasn't really played, but with the changes to stuff like the lethality items, Care felt bold enough to bring that one out. And if you can start to have this in kind of increasing value from your mid laner, where you can outvalue a lot of these other mid-table teams' mid laners, that gives you another advantage to bring to the table.
We're already getting some respect. Some love and care, if you will. We are getting into our first game of our Super Thursday. As RA will be on the blue side, they ban away the Maokai, the Zeri, and Care's Aurelion Sol. We'll have FPX on the red side, as is fitting, I guess, with the Emilio and the Cassante ban, so heavy meta bans right now.
Okay, so nothing's banned out. Don't have the Nico ban, though, and this has been a pick which has been really allowing all of our players to do some Jedi mind tricks, become wards, become one with the map. And it is going to be locked in as that first pick.
Well.
Absolutely. I've been doing so much Star Wars on holiday, man. I've just taken this break and I'm like, you know what? No League of Legends. I'm just going to delve into my other nerd stuff, and that's what I'm going to be doing until I come back to the cast. On the other side, though, we are going to get that Vi coming through. This has really been the staple of the jungle, and it allows you to play something very kind of hyper carry and high DPS, because the Vi will always lock down a target for your hyper carry to just drill down later into the game.
Got to try to find the lockdown, but this is also something that has risen in prevalence just as a kind of safety net in the bot side, and is the Lovers duo for RA.
It is, and though Xayah has been played an awful lot over this year as well, the fact that she's no longer building Devori Quick Blades as an item does mean that you have a very different flavor of Xayah. We've seen Xayah chain builds over time as well, so we're kind of used to seeing a couple of her cooldowns kind of get a bit different in muscle memory. Because there's less cooldown reduction in her build right now, it does mean that when Vi or an Ahri, which is also locked in, dives onto someone like a Suyum on this Xayah, that ultimate isn't going to be up as frequently as it was in Spring.
You're hoping that's the case, at least if you're an FPX fan. Now we did get to the second phase of bans. We got the Wukong, the Viego by FPX, so heavily focusing Luyen's champion pool, 3 bans towards him so far. But it is the Lulu and that Gwen banned away by RA. We'll see what the kind of support matchup is going to be down here, at least for FPX, how they want to pilot this one, because they will have the at least counterpick on red.
We'll have that. Of course, Shallow here on that top side probably going to be holding on to that counter pick as well. And it's going to be the Annie support coming through. Okay, so does give you a bit more ranged harass in bot lane whilst also still having your engage potential. Both these teams starting to overload a fair amount on engage at this point. Even some like the Aphelios can add into that equation from the champions locked in by FPX. On the other side, though, are going to have that Sion going towards the top side. You don't have a huge amount of tank killing potential on the FPX roster right now. It's an Aphelios or bust at that point, so locking in that solo front line does make a deal of sense, but it maybe opens up a tank killer matchup for Shallow, who in himself...
Let's go! If you have any, well, I guess he's not an arachnid, but if you have any bug phobias, maybe shield your eyes now and try to find a filter. Put on the screen. Maybe some googly eyes. We got a Kha'Zix here for Luyen, as he will be taking
it's a fun story.
Very aggressive picks.
I think that pretty much in every household, there has to be the person that deals with bugs, even if they're not really the one that wants to. I was that person for my own family household. Everyone else didn't like spiders, so I'm like,
in
became
Texas,
the person.
Everybody has to do that. Everybody
That's
has
true.
to play their part, all right?
It's a little bit different elsewhere. Sometimes you have to like up the number of like bug dealers within the household, the eradicators. In this game, though, hopefully there's going to be a bit of a bug spray over on the side of FPX. There is a fair amount of damage in all skirmish situations from FPX. Looking at it as well, it does feel like if it comes into 2v2s, 3v3s, there's a lot of mobility from the top side of the map from FPX and a lot of ability to catch someone out should they kind of overstep their safe bounds. So particularly watch Luyen and Feather if they start going for warding missions. I think that's a big mode of play for FPX to play towards. If that doesn't happen, though, you look towards the team fights coming in with a strong front line and that Sion, and there's also large amount of engaged potential from the Rakan and the Nico combo to maybe start to threaten what FPX have put onto the table. They have a lot of skirmish, but they're not the tankiest team either.
Angles are going to be so incredibly important in this one. And I also want to note, as long as stats are correct online, this is Luyen's first competitive Kha'Zix, so I'm really excited to see what he's able to do on this one, something he feels confident to bring out. But as we're going to be getting into it now, this is FPX versus RA. RA still trying to find their first series win. They have been scrappy, they have fought tooth and nail, but they have not found a victory. And FPX on the other side, they want to bounce back from a loss previously in their other series, but as well as try to find some stability in a way forward with the team composition, the players that they have at stand, something they've been building over years here, and especially off of last split. We're getting into it now, though. Game number 1 of our Super Thursday is kicking off now. Hopefully we'll be getting some Gios from the crowd in Shanghai. Always beautiful, but the skybox does take loose, and here we go. Onto the rift, and there's that cheering.
There we go. A little bit delayed on that one, but we get it all the same. LPL crowds always like to make themselves heard. Getting ourselves onto this rift. So, as we kind of laid out towards the end of that draft, it feels like once things starting to get grouped up, Rare Adam have a lot of tools to initiate have a lot of burst down potential from a Nico, from a Zaya pulling feathers back through the ranks of FPX as well. But if they are picked apart before they can get towards that grouped up state sometime in that mid game, FPX do have a lot of skirmishing power. So watch out for them to get individual advantages, individual pockets of vision, and playing around that.
And I do see what hey, he's a minion, all right? There was nothing sus about it, okay?
This is my first cast back, get a Nico in. I've not really had much chance to play much League either, so just seeing the minion walk into lane, I'm like, I got a second. That's not normal.
I would ask you about your take on the invisibility before Pop Blossom, but then we'd be talking for hours. So let's see some trading going on this bottom side, but especially that proactivity from this Nico that we've seen so prevalent is needed, because we have seen Nikos not work out, right? And I think that's super important to keep an eye on.
Well, I think it's because it's a very different skill set now. And yeah, let's have an extended talk about this champion, because this champion has been very meta. We're seeing it crop up a lot. It's changed a lot of the muscle memory. We've started to know about this champion as well. It's not the same kind of delay on the ultimate before you get the huge damage, which makes it a little bit more reliable to actually engage, even if the damage is not as insane and you don't get that same shield from the Nico afterwards. But that reliability in the ultimate is kind of secondary to, again, this kind of like this X factor, this very different skill set you can have to really play mind games across the map. Players like Faker, of course, been very famous for that, even in Nico's old state. And you think of players like Xiaohu in the LPL, who've also kind of taken on that mantle of kind of like the extra kind of big brain gamer. You look at these other LPL mids and you think, yeah, that's a skill set which is fairly unique. It gives them a unique ability to show that on the Rift.
It's something we've seen so just heavily prevalent, but it is still requiring a level of mechanics needed to get out of mid lane, find those proactive plays, and especially with the connection with Kha'Zix, right? Like, you do need to be getting a little bit of a snowball going for this bug. I don't know how bugs and snowballs go together. But we also saw there...
Probably not great.
Not great for the bug, at least.
I was about to say, winter is not exactly a great time when snowballs are involved for arachnids and insects.
Very, very true. But hey, that's a good thing. All right, that's a good thing. Speaking of bugs, maybe a bug in the pockets of RA. We have Xiaohu in topside proxying away against Xiaoshu. They're going to need to squash that one.
Yeah, because when you start doing these kind of proxy matchups, it just means that the Sion is never going to be able to leave lane. And when you are trying to play around, again, like the high mobility and the early pressure of something like a Jackson lane versus those tank matchups, it just gives you that extra ability to kind of pop into the enemy jungle, get some wards down. You can see that Xiaohu has in fact done that onto the Gromp. Gives them the extra ability to have that pocket of vision, which is very important for them if they're starting to look for these first picks of the game.
Still nothing just as of yet. And something else into this is kind of some of the lack of priority around objective security for both these teams. A lot of games have been on the back foot, I will say. So maybe that skews it just a little bit. But I do wonder now, going head-to-head with two teams that don't necessarily have the most objective secure so far in the split, come to bear when this kind of timers start coming up with the level 6s.
Well, I think one of the things which will impact that in this game is, of course, that Kha'Zix again, because when you do get that Q evolve at level 6, that's been the pro evolve anyway. It just means that your single target, a kind of epic monster damage gets really, really high. It means your timers for trying to contest that get a little bit lower as well, and you got a Scion to tank it on top of that. So FPX, they really don't want to let Roradam to have a kind of extended run, have an objective, and get there first if they can help it.
We saw actually Hacker trying to skirt his way around the vision, but there was a lot of wards up there by Xiaoshu, so not going to find the top lane gank and everything so far. On the bot side is just aggression between the 2v2. That's a decent amount of trading. What do you think about this Annie duo down here for the FPL? It's not something we see commonly so far as an answer in the meta.
It was something that we saw a little bit in spring when Annie was picked a little bit more as a support. You know, Annie, this is going to sound really weird. It reminds me a bit of when Vladimir came into meta way back in like season 5, 6 odd. Because the whole thought process was this. Vladimir was actually quite good, and then he got buffed into a ridiculous state, and then stayed it that way for a while. But then everyone learned the champion, and then when they eventually got nerfed, despite them being weaker than they'd ever been, they were still being played to much more effects. Same thing with Annie in this season. Annie was really, really strong for a lot of the season with a lot of the items and a lot of the way that she played into the meta. And despite being nerfed, particularly in that support role as well, people know how to play this champion. Have the flash on Shosho though. Might be able to show that skill right now on this Dragon.
Yeah, the Pop Blossom coming through will not connect on the care. They're in the pit fighting those Strive flashes. Dragon about 1,000 health here. LWX stepping forward. RA will actually be moving out of the pit. Luckily, nobody dies. And first dragon goes to FPX.
Okay, so first ults of the game used by the Jax, used by the Ari as well. So FPX going to walk away with at least that dragon, despite not getting themselves the kill at that point. So dragon at least going to be on that table, and that stops some of that objective pressure later on becoming quite as scary from Adam. Okay, ultra from Sion.
They're going at it. Xiaohu has no way out. He needs to fight, but they will end up getting the flash out of himself. So Xiaoshu not wanting to follow that one up, just wanting to get him away from the proxy farming.
Just trying to stop something to make sure that Xiaoshu can get some kind of impact on the map. As it stands right now, Counter-Strike back available. If Xiaohu sees him walk up in this lane, could be dangerous, but doesn't have a ward to check that brush just yet with a leap strike. Head back onto the wave now. Xiaoshu going to be safe? Question mark?
They're both just playing a mental chess game right now. It's like, who wants to back? Are you going to back? I'm going to back. No, you're going to back.
Okay, right. Let's go back into this replay then. Because we were talking about Nico. Probably should have been talking about the objective setup as well, because Strive comes in, had that ult coming through from that Nico. Doesn't really do that much, though. Ari manages to land that charm, drag the Nico away from the rest of the team, so Strive doesn't get a huge amount of impact. Everyone else has to disengage. FPX play the disengage well, get onto that objective, and walk away, avoiding what could have been a big play for Strive.
That was so close to hitting Xiaohu right there and stopping his back. That would have been such a pain. Xiaohu will commit the TP, get back to lane. Xiaoshu will not have a TP, so just going to have to walk himself all the way back up. But next up, Rift Herald coming up in about 5 seconds. We'll see how much priority RA now with their first dragon put on this, while Lian is trying to put some pressure on top side of the map, stealing away some camps.
Yeah, I think that Herald could end up being quite important as well. It could be a way to stabilize the map for Rare Adam as it stands. Feels like they are kind of getting second to the punch the first few minutes, particularly with Xiaohu and his proxy farming. He would really like to do away with that. So with that in mind, FPX do not want to give a stabilizing Herald over to Rare Adam. They're going to start it up themselves.
You got a lot of presence around here as well with the roam. They actually are bringing Chocho up as well. So Xiaoshu, he's probably one of the first to see they actually are hovering around this wave. 2,500 health left. The eye pops on the back, and RA stepping up here. Xiaohu wants to make sure nothing can happen, and now RA are just left out. Pop Blossom might not be enough here. You get a huge CC chain, but Strive bites the dust afterwards. Assume has made it to the fight now, and you've got to be careful of when that Blade Caller is going to be used, as they already get Xiaohu's down. That's one kill to Assume. There's the Featherstorm trying to find the plays. Assume is pretty big, but they're picking off the RA members one at a time. RA still fighting, get 2 kills for their ADC, and that is still very, very big for RA in the momentum, even if it feels like they lost out in the fight against FPX.
I mean, it's a silver lining, but that silver's still pretty tarnished. You lose the Herald, you lose kills on the other side as well. You've got 6 Dark Seal stacks over on Kaz, Ari even at that point, and it's not like LWX didn't walk away with any gold as well. What the heck are Rare Adam thinking approaching this at this point? You don't have your Nico in place for an immediate engage. Lian is basically spectating. You're going on the Safari to the Herald, you're watching everyone kind of go, as we see here, the FPX members going onto the Herald, and they don't do anything about it. They are literally just spectators at that point. Assume, Feather, they do come up to the fight at that point, but because of the approach being so kind of passive from Rare Adam, they just don't have everyone in place at the right time to make the most of this fight, despite them scrapping something back at the end of it.
And just not really having the combo with the Blade Caller and the Featherstorm, having to use the Featherstorm as a last-ditch effort there to make the fight continue. Still pulling it off, I think, is big, but yeah, it's not good in the game state of things because you are garnering a pretty big lead for FPX so far with an early game, right? And the thing is about RA's composition, you want it to be snowballing. Yes, you have a lot of strength in the team fights later on. Lian maybe not, but everybody else will, and I think you still are going to have to find those angles to make Lian active on the map.
I think the way that I would phrase it is not that Rare Adam's comp needs to snowball, or rather they just don't want to be snowballed on. So then kind of, because the game is so snowball anyway, it's either you're snowballed or you're snowballed against a lot of the time in the league. So yeah, I mean, you'll accept it. But you look at the other side and just think, that's a lot of champions who don't want to have individual large amounts of gold on. Someone like that Ari, if you get very far ahead, maybe you can build up like an early Banshees, or heck, even in this case, I keep saying it, would quite like to see a Magi's at some point. Angel and NIP, he's been a good boy. He's been building that a lot. I've been paying attention. It has. It's been great.
Some library visits.
I'm a big fan of Lich Bane and Ari as well. Anyway, but if you get loads of gold, you get the chance to have that luxury to build those kind of items. Same with Aphelios, one of the most snowbally individual powerhouses in the AD carry role. And now you have that gold going onto those members as well. They are ahead of their individual counterparts, despite the fact that those 2 kills did go over to Assume Xayah. Still behind in that gold, and that's really not what Rare Adam wanted.
And Lian just stuck trying to find something, while Hacker in the mid lane as well, a little bit of a separate focus, but something else that could renew some focus for both these teams is this Dragon, as they are getting ready for a tussle.
Yeah, okay, so ultimates ready across the board. Flash is largely available as well. You don't have it on the carries of FPX though, watch out for that. Rare Adam, they get themselves into River first. That's something that we said FPX didn't really want to allow. They were going to get to that point, but I think because that is the case, they maybe want to reset as well, and head themselves back to base and not contest.
Yeah, the Yumu is also completed for Lian. A little bit of a spike there for the Kazakhs. Definitely don't want to take a fight you don't need to. As we were saying, they're already in the driver's seat, especially with the way that this top side's going. And that's what I also wanted to kind of focus on. We were coming in talking about RA, where Xiaoshu just really needed to be stable, needed to, you know, not take attention, maybe not cause attention, but Xiaohu definitely has a lead in that side lane, and this Jax is going to be very, very hard for this competition of RA to deal with.
And even something like the Nico, you don't really want them answering the Jax. Yes, you can wave clear, but if you're answering the Jax, it means that you're not in position to actually be a threatening engaged champion elsewhere on the map. It's one of the problems of being an engager from that mid lane. You kind of need a winning side lane position to make the most of that identity for yourself. So Xiaohu having that individual advantage and then pressuring the side, it adds some difficult questions for Rare Atom to answer.
We are going to be getting first item spikes as well across the board for FPX. Still waiting on completion for Strive, but RA looking at top side now, bringing a lot of members. Wait, there's 2 feathers here, Xiaohu's going to say. And here we go with the Wombo combo. Strive will pick up a kill for RA, and the top side will lose a couple plates.
Similar vibes to the old Game 5 blind pick of the OGN days. It's not, it's just the Nico. Gets you a little bit confused. That one we're used to, though. Either way, though, does manage to get some kill participation onto the mid lane. Oh, ult trade.
Assumes kind of breaking the ankles there of Hacker. Having a little bit of fun with him, trying to get that ulti. Got the cooldowns from both of them. And now we see LWX just trying to push in these last couple plates on bottom side against Xiaoshu. He does a lot of damage already to a very tanky Xiaoshu, and FPX are hovering, but a TP from RA means that they want to be proactive, and that's exactly what we were asking of them. Now they're trying to catch out LWX, and they do just that. A kill goes to Xiaoshu. The grand entrance not there just yet, but you had that quickness to charm them up, and Chocho getting a little bit low, has the burn on him. RA just chases and come back here. I want to flash get the kill. Lian gets himself on the board.
The bug bites back. Lian gets himself on the board with that 1 kill. And it's a great move by Rare Adam to force a grouped up scenario and to stop this awkward side lane scenario getting too out of hand too quickly. You're still giving some alone time to this Jax on the top tab. That's going to be annoying. But with the gold you've just picked up from Xiaoshu across this series of plays, that might help some of those issues we were just talking about in regards to FPX probably having the advantage in a split map scenario. Thing is, it's not a split map if everyone teleports to the same lane. LWX is there going, haha, you're Sion, he's going to die. Great teleport comes in, shuts down that Aphelios. Already talked about the muscle memory against the Nico ult. Changed a little bit since the ultimate change as well. Gives that knock up earlier into the cast time, as supposed to have it being a very backloaded animation. And then the chase down afterwards means that Chocho also gets some gold over to that Kazakhs.
They didn't want to flash, but you know what? It's worth it in the end because they are now setting the tempo, and that is an important factor for RA. We see them continuing that here by getting this Rift Herald as well.
Yeah, and this Rift Herald as kind of a supplementary bonus to that last series of plays. Very important for Rare Adam. Talked about it for the first Herald going down. It's another way to kind of stabilize the map, shorten the map, I guess, or make it a little bit more narrow in some ways. The Steel going to mid lane,
not having that Blade Caller. Assume is going to get focused here. Lian has come in to see if they can get a trade back, but it will be a kill going to LWX and a tower in the side lane.
Gale Force does a lot of damage. Sometimes you forget about that, but that was, I mean, we were talking about, this normally happens a bit later into the game, talking about how the itemization changes from Xayah means that her ultimate is on a longer cooldown than when she was building the very quick blades. Now, you wouldn't have built that anyway, like at this point in the game, and of course there is actually still a Caulfield in there, but Like, that whole conversation is about, what do you do when you've traded ult for ult and your ult is a lower cooldown? You do stuff like that. You return back to it. Hacker gets value out of the play.
That's literally just Hacker's plan the whole time. He had a scheme cooking and assumed couldn't see it coming. Really big stuff there. Actually, capitalization from FPX and something where RA was starting to build momentum for themselves, and that's a really nice shutdown there. But the now question comes to Dragon in about 35 seconds. Are we going to just continue seeing these very heavy contests over this, or at least force outs over the objectives?
Well, the problem with this now is you've just used your Vi ult. Zaya's got their ultimate back, so FPX, they're going to struggle to shut down this AD carry. Still has a lot of gold. We talked about LWX still being ahead for, you know, just a little bit earlier into that game, but this Zaya now could be a bit of an issue. Highlighting that teleport ward behind them potentially could be an angle.
Oh, there is a TP diff.
There is a TP diff, but Shallow doesn't have flash to really stick something like a flash counter-strike home. Jax, once he's used his leap strike, particularly this early into the game, can be a bit awkward. Cat scouting out on the flanks, but he could get shut down here.
Lien's definitely looking for these isolated targets, and Care might have put himself in a sticky situation. Looks like he just walked right out. It's the Dragon that RA want. FPX positioning from this mid lane, but they've also brought Xiaoshu down here just to make sure no TP play could come in.
You do have the Vi ultimate back off of cooldown, but maybe not still wanting to go into, again, the aforementioned Zaya ult, which we've talked about being very, very important. So it's going to be that Dragon over towards Raratum. The reason you can kind of afford to make this play is because FPX did manage to disengage Raratum from that first Dragon. It's not like it's an early soul point, particularly when you have something like that Sion on the board. Giving over a Mountain Soul, really, really difficult. So still going to be that 2 Dragons over to Raratum, but no soul point for them. FPX trade for a tower, maybe gives them some side lane options in the next few minutes.
I'm actually really glad to see a lot of this proactive play around the objectives. Again, something I've been kind of keeping an eye out because it does dictate a lot of the early pace of play in the meta right now. And we've actually seen both teams contesting heavily and trying to trade over things around the map. So good signs so far. Another good sign for RA fans. A second item completed for Lien. Might get caught out here as I speak about it. Don't want to give a caster curse out, but Care trading pretty heavily with the jungler of RA.
Yeah, luckily this Raratum has a longer half-life than that. Manages to get away with that one. Although he was below half-life, so we can use that. Yeah, I had like a brief sec where I was like, did this a lot in spring. Didn't really prepare any like obscure atom/element facts in this one, but seeing this one.
Can't believe you've done this. You've been focused so much on the force, you didn't even focus on your chemistry.
The thing is though, like,
isn't the force chemistry? We're just gonna get into that conversation now.
Please just. Oh, no. Well, forcing in the mid lane. That's all I've got for that. That's all I got for you, buddy. I'll trade it again.
I've broken Nightmare, thank you. We've gotten the Feather Storm out. That will be revisited.
On a whiplash of like, okay, I gotta come up with something from this, like trying to dig into my old physics knowledge from going to uni for that, thinking like basically physics and chemistry are the same thing when you get to it.
I'm just imagining the SpongeBob running around in his brain with the fire on all the paper. Like, oh my god! But speaking of a little bit of fire, I want to see Lien continue to be proactive, right? The second item spike here for him, but as well as Assume is big, and they're trying to be that proactive self. Get the big weakness on LWX. He gets the Gale Force out though, but he's still locked down on the back line. You got a big Pop Blossom from Strive to buy time for the rest of RA to turn around. You still got backline access though, and Care is ripping him apart. Lien might not be able to get away from him. Hacker does make it away from the duo of RA. All the carries are worse for wear, but Xiaoshu and Xiaolahu still very tanky. Care not having the damage just yet to deal with this tanky Sion though, and a very scrappy fight from both teams, but FPX are on the front foot.
Yeah, somehow, because this was a fight which Raratum chose to take, and they had the grouped up 5v5, which is arguably where they end up succeeding with this team composition. But the dive buddies of FPX managed to shut down the AD carry as their own one is focused down, and Care walks away with another pretty good team fight as well. Managed to get himself a couple of resets at that point, has 10 stacks on that Dark Seal. As you said, really is just a tale of 280 carries trying to team fight their very bestest and not really able to do that much. Care gets really good Q return on that Orb of Deception. Resets start coming through. Flashes forward for another reset after that point. It's a really weird looking at team fights after 80 carries die so early. Those resets really come in clutch.
Oh, we're right back to fighting though. RA have picked out Hacker. And speaking of momentum, they were posturing straight for the Baron too. They're going to start it up.
This is huge, because in the LPL, every team looks for a fight around these 20 minutes. It's so easy to take down these dragons, these barons, especially with that Q evolve and that Kha'Zix. FPX, they have to fight.
And I'm looking at Chocho to get a big combo here. They're looking for that Moonlight Vigil for pepper damage. Chocho with this Timbers is going to be huge. He goes into the pit. The Baron secured, and as well as the fight. RA ripping him a new one here, as it's Assume who is able to pick off Xiaolao Hu in LWX.
Oh,
You're just caught out, buddy. Everything is closing in on you, and there's a nasty, nasty Bugman coming to get the gold. And that is RA who just push up the middle right here with a fully freshed up Baron buff.
Yeah, not all mistakes are created equal. If you make a mistake as this first Baron spawns of the game, particularly in the LPL, you do not get a second chance at that. FPX, great fight in that team fight in the mid lane beforehand. But what's happening at this point? Looks like they're fighting over topside vision, just come back over resets. Overcommitting hugely at this point, though. The battle dance out from Feather pulls Hacker out of position, and that is just a very ill-advised, over-aggressive move.
We've seen that so many times, at least last split, where you just bait out the cease and desist and bring them into your team, and they're so far out there. Then this fight afterwards was a bold one by FPX, that's for sure.
But you need to contest. You can't afford to let these Barons go over uncontested. And of course, now you have, and you've doubled down into that dip as well, where you've, oh, count your minions. Count your minions! That really scares me. That really scares me every time I see that, even if it is just that clone. Just, my eyes just not in with that yet. Some of these pro players also not necessarily completely keyed in. Dragon going to go over as well. FPX just standing, seeing if they can get anything there. Psylocke's coming through.
Unstoppable onslaught onto a couple of members here. The Wombo combo, man! You just can't escape it! I was not expecting FPX to be caught out here, but they stayed a little too long, and finally a big pop blossom. Feather ends up getting that kill, but it is 4 quick ones over to RA.
Absolute disaster from FPX. Clutched the moment, did Rare Atom just as the Baron spawned. They go into objective fight after that point, and they start cleaning up and grouping up, using their composition to its potential. Now you look at FPX, they've just lost all of those stacks on the newly built Medjais from Care, who just comes back out onto the map. That's another dip into the hole as well. FPX, despite having some good skirmishes earlier on, a clutch mistake, or rather a kind of like a fumble, a very important moment. I don't know how they come back from this now.
They just got closed in on here. The fact that both Hacker and Care are just sitting there like, we gotta find a way out of here, but there is literally nothing. It's just the scene from Star Wars in the dumpster where they're just getting closed in. Except this time, I don't know if they can save themselves.
Just like over the comms, just like, no, it's kid, turn off the trash compactor, turn it off. There is no turning this off.
Nobody's there. You don't have R2-D2. You don't.
You do have a Lian walking into the enemy jungle. A little bit awkward at that point.
Oh my god!
Wow,
that's 3 items, by the way.
Yeah. Like, yeah, Counter-Strike. Ooh, you can't auto-attack that guy. Q doesn't count as that. It does have 3 items beyond that point, too. So FPX, again, not even able to walk in with a solo lane against the jungler in their own side of the jungle. They have vision on the bot side of the map. Doesn't really help them that much when Rare Atom have moved towards this top side as well. Huge gold advantage coming out of this Baron power play. Assume going to have multiple people blocking for him, using their bodies as wards. They push in towards this top tower.
And I actually really appreciate this composition, but as well as the execution on it from RA, because they've got a lot of safety, right? A lot of peel back, but as well as some very strong meta choices, and then opting into Lian, which we have seen work out successfully for them in the past. But a lot of times it doesn't. And it's really nice to see the execution go through where it was very contested early on, but a couple very decisive moments, a couple big pickouts, and RA are in prime position to sweep away this first game.
Because when it came to the big team fights, we asked some questions before draft even started about, you know, Rare Atom, they have to kind of rebalance where they're kind of putting their engage on this roster, because in spring it felt like Lian needed to be engaged for a lot of that split, but then towards the end, actually he needed to do damage. In this game, again, it does feel like he has been given that burden of kind of bringing up the DPS profile, and then it's going back to Feather, kind of the newbie to this roster, saying, okay, you have to be the one to make these clutch engages, and pulling the enemy jungler out of position. Lian getting that extra carry potential. You can see the power he's got even on these side lanes now.
He's just giving so much pressure. Hacker tried to go to respond, but because of that lack of presence, they're just going to go through mid lane, and yes, they will catch out Lian, which is a big catch out. Chocho picks up the kill. They won't actually get the
Chocho
inhib here. Assume will burn the cleanse as well as the Feather Storm as the Tibbers flash from Chocho was huge. Re-engaged now from RA though with that Blade Collar. Doesn't really get much on the back end of it, but big knock back as well. And it's just Scrappy fighting with another Blade Collar through. We'll see Gale Force 4 at LWX with all these chakrams. But that is a big Scion, even with all your chakrams. Doesn't do much.
That was probably the moment to fight, if any, from FPX. You have the enemy jungler down, just as we were praising Leon. Of course, it is only tradition. Goes down to that side lane, just as we were praising just that. But FPX, they get one pick, and that's it. You know, LWX blows the Ghost, blows that Gale Force, and now they're getting collapsed.
No way! No way! Poor LWX, man. That's just a feels bad. All right, Shalahu trying to make up for it. They do end up punishing Assume, so both ADCs caught out quickly. Pop Blossom right back on a 3. The 3 root as well. The Wombo combos just don't stop, and there's a big bouncy castle outside of FPX's house. RA are looking to end it now with a push-up mid. They could also transition to a Mountain Soul in 30 seconds or a Baron in 5.
Yeah, it's a party in the enemy jungle, but FPX has been kicked out of their own one. Strive just dunks on them with the full combo. Huge amount of items. Rare Atom controlling the map ever since they found that opportunistic fight to get themselves that first Baron of the game. They have not looked back. Right, where are we going to with this replay? This is after LWX. He uses Ghost, he uses Gale Force, has a flash, and that's what he chooses to do with it. Doesn't really get much chance out of that one. Couldn't have flashed over any of those walls to get him to safety. And after this point, really does feel like FPX, they're just trying to find anything, just trying to scrap back bits of advantages. But when you get into that kind of desperation mode, sometimes you cut some corners. And in that one cut corner, there tends to be a Nico hiding in that one. Walks in with a huge combo, picks himself up and Medjai's themselves on the other side of that mid lane matchup. And now we get onto this Soul Point Dragon. This would be Soul for Rare Atom. FPX can't afford to give it to him.
FPX coming back from the dead, not down, not out just yet. They may be bloody, but they are willing to give you a fight as they're going to try to flip this dragon. They do not want to give over that Mountain Soul we mentioned earlier. As Care's over on the back of the pit, they're going to find the engage on the hacker. The charm doesn't connect there, but they got a lot of damage down. LWX engaged on the back. Oh my god! Strive obliterates the backline of FPX, and everyone else is just gone. They did get the dragon in the end. The TP comes out to save Care's life, but Shalahu should just go down. He hops over the wall. Nobody can follow him. They have so much mobility, but nobody can get him. And in mid lane, that's RA with Assume and Xiaoshu.
Oh, blink and you miss it. Strive taking control of the game once again. Shallow, who not really much you can do there, buddy. Care alone against the Baron buff minions. No chance of wave clearing out this one. Rare Atom clutch game 1 with that crucial Baron take in that 20-minute mark. We'll send this to a game 1 victory.
FPX, you got to check the label on the expiration date on your bug spray. It didn't work very well. I'm sure they'll come back. Maybe they'll just use a flamethrower next time as they are the Phoenix, but it is RA that come out with a very scrappy, but in the end, a pretty clean game number 1, which is not something I necessarily would have expected coming into this series.
The decisiveness around that mid-game has been a real kind of identifying mark of the LPL as an entirety in summer so far. Even teams which have struggled a fair bit when they're behind in early games, they know as soon as you get towards that Baron spawn, one good fight can swing the game completely back into your favor. Does feel like every game is a game of 2 acts, where you have that one Baron kind of splitting up the 2, and whatever happens around that first Baron spawn tends to really flavor the rest of that game.
Yeah, and we actually saw that with a little bit of a sellless call from FPX, but something that, again, capitalization by RA needed to be there, and it was. I was so interested at the Kha'Zix pick here. I had said at the very beginning it was first competitive, at least from the stats that I had, that he had picked up here on stage, and man looked real good after a little bit. I was concerned if the late game was really going to bear fruit for the Kha'Zix, but they never needed to get to that point because he was so far ahead of the game. And even with a lot of pressure in topside, we actually saw what we kind of wanted: stability. Just don't make anything too crazy happen in topside and focus at the rest of the map for RA.
Yeah, and because that stability eventually came through, we saw that early game go a little bit out of source of the sound, getting proxy, what have you at that point. Actually, the matchup which I want to talk about probably the most, I mean, we saw a lot of playmaking out of these mid laners, and both of them had fairly good games. Where the big discrepancy was, though, I think it was actually in the support matchup. We talked about the Annie being a pick which we don't see as much in that support role right now. Chocho didn't have a great game on that Annie, didn't have much lane pressure, didn't get huge tibbers coming in for those engages as well. Whereas Feather got the pullback onto Hacker, kind of dragging him back into the team, out of position around that Baron, got multiple big team fight engages as well, and despite him being the newer member to this rare Atom roster, really found his place in this game.
And it's nice to see the come-ups from LDL talent. Obviously a call-up from the JDG LDL squad, Joy Dream, but really trying to make something happen here in this summer split for RA, and we get to see the flippity-floppity of gold here. A little bit of a back-and-forth session.
And you know what we also see? Hacker did the least damage in that game, and not for lack of trying. This guy was clicking ults on people, but Feather and Chocho still out-damaged the jungler of FPX.
That's a yikes from me, dog. That's a yikes from me.
Yeah.
Really good representation, though, at least. You got a lot of damage done across the board. I feel like that's kind of what we're getting into right now. I see a lot of post-game graphs having just a consecutive amount of damage done. Is really interesting to me as the meta gets more comfortable for a lot of these teams. But I gotta say, I think there's a clear MVP in this first game, but there was a lot of strength across the board for RA and a lot of answers needing to come for FPX in terms of compositional strength.
Yeah, well, one of the junglers had the least damage in the game, the other one had the most damage in the game. That's a pretty big diffy in the jungle as well. So coming out of that game one, even though it was really characterized around that Baron take at that 20-minute mark, and the gold graph just lovely shows that as well. So it's like
really
that pings right up into the blue. It did come back on the back of kind of cohesive play from Rare Atom to make sure that play was happening at the right time, everyone was in the right place, and they could finally group up and do that damage they needed.
And RA going into this one as well, we needed them to try and pick up a win for the first time in a series, at least, and get themselves to a win on the summer split. So they're working their way there, but we've seen them drop the ball a few times. We'll see if FPX can roar themselves back to life after a short little break here. Don't go anywhere.
Not where that spawns. That's not where that spawns. Look at him on the camera. He's took his hands off the keyboard and everything. He is chilling right now. He is chilling. There's only so much I can do, and here we go. Will this work? Will it work? Will it work? It will! And that's what you want to be seeing it go. Patient as ever.
Back now, yeah, we made it. We're back now, yeah, we made it.
球童先往前进，给到对方的伤害 ，poke 一下。这个位置看先锋最后是谁的，有没有惩戒？葛温先进人堆了，
又抢到了宁王，而且大招过去直接开转。
哇，这人堆已经打得很混乱了，泽利在疯狂的投伤害，恶粉流点到了葛温，但正面还有个满血泽利加小猫咪，泽利上有点不太够，被震回来了。恶粉流这个点上有点高，
有机会追。
泽利还有第二周目，再往里给伤害，没有把厄斐琉斯击倒。残血厄斐琉斯有击爆还在拉扯，后续的酒桶带着小猫咪应该要撤退，但是被坤在粘到脸上 ，Q3命中，厄斐琉斯再点个人头，要五杀了吗？就在夏季赛的第一天。 五杀
Goes for Tier. He's not winning that 1v1. Scout now joining into the play cycle and is there. Puts the culling. Scout knocked up and Tien's got a stopwatch. Scout has to turn golden as well. This is absolute carnage. Jagalov getting onto Scout, though he's over the wall and taking down Moonlight Vigil. Gala! That was gorgeous! And now onto Mark as well. He steps into LNG and he steps up in the fight. Rookie fleeing through the mid lane, but Tarzan's got him and it's a triple for Gala.
德善路遇卡纳维，先减速给上，大招直接撞起来，卡纳维是有大招的，可以走。但是369到场，先开没有大招，369反击风暴结束，烂直播输出位置还可以，369开始，看到这个这个大招打3个，第一时间第一条命已经被打出来了，厄斐琉斯需要往后拉扯一下，营业的效果很不错，这波 AOE 烂着直接拉满了，重新站起支持配合德善，拿下 double kill， 狐狸越墙而过来，卡纳维也要被留下。
Okay, press the alarm. Shadow with a double cyclone. Almost dying here, but whoa, Mako. It looks good, but the rest of the team are like, where are you going, brother? Angel jumping in now, has to buy time. He's already found one, the Heartbreaker. Not hitting, but they know where he is. Nice lens from JDG as he gets a reset, and Arla is taking on the whole world. He survives, and up again! Oh, you gotta love Nico.
塔上也是死血的，
但是利物这里可以点，
利物这边点塔速度很快啊，再拖点2
还
枪。
有坠鸣的，
杰杰在侧面交一个大招，自己还死了。波波的第2个大招已经好了，过程中利物这边被带走，没有人去点基地啊，只剩一个 Fofo， 根本点不动。
Welcome back, everyone, to the beauty of Shanghai on a mid-evening as we have RA taking on FPX. RA destroyed game 1, let's be real, and FPX looking for a revive of the Phoenix here in game 2. I'm Mazel, I'm joined by Nightmare for his first cast back here in the LPL Summer Split. Again, welcome back, it was fun with you. But now we also got to give out some awards as Xiaoshu will be the MVP for game 1.
Yeah, so kind of had to grin and bear it in the early game because that Jax was really starting to pop off, but the engages later and later into the game started to do an awful lot of work. It felt like every single time there was a point where, particularly past that Baron take as well, there was a fight starting, Xiaoshu was hitting an important target, always getting into the backline, always making a mess of LWX.
I appreciate that. You know, I still appreciate Hacker's first Kazakhs coming in here and doing what he did. But the thing is,
we gotta forget about Strive's like multiple solo pops as well.
All right. But the thing is about Xiaoshu, he was a guy coming in this what we were just like, no attention, please. Like, just play safe. Let the rest of the map do okay. Turns out it works because you put him on a tank and he gets huge late game invades. But even just moments like this where he's dictating a lot of the presence in the fight, and as you had mentioned earlier, finding the right targets consistently.
For sure. And despite early advantages coming through from FPX, some big mistakes at the wrong time really sold this game over to Rare Atom. And it does feel like almost every game in the LPL is about who makes an first mistake beyond 20 minutes. A lot of the time, teams that are behind will try and sucker punch you out of the order of rotations and resets. They'll just try and find a fight around that point because that's how important it is. And in this game, just so happened there was FPX. Beyond that point, felt like they got a little bit desperate. They got a little bit scrappy. Things fell away from them. And Rare Atom, they kept their cool once they had that Baron. They didn't buy into the craziness. They just stood their ground. They managed to group up. And particularly with Strive and Xiaoshu making a real mess of what FPX wanted to do in their own skirmishes and team fights, they couldn't really compete with what Rare Atom threw at them.
No, they couldn't. And now that we're getting into the second game of the series, particularly FPX are sticking on red side. Something I noted coming into this one, while we haven't had a lot of series, their wins have come on blue side, but they're sticking to red side. They want to try to play with this counter pick and find a lot of strength through that. So now it is about kind of adapting some of the strength from that game one from FPX and figuring out what's going to work against this Rare Atom team.
Well, first game was the first pick, Nico, and the response was, of course, the FLS and the Vi. It's not a bad first rotation, and the Nico didn't feel like that was... Again, I don't think the draft solved that game. I don't think that was the real thing which was kind of in error from FPX in that first game. It did feel like it was just execution and a bit of a lapse in judgment around the 20-minute mark. They were in control of that game. Honestly,
Nina, burger flip, don't you?
I'm not saying it's a complete flip, because at the end of the day, I would call it... I don't know if it was a flip around that Baron. It feels a little bit more like a throw, because you can't make those kind of mistakes at that point of the game. I
don't want to be throwing burgers, Nightmare.
If you took game one back to like 19 minutes with the knowledge of what happened after that point, I'm pretty sure FPX could walk away with that win. So sticking on that red side, I think as long as the early game plays out like that again, they have to be kicking themselves for what happened around that point, because Rare Atom, they really stuck the landing, and particularly Feather did a great job of kind of pulling Hacker out of position and punishing his over-aggressiveness, and it feels like we're getting a similar game, but FPX have made an adaptation to the draft. It's going to be that Xayah last ban.
I like the Xayah last ban. I also still like some of the big meta picks, but as well as the A-Soul specifically against Care be taken away. It does beg the question now what Care wants to take into this Nico. I expect the mid lane to be one of these first two picks. The Vi is actually a big priority for FPX again now for Hacker, trying to get that single CC lockdown and the catch-out potential.
I wonder if you have to lock your RE here. It's weird, right? Because Nocturne's passed through the ban list as opposed to that last game. Aphelios doesn't love playing into Nocturne because he's fairly immobile, and despite him having a load of damage, you can't really do that when you're feared for God knows how many seconds by the Nocturne when he gets that tether down. But they are going to go for that same first rotation again, that Vi and the Aphelios. It's good in the early game, it's good around that level 6 mark, but with that Nocturne going through that ban list, I wonder if Leon does go towards that, because it is a great matchup into the Vi to be able to spell shield away from it. They're hovering it, went through the ban list from that first game. It is going to get locked in.
The combo is just so terrifying. The Pop Blossom plus the Paranoia and just the amount of damage that follows after that. I need FPX to find things that will either peel from this or just stop the onslaught. Because if they start getting kills, and now with this Jinx locked in even more so, they will just roll away.
Yeah, that's a really good point, actually, particularly because of that combo of those ultimates. You need stuff which is safe enough to survive that combo or can stop that combo from happening. And a lot of the time, you stop that combo from happening by having an individual member so strong that you have to use both parts of that combo on a side lane away from the grouped up unit, or something that can like push in and get so much vision that they can't set up that combo correctly. Something like the Ahri and the Vi, it can help towards that end, but as we saw FPX, they lacked a little bit of that kind of clinical precision to make the most of that in game one. They need to really solve that in game two, because this combo of the Nico Nocturne is pretty linked, despite the fact that we know Ahri Vi is a good combo in itself.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say, is this combo for Vi and Ahri is very strong in its own right, but it requires the timing and the execution,
it also hits
which
like
is not
one
what we saw
target.
in game one.
Like, Nico's going to hit your whole team, buddy.
But that's what they're opted into, all right? That's what they're going for here. We'll see in the second phase of bans if that focus comes to be a little bit more clear, we do have the Lulu ban by FPX and the Kennen by RA.
Yeah. So that Kennen, to me, when you see Kennen bans, partly it's because Kennen is a strong champion in its own right, but also Kennen is a pretty undivable target in a side lane. He pops his ult, he gets something like a stopwatch early. You don't get any kind of advantage in those side lanes. Other champions like that have been stuff like Ornn in the past. Cassante is a good example of that too. Gragas can be quite hard to dive. Those are probably champions which Xiaolahu needs to have a think about.
Yeah.
You can think about the Jax as well, and of course that Gwen would have had the immune from the untargetable. Gwen is immune from that W. You can't even click the Nocturnal onto the Gwen if she presses that shield.
It's so sad. I also, that's what I was going to say, is it definitely looks like they're just whittling down answers to make this combo not work. And it's so far so good against Xiaolau, who'd take away a couple of those big pieces. We did get the Rakan, though, locked in for Chocho. Something big for him, not alone, just giving him the tools, the mobility, and that peel ability. But it's something that FPX were desperately needing, and it's the Nautilus answer right away for Rare Adam.
Jax takeaway from Xiaolahu in that first game. But now you have the problem of you need a good enough matchup into that Jax, and you still need to be fairly undivable. The Gragas half ticks those boxes because I don't think Gragas survives a whole like dive with a Nico roaming up and a Jax being in that side lane as well. You might just have to kind of bite that bullet though and just hope that Hacker and Care can get control of this mid-jungle matchup and save you from just being like 300 gold on cooldown.
Try not be a cask bot, but that is in the vein of what I kind of wanted. Some spacing tools, something that whenever they come at you with a full frontal attack, you can stop it, you can dissuade it to some extent.
That's a really cool. Did you see the Rare Adam pin on his jacket? That was really cool. I like that.
I did not.
It was really cool.
I think I see it in the background.
Next time you see that, keep it. Look at that.
I see it in the background. That's so cool.
Yeah. I like that. Anyway,
one day the LPL English casters will get team merch. One day. Not chilling or anything. Not chilling. But we're getting into it now. We've seen a little bit of adaptation from FPX's draft priorities and how they wanted to approach this, but we've seen an all-in from RA. They got comfort, they got meta, and they had the execution in game number 1. And they are one step away from claiming their first series victory of Summer Split. While it is early, that's still something you want in a single round robin that is so condensed as it is this split. We're getting in game 2. Can the FPX Phoenix revive from the ashes of game number 1? Or is chemistry against them today? We'll find out very, very shortly, Nightmare.
Have I ever told you you have a love for the dramatic Mazel? Phoenix coming from the ashes very much needs to. In this second game, it was a tough one in that game 1. Mistake around that Baron really sealed the deal. Game 2 will have their luck once again tested against Rare Atom.
Hopefully the Gyos give a nice ringing to the ear as we get into this one, especially as fans waking up, second series in the day. Should get a little bit louder from here on out as we do have a long day of games ahead of us. This is just our second. Maybe we have, maybe a 9-game day ahead of us. We'll see if the FPX can turn this first one around to make that so as the Gyos come through.
So, already talked about how it does feel like this Nocturne Nico combo, if it gets rolling, is going to be very, very deadly, whether that's onto the Aphelios or onto someone like this Gragas in a side lane. Rare Atom, they have options as to where they point their crosshairs against FPX. And FPX on their own right. The way they stop that is by having good vision control and good pressure coming in from something like this mid-jungle combination in itself. It has to start from there. Look at Cat, look at Hackett. They need to be stopping Rare Atom's combo before it comes to fruition.
And I think actually in the early parts of game number 1, they did have a lot of that scrappiness. They were contesting a lot of the objectives and again, a lot of trading for these neutral objectives from both sides. So I want to see a continuation of that and just keep on the front foot here for FPX because we've seen what happens when they lose a little bit of sight of that. And speaking of being on the front foot, I don't know if that's necessarily the case right now as Lien taking that front foot nice and well.
Would love to see what happened in that top lane wave state, actually. I don't know whether Xiaolau, who actually pulled the wave a little bit, who stood in that front bush. Not sure whether he actually interfered with the minions on their way into lane. But yeah, Lien going to get himself a lot of camps stolen away from this top side. I would imagine, given the wards from FPX, they will have seen Xiaoshu getting back to lane, and of course he wouldn't have been walking straight into lane from kind of topside river anyway, so hopefully FPX have themselves enough information to have themselves a counter, because having this Gragas on weak side against this whole combo, which is pretty good at diving that Gragas, even though he's a pretty okay champion most of the time in those situations, it's a little bit worrying.
I'm now looking at Hacker's pathing. I think he does realize what's going on, but Loyen has nicely timed the back and is resetting right now as well. Sneak into the bush here, mid lane. Could be under threat if Strive steps up. But this is also buying a lot of time for Loyen to be in a defensive posture against Hacker, trying to get, who has only gotten one clear of one side of his jungle, but maybe a kill can help him. He's trying to hit that ball breaker. The flash will go through. The charm does not connect.
Close run stuff. Not actually sure they would have had the damage to kill, given the Vault Breaker miss, but plans.
Hacker knows he has no jungle. He's like, where do I go? I don't know what to do. He's trying to figure out where to go as the 2v2 at bottom side pans out just a lot like we had last game. A lot of tussling between the two.
It's a little awkward now as well, because Charlo, who of course stuck under his own turret for now. Jax gets himself his own reset. If Hacker stays overly long in this top side jungle,
gonna fight this.
There's a chance that Xiaoshu can get to this play quickly as well, because he's on his way back from base anyway. And with that information, Hacker, he can't get himself that blue buff. He just has to watch more camps go the way of Lien. Level 6 for this Nocturne is going to be vastly faster than the Vise.
All right, go back to the mid well, try to find something. He doesn't have flash, but he has a double root, and you got to run away now. Oh, this is such a feels bad, man. Early game for Hacker. He just hasn't been able to get anything. The lockdown is going to need to be there, because at this point, that's all you're going to have.
Yeah, and what was the win condition we talked about from FPX? Oh, really strong start.
Hey, look at the bird out there. There's a bird.
Oh, really? There's a bird. Oh, wow, I've miraculously forgotten about the combo on this other side. This might help, though.
Oh, this is a big catch out, and this is where you just need to stay proactive as FPX. Late cleanse, at least trying to get the ignite off there of Assume. We'll burn both of those summoner spells while Xiaoshu's taking a 1v1 against Xiaohu, and it's that proactivity that still needs to stay there for Hacker.
Yeah, it does, but I mean, at least at this point you think, well, it's not like Hacker's got much farm to be kind of doing right now anyway. It's kind of the last of the remaining options, but manages to at least get away those summoners from Assume. Problem is, though, I don't know how you punish that quite as easily as, say, anyone without summoners on the side of FPX as soon as the level 6 comes up from Leon, who does have himself level 5 already. Going to have to be tracking the XP bar. Very, very dangerous as soon as the ability to turn the lights out comes out from the Nocturne.
Leon's already positioning down this bottom side. There's a lot of vision around from FPX, though, to try to see if RA want to go ahead and get early objectives. We won't get the early dragon start here, while Hacker's just trying to scoop up as much farm as he can. We did get that reset out from Lien, who will have a pickaxe coming back out. But still, the Nocturne wants to get something. Maybe tries to path up towards this dragon that they're actually posturing around so heavily.
Yeah, well, Hacker's on his top side of the map. If they have good information on that, if they've read that well, potentially gives them the ability to start up something like that dragon. 3-6 Nocturne, not the best at fighting either way. Still, if you're diving into the Nocturne, it's not like he needs to close the distance himself with something like that ultimate. So, chances for them to potentially contest that. I think they're just going to power farm up towards that 6 on that Nocturne. Either way, though, got a couple of camps towards that top side, getting ever closer towards that point. Levels hit from Strive as well, and then Nico saw what he could do with that ability in that first game. So the combo, it's looming on the horizon. Mazel, Rare Adam are just about ready to go.
I actually see Lien with that control word, Care. You did see him, right? You saw him, right? Spirit Rush gonna have to be used by Care. I guess he didn't see him.
Yeah, I guess not. Maybe just.
Oh, but Lien didn't see them either. I guess it's just a trade back and forth. They get double flashes from both junglers. But Lien actually is the one that wants to go back into this fight because they have the roam from bottom and from mid.
Yeah, clutch flash from Lien to escape the flash Q coming in from Hacker, and Hacker, proactive may he be, not really landed those punches in this bot side. Good damage coming from the 2v2.
You got Care waiting in the wings here. Assume getting some decent pokes on LWX. I mean, a little bit lackluster in the mana department for a little bit longer. Got Strive playing mind games against Hacker, but heavy presence again from RA on this bottom side of the map, and they're going to start up the dragon now.
Yeah, but you have level 6 from Nocturne now. There's some wards around this river. FPX need to be very careful not to walk over enemy vision if that Nocturne flies in, particularly when you don't have level 6 from the Vi right now and you don't have the big ultimate. This is an overextension. They can pull the trigger on this as soon as the dragon's down.
Yeah, that trigger's already pulled, my friend, and LWX is going to burn that flash preemptively. Dredgelight's not going to connect. Nobody gets him. What? The shot goes wide. Is that
guys?
a stormtrooper?
It's a weapons malfunction. Yeah, we're all okay here. Awkwardly walks away.
Fine.
Look, I'm not gonna lie. I'm gonna need a replay to figure out exactly what happened after the first flash came through. It was a flash over the knockup, then a hook, I think, trying to protect the first E out from the Rakan, and it just looks like a hook into the middle of nowhere. So, what do we go through here? Oh, is this the first play around the... Okay, right. So this is going to be the first play in here where we were wondering whether Care saw...
Yeah, so you just didn't see him.
I didn't see it on the minimap, although, to be honest, I wasn't exactly looking at the minimap at that point either, but going back into the replay down in the spot side now, what the heck happens here? So Feather flashes over.
No!
I don't really know what else to say about that. That's just an oopsie. Yep, that's a swing and a miss, Mizzell.
Yep, you know, hey, at least...
Cut the feed, cut the cameras off.
Cut it. I love that JoJo is so confident, he literally immediately stop animation, throw up the emote. Let's go, baby, let's go. We got the Rift Herald started up by FPX here, but a 1v1 under toe in favor of Xiaoshu right now.
It is, but every time you take trades like that, you do need to start getting a bit worried about where Lian has pathed himself. You can see there's some vision being encroached into the enemy jungle in this top side from FPX, but now FPX needs to be really on point about how they can test this fight from her bot side.
Yeah,
hook misses,
this
though.
is a bad fight from RA. They were on a ward and everybody came. FPX did not shy away from that whatsoever. They still have a very healthy tower, and Assume was still clearing waves on the bottom side. So RA caught out by a little bit, and Feather goes down.
Yeah, awkward setup from Raratum. Strive wasn't there, couldn't use that pop plus, and you hadn't crashed that wave into bot turret either to get Assume past the turret and ready to DPS, and then Feather just, misses the hook, doesn't help either. Raratum with what felt like a big power play available with the first big paranoia of the game, can't make that work around the bot side.
It's going to be a key factor to keep in mind, though, because it will come knocking time and time again with this composition. We are getting our first items, getting very close to coming online, and for Assume, it did come online. He's got a Kraken Slayer already here at 9:45.
Well, it's so weird to be looking at this item now, realizing it's not a mythic item, and I'm
really
like, oh yeah, that's cheaper than it was. This isn't doing quite the same thing.
Now.
It's still a really good item, particularly for Jinx, who is of course getting up towards higher and higher levels of range beyond that point. Still not quite sure about all the AD carry itemizations yet. Again, I haven't had much chance to play on it. So I was on my own little holiday, but these AD carries, they have really been trying to figure out the most of it. Lots of attack speed coming through from that one. Top side, of course, big changes to itemization for Jax as well, particularly. Used to be a big Divine Sunderer builder. Now we are seeing a lot more Triforce come through at the same point. Bot side, though, holding to that thought. Jojo potentially looking for something. Has a Hex Flash. Has his ultimate as
Hacker
well.
around the side, too. Hacker's waiting over the wall. He will go through. They're going to pull the trigger here. Assume was on a ward there. They're going to re-engage with Feather. Jojo gets out of that one. That'll be the flash from Assume. Definitely revisited by Hacker and FPX.
Yeah, Stoke getting something for that Hex Flash. I'm not used to seeing the Hex Flash on the Ricard either. Sometimes you see a couple of different kind of runes taken alongside that kind of tree at that point. But still, FPX, it's 11 minutes in. They had a pretty awkward start against this Nocturne, and they haven't been altered just yet. If they overforce hit, be careful with this. Leon can fly back in.
They're TPing. They're bringing Kara in here as well. They're going to TP Strive too. The fight's going to start off with Feather going down. They do get one back, and guess who gets excited? It's Assume. Strive stepping forward, but can't hit the chain route there, as well as another TP coming in for FPX. There's a Pop Blossom on Jojo, but they're going to leave Strive for death here. Care with the Spirit Rush, though. Might be able to connect something. The cast comes out as Salah, who showed up in the nick of time, and Hacker gets a kill for FPX. It's 4-1 now, baby.
Both of these teams know that it is all about that Nocturne ult. So FPX say, well, if you've got that long-range semi-global ultimate, if we bring people there and start the fight ourselves, knowing that we can have numbers, it won't matter at the end of it. You can see the problems that LWX is going to have dealing with that Nocturne later into that game. Didn't really get to play out that fight. The Nocturne just solos them out. very early into that fight, but Rare Atom are the ones to overstay, and it does mean that FPX managed to pick up some gold.
That's a problem for future LWX. We'll look at present LWX right now. As
Well,
Feather.
well, if we go through like the ghost of like LWX past at this point, because we're going into the replay, this is what you're going to have to see an awful lot in this game. I'm so sorry to all the Felios players out there for the community learning that Nocturne is actually pretty good against your champion. A little bit. I actually quite enjoy it. I quite enjoy the champion. I particularly enjoy playing Felios and ARAM because no one can flank me and do stuff like this. Because as soon as, like, most of the time when someone is in melee range on a Felios, most of the time you're like, haha, I have my chakrams running. This is awesome. Just not Nocturne because he fears you for such a long time. You just don't get to survive that amount of burst damage.
Yeah.
So FPX, they're going to have to be very on point with their casks and the peel plate to keep LWX fighting later into the game.
Indeed they will. We actually saw RA during that take a second dragon, so they're starting to stack up those neutral objectives, but we did want to see where that Rift Herald was going to go. I guess it was used during that replay as well, so should be down, should be getting at least a little bit of gold potentially. It looks like we have those first items now as well for FPX, where LWX has the Storm Razor. We also have that Black Cleaver and the Everfrost for Shallow and Hacker.
We do. So first item spikes coming up across the board, as you were saying. That Stride Breaker from that Nocturne does add in a large amount of chase down potential, good amount of bulkiness as well. Nocturne ever playing that kind of role between Bruiser and Assassin, does a bit of both. With the amount of gold he's got right now, definitely feeling like a bit of an Assassin and Shallow, who has to be careful about how he plays around his turret, trying to thin out that wave as it approaches his turret. Not really at the point now where you're going to have like these uninterrupted dives kind of onto that Gragas in the side lane. Shallow, who's got himself enough gold. One of the things that we were worried about was that, hang on, later into the game, isn't Nocturne just going to kind of throw himself at the Gragas? But I think actually just holding that threat over LWX, meaning that he can't push up in mid lane for free, probably more valuable at this point in the game.
And we actually see RA posturing a little bit more vision around this top side of the map. With another Rift Herald coming up, you could see them kind of transition over here to try and contest FPX. I will also say it's a double Everfrost composition for FPX. They might be a fiery Phoenix, but they're going cool as a cucumber today.
Does feel kind of awkward doing it into a lot of Merc treads, though. You can see it being built up by the Jax and the Nautilus, because Everfrost, it's only, what, 1.5 seconds of CC. It gets kind of dropped down even lower than that. It's one of the reasons where I'm like, look, I'm not saying I hate the item all the time, but particularly when it's into a lot of Merc treads, it does lose a bit more value again. How much value can you get out of this,
Paranoia
though?
comes out. They actually might be able to find the TP. They don't see it because of the Paranoia. Now they're going to get the delayed engage. And Xiaoshu on the flank with the big pop blossom from Strive 2. The combo's just too neat, but LWX fires right back with that Inferno Moonlight Vigil. And now he's got the chakras, but he gets stopped by the Flame Chompers. It's an ADC tussle, and it's back and forth. Assume stepping up. Mega Death Rocket goes wide. And it is so close, but a 3 for 2 in favor of RA.
And the big factor in that one is that LWX actually gets to do damage. Now, FPX still lose the fight, they still lose 3 people, but that's a dangerous sign for Rare Atom if they can't land the killer blow onto the Aphelios before things get a little bit spicy in these team fights. Everfrost does actually buy a little bit of space at the start of that fight, a little bit of time, and you can see that if Leon goes in alone on this Nocturne, can't really get the huge amount of damage that you're looking for. LWX, as we said, actually manages to get a fight through this one as well. If you survive that initial engage, the damage is pretty significant, even with just the early game items built up.
The Counter-Strike Pop Blossom combo from the Shadows is terrifying, maybe even more terrifying than the Paranoia itself. When you combo it all together, it's a recipe for disaster for FPX. RA taking this front-footed approach and going for this Rift Herald.
Yeah, have to see really later into the game if they can replicate that again, though. FPX, last game, they were the ones kind of wanting to split up, take skirmishes. It feels like this game, they don't really have that option at all. Both these teams looking for kind of grouped up fights, I suppose. Or rather, like FPX are looking for the grouped up fights that Rare Atom hopefully will over-engage into them at that point. Herald Summon in this top side, getting more gold over to Shallow, over to Xiaoshu, rather. Man, what do you have like the Xiao at the start of it? My first thought is Xiaohu, then there's Shallow on one side, then Xiaoshu, and I'm like, okay, he's getting the gold. The Jax is getting the gold in this one, and at least gets that inner tower gold from that Herald.
I still think in my 2.5, almost 3 years of casting LPL now, my favorite single matchup I got was Hung versus Hung. Especially because one's support and one's jungle, so it just causes absolute chaos.
We did have with Top Esports, we had Xingtian and Tian, and then they faced Xing as well in Spring as well. So that was a bit of a tongue twister.
As yeah, a little bit difficult. Hey, we're warming you back up into the LPL Summer Split, all right? As RA warming up into the second game as well. So are FPX. We've seen now consistently contest and fighting and the skirmishing that we kind of expected in the second game. And now Hacker was looking to bait RA in, but Xiaoshu was right around the corner with the flank.
Yeah, but we've seen Hacker go for those before. We've talked about his over-aggressive past from previous teams.
It's just a little minion.
It's a minion. He's evolved past. He's evolved past his own minion constraints of mind. He's found freedom as a minion. He's found free will.
Minion meta. Who's better, the caster or the melee? You tell me. At me on Twitter. Which one's better?
Oh my God, this is what happens if you let an AI take over a minion. By the way, it's like ChatGPT, but for League of Legends minions. Strive comes in. Finds himself the Skynet of Summoner's Rift, and will force his way past through that
Skynet.
Oh man, just gonna
can't
come
talk
back
like
to the
that,
wave.
all right? We're a remote broadcast, all right? You can't do this to me. We do get that Hextech Proto Belt though, Rocket Belt for Strive there too. So at least we're starting to see some big tools for RA, but as well as FPX here and the level 11s as well.
Yeah, but you can see again, like it's very dangerous. Cask.
Speaking of dangerous, we got a double lockdown chain here on the Xiaoshu, who, even with the Grandmaster's might, probably not going to make it out of here alive. Going to get a counter-strike out there. Xiao, who actually gets a nice little combo. Does get the leap strike out, but one more follow-up. Vault Breaker charged up, ready to go. No! The flash comes out, the counter-strike, and Xiaoshu! Come at me, bro!
That was some excellent use of cooldowns and also getting the max value out of that Sundra heal. As much as the item might have lost a little bit of power compared to its kind of contemporaries and Triforce or the like, Sundra gives you some survivability and that clutch healing coming through. Xiaoshu gets out alive, and it's a couple of resources that FPX didn't really want to use on that play, held onto a little bit too long, and they don't manage to see it out. Now Lian gets to have a crack at bot side.
Okay, they got the paranoia pop. Xiaoshu was like, let's go. I want to fight you now with my jungler. Let's see what happens. The Mega Death Rocket across the table, and Xiaoshu gets the kill. Third of the game for this Jax, who will be so impossible to respond to for FPX in the side lane.
Oh, that is just a bit of a heartbreaker for FPX. Does feel like, again, you get around this mid-game, game 1 and now in game 2, a couple of these over-aggressive, not well-coordinated plays puts them into a very difficult position. We're now at the point where, once again, you make another mistake like this, and that's Baron down after that point. You give up a Baron with the threat of this Nocturne flying out of the shadows of you, losing your mini wave pushes, losing vision. This gets much more regular and much more difficult to deal with. Xiaoshu plays this out very, very well, but the follow-on from this point with the Nocturne is always going to be a threat, and FPX, they swing and a miss at this one, and they're in a very difficult position now.
They spent so much time trying to chase that down that it ended up leaving an opening for RA to punish them there, but as well as had already gotten some vision towards the top side of the map. Yep. Now you see RA redeploying up this way with a small gold lead, but sure clearing up this top side so they can get prepped up for yet another Dragon contest in about 2 minutes and 10 seconds.
Mazel, do you like plays? Do you like musicals?
Plays? Yes.
Plays, stage plays. Well,
yeah,
it's the intermezzo right now. We've got ourselves a little bit of a break. Get yourself like those tiny ice cream tubs you can get from like the foyer. Get some of them, get yourself a distraction, maybe go to the bathroom, whatever you need to do. Because Act 2 is about to begin. Mazel, it's 21 minutes. Baron has spawned.
Yeah, you get a breather.
He doth claim dominion over the top side of the river for the victor of the next fight to take as they see fit. And I don't know whether this is going to be a comedy or a tragedy. Or a bit of both. Sometimes it ends up that way when we get ourselves into some flipping competitions, but both of these teams cannot afford to miss a step beyond this point. We saw it in game 1. We've seen it pretty much the entire summer split so far, the few series we have seen of it, but this is going to be a very different pace of game now. You can't... What? Guess what? What am I going to guess?
It's 20 minutes in! And we have hovering over the Baron. FPX, they're like chopping up. They're like, do we go for it? Do we want the fight? The big purple orbs right there, guys. They look like
there we go.
Feather wants the fight as we're going in. Strive on the back with 3-man Pop Blossom and Xiaoshu's coming in as well. FPX, man, you just gotta find an in, but there is a stone cold wall in front of you from Rare Atom.
Out damn Spot, out damn you. King Duncan's dead. And the Scottish players here live in the LPL. It's a bit of a tragedy for FPX again around the 20+ minute mark. They don't have a smite to deal with. They might have to try and go for, again, a very desperate contest.
This is a little bit desperate. They don't have many ways in here, but a little bit of damage, and it will be secured in the end by Lian. They get 5 Baron buffs. Shala, who tried to pick somebody off in the end. Everybody's going to stay, and they should be able to turn this back on them. Do have that powered back. You got the TP coming out onto the map, and RA safe and stable with a big gold lead now.
Yeah, we couldn't have written a better script. That one is to the T, what we have come to expect beyond this point. Rare Atom, they have shown that they have better execution when that objective spawns. They have themselves the Baron now. What are they going to do with it? Dragon has spawned. They get themselves the reset. They have themselves the paranoia to bring to this, and most of their bigger ultimates. If they can stall this for a little bit, might even have themselves another Pop Blossom to bring to the fight.
FPX just trying to pull the trigger on something at this point. Xiaoshu's in the back of the pit. Feather has been Stokey.
Here we go.
And guess who he gets onto? It's LWX. He's goes golden, but Pop Blossom doesn't actually connect onto multiple members, but that root does! And it's immediate evisceration for the rest of FPX. A double kill for Assume, and Care's gonna not last very much longer. He does burn that flash, so he makes it out alive, but that'll be a 3rd dragon for RA, and they are just becoming clinical and picking apart FPX.
Yeah, I've changed my mind. It's not Macbeth. It's going to be Titus Andronicus, I think, this play. For those of you that don't know, I think it had like 5.1 atrocities committed per act. We're seeing that in every team fight right now because LWX is not able to stand and fight. We saw that one glimpse of what the FLS could do earlier in the game, but Rare Atom get themselves to that soul point. They pick up themselves even more gold beyond this point, but we're going to go right back to where Act 2 started. It was all about this mid lane push. The big ultimates come in, and that's a great angle chosen by Strive, actually. You don't get to kind of very cleanly disengage from that ultimate. You'd have to commit so many flashes and dashes over that wall. They don't manage to get out in time, and then it's just capitulation once again. It feels like as soon as that first fight goes down the hole from FPX, they lose the pace of the game a little bit. They lose themselves in the desperation, and this goes from bad to worse.
Feather gets the setup, and the volleyball spike comes through from the rest of Strive and RA. The fact that it wasn't even the Pop Blossom, but just the double root, it's just nuts to me. But it's now FPX on the front foot. The Moonlight Vigil comes through, but doesn't really connect there. They got so much CC to lock down Assume, though, and that is what this composition does.
Okay, so bit of a slap back from FPX, importantly so. Assume caught out of position, no flash, no Gale Force for that play. Gets you at least take some gold back off of that huge Baron play which came through. Chocho now looking maybe for something over that side with the Hex Flash, calls off that play. Still has pocket of vision to work with. Of course, no AD carry yet on the table for Rare Atom. Can they make something of this?
No. A little bit of flash play going on here for Xiao. Trying to catch out Lian, but won't find it now. Xiaoshu is looking for his own flank on the other side. You immediately see FPX is scared. Going to try to go in on Xiaoshu. Here's a big blossom. 3 members, and immediately 2 are gone. FPX has not been reborn. They've been turned into a cremation idol, and it's smashed into the ground. It is RA that has streamed forward. This has been at least now 1.5 weeks coming for RA. They've been so close to finishing out series. They've been so close to finding their first series win in summer, and it looks like they're right on the precipice of it.
I didn't know you could make popcorn chicken out of a Phoenix, but Rare Atom are proving us wrong, teaching us something new today, and they're teaching us how they play around the crucial moments beyond the 20-minute mark, taking 2 inhibitors. It's not going to be the end of the game or the series just yet, but you feel it's about as good as done. It's a hell of a lot of gold for them. It's soul point for them. They get to reset. Nothing's getting taken off of the back of this play from FPX, and they've been left absolutely flailing as soon as they make the first mistake in these games.
26.5 minutes in. Base is busted open. Bot lane still there as a defensive structure for FPX. We're going to take a look back at this replay.
So, let's go back. I love these
Minion mode.
T-Tors. And you just, this is what happens. Skynet's here, come with me if you want to live. Well, maybe not to FPX, but the Terminator in himself, Strive, really making the most of this pick. You can absolutely see this extra skill set of the mind games you can play from this Nico being used to full extent by the LPL mid laners.
The thing is, you don't expect, you're eyeing up a 5-on-5. You're like, all right, I've got my man marks. I know where everybody is. Okay, we got this going. Then everybody starts using abilities about it, and this little tiny minion just walks up, and you're like, I wasn't expecting there to just be this little tiny thing in the middle of this giant animation. And it comes to your doorstep, not very nicely so, as we do have these
this is
3
what
item
happens when you let a
now.
minion. When you miss enough last hits on minions, you give them to 1 minion. This is what you get. Like
I'm still waiting for the melee versus caster conversation.
Yes.
Coming up here.
I'm trying to remember who wins in a 1v1. I think
Is it a
melee
Cannon
beats
meta?
Caster. Well, I think Cannon is always in meta at that point. I think it was a bit OP. Maybe I have to find that one out.
We
That's
got
a
the
big
engage
engage
there. They do find a nice little pick, and the Wombo combo again comes alive for FPX. They are down, but they are not out, and that's been consistently the case in this series. They will not stop fighting.
Okay, so some ink left on the paper still. FPX find themselves a clutch kind of saving play at that point. Xiaoshu not going to take any large fights from the league beyond that point. Has himself 3 items, but he wasn't in that fight. And you can see how quick the FPX engage can come in with the likes of that cask. It's a little bit longer engage in terms of its time span from Rare Atom. And now with that Baron spawning up in the next 10 seconds and no Paranoia off cooldown, now might be some danger moments for Rare Atom. This could be a Baron start from FPX.
Keeping up this momentum, they can at least buy a lot of time here if they get this Baron. Gonna bring Carib from behind. No jungler for RA.
Flash.
That is really big, and Xiaoshu going in now as well. Trying to find the big pop blossom on all 5 members! And it's a 2v5 that RA take all day! Well, FPX do get the Baron buff, and LWX picks off Xiaoshu. It's a TP now coming through, but he does have the empowered back. They're looking for Xiaohu here. Feather has made it, but there's 2 of him, and he's on the backside. The TP's not fast enough, and Luyen shuts him down. RA will look to push up the gut and end FPX's game.
It was a tragedy all along for FPX. This one's going to end right here. Rare Atom finding their first series victory. Just got to find the minions to shuttle into that Nexus.
Got 10 seconds on Hacker. They are hesitant. They do have the Baron buff, even though, but the Infernum is just too much to handle here. And maybe the 4.5 item spike for LWX. They'd rather close this game out cleanly with the Dragon Soul.
I was so sure that time with the top wave, they could have look for something, maybe with the Moonlight Vigil coming up, maybe before they could take down the Nexus. They were a little bit worried, especially with that many items onto LWX, who is quietly, maybe slightly louder after a couple of plays like this, found himself at 8 kills, despite himself being in a difficult competition to survive. This was a really dangerous Baron, even with the numbers advantage. We have seen so much work being done by Strive on this Nico. It's been first pick from both games, and he's really made the most of it. Xiaoshu not quite able to close down LWX, and with Spear of Shojin, you get a lot of extra cooldown reduction, a lot of extra ability haste. It's slightly less on immobilizing abilities though, so he couldn't get himself another counter-strike to keep himself alive. Sees himself down at that point. Luckily, there's a cleanup which comes out from the rest of Rare Atom to at least stop the Baron buff, having huge value from FPX.
For like 0.2 seconds, Xiaohu's like, wait, Nautilus was behind me. Like that's at least my reaction there. He got the double Nautilus there. And it was the close it from RA, right? Like not letting FPX get away with a lot of this stuff. And even though FPX are fighting now within almost 2.5k gold, it's a huge comeback for them. And it's starting to beg the question of how does this team composition as 5-on-5 pressure RA now if Luyen can't get in?
Good question, because of course, a lot of those fights, we've not really seen Xiaoshu present in the 5v5. We've seen him in a couple of isolated plays beyond that point. See a teleport back towards that bot. Can they just cancel that? Not quite. Okay, so Xiaoshu able to at least respond towards that bot side would have been very dangerous to give themselves another open inhib. They would have only had their Nexus turrets to stand behind it beyond that point. Of course, Ocean Soul taken as well. It's going to be very hard to shut down Xiaoshu once he gets into these fights now.
And right now, FPX are going to heavily rely on LWX. It is his moment now, almost at full item build for this Aphelios. But it's a place that LWX has known before, time and time again, right? This is why they've kept this experienced bot laner for FPX for so long and building around him. And you're hoping that FPX, at least if you're an FPX fan, can utilize this competition well. Find picks with Hacker and Care and shut it down with LWX.
This really is probably on LWX to find that extended DPS. Shallow, who's done a decent job of getting some burst onto Assume. Assume has had a pretty difficult series, actually, particularly in this game too. First game was an easier time of it on that Zyra into the late game. Even then, in the early game, had some deficits to come back against, particularly when LWX got himself a lot of that plate gold. But still, FPX, they're not that far behind in gold, actually, after this Baron's been taken. Where they're happy to chill, not give themselves openings for that paranoia to potentially catch them out.
And it's such a lull state right now where you're just having FPX finishing items, right? They just finished 3 total items. LWX got the Bloodthirster last item, and then we just saw Hacker and Chala who complete theirs as well. As there is some fight left in this Phoenix. Although a Death's Dance does come through for Xiaoshu, we will not have any objectives for teams to really fight around, and that's where RA want to pick them apart.
But a lot of this comes from actually a point which you just made about, well, actually, how does the 5v5 go if Leon can't quite get into the fight? Well, if FPX then say, you have to go into 5 people, he doesn't really feel that great pulling the trigger. Leon still going to walk forwards, doesn't have himself something like a GA, has himself a couple of tank items to keep himself as healthy as possible, but again, I don't think Leon's going to be particularly happy on the engage. You can see that's why Rare Atom very tentative about the way that they're approaching what potentially could be a game-ending play.
Yeah, but if they find that big engage, if they get the little Strive minion in the middle of 5 members again, I think it's going to go one way or the other. I think RA themselves have been playing off this the last couple fights. They get big flanks from Xiaoshu. They are setting up the fights very well. But again, like you're saying, if they just get the question dropped on their doorstep of, hey, can you fight a 5v5 straight up? The answer is going to be a little bit more questionable, and FPX are just buying a lot of time here.
They are, and what that means is that it's probably best case scenario for them in this late game where they can force one big fight where they have double GAs up, they'll have themselves a stopwatch on Care as well. They have a lot of kind of disposable utility, one-time only stuff, which they can use for what potentially could end the game and bring themselves to a game 3 in this series. If it happens around that Elder, it'll happen in the next 1.5 minutes. Baron going to be on the table as well. Of course, that's been a big actor on its own in this second game.
And we just saw LWX trade out for a Lord Doms as well, and we're still waiting on a final item for Assume. So some power differential coming through here into the next fight where we have Baron spawning in about 5 seconds, but more importantly, an Elder Dragon in 1 minute and 10.
So, Xiaoshu in the spot side, Shallow who has that teleport but can't really wave clear and still be in a teleport safe distance away from a counter-strike. So Rare Atom, they have themselves the advantage on at least starting an objective at this point.
They're
going
going
in. Engage.
They're going to get the catch out here. The Everfrost plus the Moonlight Vigil, but Luyen, he's trying to find LWX. He's just too tanky. Luyen didn't have that way in. Everybody's going in one at a time for RA. They're trying to find the backline access from Hacker, and now Assume stepping up. Xiaoshu has been so big here, and Assume survives on the side. It's a one catch. No, he's dead! The big pop-off Gale Force from LWX, and Luyen still has no way into this fight. FPX take a big one.
That is absolutely huge. The Ocean Soul makes the initial engage a little scuffed from FPX. Assume survives longer than I think they expected him to, but LWX gets to fight. We said that was the key difference between the winning and lost flights from FPX in this game. Now FPX going to get themselves onto that Baron. Elder is spawning right now, though. It's a potential of a
Paranoia is available.
Point.
He's going to pop it. They got the Spirit Rush already used by Care. Xiaoshu's trying to find a big Counter-Strike. Lien buying a lot of time. Counter-Strike not going to connect on anybody. Big engage from Feather, but look at the combo coming out from FPX. You don't have the damage just yet, but now FPX are falling off, and the GA is going to be popped from LWX. This is a scrappy one, but a Pop Blossom makes the difference again! And Strive flexes all over FPX!
Rare Atom just won this series without an AD carry in the final fight, styling eventually on FPX.
It just takes one. That little minion is your undoing every time. And it wasn't even a minion that time. It's just a Pop Blossom in the middle of your team. The amount of multi-man combos that RA have landed, it got a little bit sketchy. It got a little bit sweaty. But RA will claim their first series win of the summer split in the LPL. And what a way to do it over FPX.
Took them maybe longer than they would have hoped in that second game. Did feel like after that first Baron went down in that second game, we were going to see a rerun of what happened in that game one. But still, a win is a win. First on the board for Atom. In spring, they started off on a bit of an undefeated streak at the very start. I think they went up to about 4-0 before they lost themselves that first series, but then couldn't really keep themselves that same run of form. Didn't find themselves into that playoffs. It's a bit early to be talking about anything about that, but Rare Adam finding themselves a win does at least start to settle some of those nerves, get themselves into this new split. Of course, their first split without that veteran top laner Cube for the organization. But seeing how they play around these mid games, there's a lot to work on here, build on rather here from Rare Adam. There was some good stuff around those Barons.
They had a very strong game plan coming into it, for specifically game number one, carry through Lien, but also kind of sticking to that in game two. They had a lot of proactivity from Lien, and that is where we've seen so much success from him, right? We have seen where sometimes that aggressive decision-making gets him caught out in enemy junglers, gets him overextended a lot of the time. And while sometimes we did see that in this series, it's about the team reinforcing him. And when you see that, it looks worlds better. And I think we're finally seeing RA come to grips with the style they need to approach the rest of the split.
For sure. And yeah, I mean, for Rare Adam, this is a team which really sadly kind of fell apart in spring as well. So for them to kind of take a step back, make some changes to the roster, come back into summer and eventually get this win, you're really hoping that they can, again, build on these successes and look towards these playmakers like Strive, like Lien as well, to carry them even to other series wins and hopefully, fingers crossed, get themselves a little closer to playoffs than they were in spring.
Now we got to talk about the Phoenix-shaped elephant in the room, FPX. Looking a little bit downtrodden. Yeah, you like that mental
biology
imagery.
doesn't work like that, I don't think.
Yes, it does. What are you talking about? But I do want to bring up a serious conversation about FPX because I think we're still struggling to see, as I was saying with Ari starting to find their ways of winning, we're struggling to see somebody really step up in these positions for FPX, even though this has been a roster that has been building for a little while. We saw LWX was that key linchpin for them again and again in these fights, but in the end, you have to have a stronger early presence.
Well, game one, they had that. Game one they did, and then it was that misstep in that mid-game. I think this game two, that's where I think I resonate a lot more with what you're saying. But then you come down to the problem of, well, LWX is their clutch player in a lot of these fights. Okay, awesome. How does Velos do into Nocturne again? That was a big problem for a lot of that game. And even then, I think LWX had a pretty good game, all things said and done. But to lose that last fight, AD carry to no AD carry on that other side, that's a bit of a heartbreaker, particularly with the amount of gold that LWX had and the fact that he couldn't carry that last fight. That's just going to suck for them.
Yeah, it definitely does. And I'm looking forward to kind of what their next iteration is going to look like. Again, I feel like we've seen very, very prevalent growth from a lot of our teams over just a few series. And I want to see that continue to be the case for FPX, who... if I do look at it now, we'll be going against LNG next on Sunday, so still have a little while to go till that comes to bear, but something to look forward to. And else for RA fans to look forward to is this gold graph, and the way that maybe they had to be on the edge of their seats, but they still came out with a victory anyways.
They did. And yeah, Strive continuing to have a really good run of form in this year's LPL, and we're starting to see, again, Nico having so many tools to just impact these games in very different ways. A lot of the ways that pro players kind of find themselves at new levels of form and mechanics is by just kind of practicing things over and over and getting very used to that pattern recognition. Nico has so many weird things that she can do. It's very difficult to prepare for something like that, and in the hands of a player like Strive, who, as we've seen, chooses very creative angles at some of these key points in team fights, can get a lot of value out of it.
I will say I'm actually pretty proud of RA. So I don't think I have any right to be proud of them, but I'm proud anyways because Again, we came into this conversation with Xiaoshu and a lot of the strength from the top lane being just kind of play safe and play reserved. But we will actually talk a little bit more about that in just a little bit as we have an interview ready to go with Christina and Strive. So we'll see what he has to say.
Hello there, welcome to Post-Game Interview. I'm Christina. We're joined by Strive, the millionaire for Rare Atom. Congratulations on your win. It is your very first win of Summer Split. How do you feel? And my first question is, how did you manage to review or adjust your form in past few days? 欢迎 Strive 选手来到我们的赛后采访，恭喜 RA 今天2-0拿下了比赛的胜利，同时也是取得了夏季赛的首胜嘛。现在拿下首胜，感觉怎么样？同时想问一下，在过去的一段时间里，队伍在这边做了什么样的调整和复盘，以至于今天能有一个很好的表现呢？
因为感觉赛季初刚开始，我也对自己不是很自信，今天也表现得不是很自信，感觉犯了很多失误。然后我们团队上有轮换嘛，然后就调整，然后教练组的调整，然后导致我们可以今天很好的赢下这场游戏。
So first of all, maybe from the very beginning, I was not very confident on myself. Even though in today's matchup, I think I'm not very confident, and I also made some errors. And in terms of the adjustment, maybe you know that we have rotations on our lineup, so it just decided to the coaching staff, and then maybe made some rotations, and we did some adjustment around this part until that we can get this win today. And the second question, I also want to touch on the game. Number one, there was so many kills and skirmishes in early game, but in mid game, how do you guys manage to stabilize the situation, especially from that 19 minutes team fight on mid lane, and you guys secured the barrier and you guys snowballed the game very smoothly, and especially you did a really great job on Nico. 那么其实在今天第一局的时候，虽然说前期可能有很多的小规模团战也爆发了很多人头吧，但是在中期这边 RA 是怎么样稳住局势的呢？特别是从19分钟那一波团战之后，你们就很顺利的拿下了大龙，滚起了雪球，特别是你的 Nico 在第一局也有很多非常关键的开团和很好的表现。
因为我觉得我们的阵容会比较好，然后我觉得我的尼克的发挥会很好，然后开团会开得很简单，所以我觉得，所以我们很好的赢下那场游戏。对。
So first of all, I do think we have a better draft overall, and I did a really good job on Nico. As you can see, I made some really hard engagement in team fights so that we can win very easily and smoothly. And nextly, I want to touch on the game number 2's late game. I know that you got some leads, but FPX also shown their tenacity. My question is, in last team fight around the Baron, LW have got a very perfect items, and they really played around the AD carry. How did you guys manage to break through them in team fights, and who made those shot calls, especially in last team fight? 那么在第二局的时候，后期可以看到 FPX 也是展示出了他们的韧性嘛。虽然说 RA 这边取得了线上的优势以及整体的优势，但是他们在最后一波大龙的时候，当时对面的厄斐琉斯已经拿到了6神装了，而他们的队伍围绕着他也是很紧密的去保护他。想问一下 RA 这一方面是怎么样突破他们的呢？
他们当时找到了一些机会，然后导致我们的节奏会变慢了一点。然后我觉得我们后面的打团需要冷静一下，然后跟队友多沟通、拉扯一下，然后等待我找机会，然后开团，然后我觉得就能赢下。
So that they also find some good opportunities in late game, and the only thing we need to do is to stay calm and try to kite in them and try to space them in team fights and find some really great angle to engage the team fight so that we can take down this win. And final question for you, as you mentioned earlier, you have team rotations in your lineup, and I know that you have some new teammates, especially in top lane. Xiaoxu, he did a perfect job on Jax, which is one of his signature champs. So what do you think of his performance today? And could you please tell me your team synergy overall right now? 最后一个问题，刚才 Strive 选手也是说到了嘛，现在队伍当中有一个轮换。那么今年大名单上单有小徐选手的加入，他今天第二局的贾克斯也发挥非常出色。你觉得他今天表现怎么样？以及在有了新队员加入之后 ，RA 整体的一个团队协作现在是处于一个什么样的进展呢？
他的今天的表现很好，然后小徐作为一个从别的队来我们队的，然后我跟他又是室友，跟他关系也比较好，然后他们的加入让我们的团队变得更好了一点吧。然后指挥其实是每个人都有在说的，然后就听取大家的意见，然后再做出这个选择。
So first of all, I do think Xiaoxu performed pretty good into this matchup, and he joined Real Atom. We are teammates, roommates right now, and so we get along very well with each other. And in game, we have more teammates now, which makes our team more better overall. And in terms of the team's communication or the shot call makers, everyone joins the shot call making. Everyone makes really great shot call. Just depends on the in-game content. Thank you so much for joining me. 谢谢 Strive 来到赛后采访，期待你们之后有更精彩的表现。Back to you guys.
Thank you so much, Christina, and getting to hear from Strive. The situation with the solo laners working out so well in this one, but I'd love to see that synergy continuing to build over pieces that are going to be so crucial for them to have strength through.
Yeah, and we started. I was just checking through a couple of the comments, you know, just as we on Twitter and Reddit from this series just gone by, and trying to see what the opinions were of this series. And saying, actually, you know what, this top side for Rare Adam, it's looking pretty good. And you think about how things came in from spring and into this summer as well. I didn't know what to think of Xiaoxu coming in over Cube. Strive, sure, had some really good games in spring, but the fact that they came out with such comprehensive performances and then Xiaoxu comes away with player of the game from that game too as well. It's a big thing to bolster the confidence of this top side, which will have to do a lot of heavy lifting later into this split.
And the man picks up for Xiaoxu double MVP in this series. Pretty huge, his first two here. And it started with this.
And we've seen a lot of Jax this year, don't get me wrong, but this Jax really did a really good job of being a threat on side lanes, and it did feel like as soon as Xiaoxu entered the picture, everything looked really good for Rare Atom. And actually in the very last fight of the game as well, I'm sure we'll get a replay of that.
Yeah.
When you were fighting without an AD carry, having a Jax in the back pocket really helps you bring up that DPS number.
And it was just strength in the lane that led to a lot of these big flank moments, and that was how RA had to play this game. They continuously had to look for big flanks. They had to find ins for Strive and Xiaoxu, and continuously did.
And then
so for like a 5-minute period, just scrape that out of existence.
You'll notice that Asum is not here at this fight. That's kind of important because you have literally a full item LWX. But Xiaoxu does such a great job of just making sure that the counter-strike is up, so FPX really can't do that much damage. Grand majority of his damage is all auto attacks. It's not like he can really do that much with a lot of his abilities against that Jax at that point. And Xiaoxu, again, found the right angles at the right time, and then you combo that up with the likes of the Nocturnals and the Strive's wonderful Nico performances as well, and you get a very scary top side of that map.
You do indeed. And RA will be facing off against LGD next up on Sunday, as well as FPX facing off against LNG that day. So again, a couple days of rest and trying to reformulate how this worked so well for them and come back swinging next time around. But that is it for our first series of the night. We're a little bit of jet setters tonight. We're going to be all over China, so make sure you're strapped in, ready to go, because next up we'll be in Beijing, where we'll have LGD versus JDG. We'll see you there.
It's a 2v2 in base. Ultis ahoy! As Cryan is doing the damage. Look at this man again getting Timbers out of the face of Phoenix. Gets chucked out YSM on his deathbed. Tries to run in and he dies. Meanwhile, Nautilus flushes and the LPL is unrelenting. An open nexus for Cryan. Phoenix and Haijiao are trying to get him off. Phoenix will die. Haijiao's next. And Cryan has just shown that his time on the bench was misplaced. Welcome back to the LPL.
Barely surviving at this moment in time as Tarzan goes for Tien. He's not winning that 1v1. Scout now joining into the play. Cyclone is there, but the culling. Scout knocked up, and Tien's got a stopwatch. Scout has to turn golden as well. This is absolute carnage. Jaggalo getting onto Scout, though he's over the wall and taking down Moonlight Vigil. Gala! That was gorgeous! And now onto Mark as well. He steps into LNG, and he steps up in the fight. Rookie fleeing through the mid lane, but Tarzan's got him, and it's a triple for Gala. Everybody moving over. TP immediately for Forge. See Perry on the top side of the play as well. Doggo Very aggressive positioning, but you can get away with it on the Zeri. Forge move forward to CDZ. Face tanks 2K on the Herald. We're going to flip it here, and it's taken by the Wukong. Nick to grab that one. Final jumper across the whole squad. Doggo untouched completely as Pinsy goes down. ZDZ the next target. He tries to turn around, pulls Doggo back. In they go with it, fellows too. Oh, jumps back into the play, but the shield is there. And the kitty cat can't do squat. Forge finishing one off though. It's too low to go back in. Forge gets knocked off and somehow goes down. And in his debut series, he comes on in. Chichoyi finds the Penta.
Air pack something.
Oh, really? It's that lame?
Yeah, it's not great. It's not great. It's a bit lame. I'm not gonna lie. I have it here. Hang on, let me figure it out. It's upgraded air
wait,
pack.
actually, we gotta wait.
What it is.
TP flank coming in.
We're gonna have a fight. There's gonna be a TP flank from Scout who's gonna be at the pop loss. So immediately Zika has to go into stasis because here comes the Eco. Lands on the 3, and that means that all these health bars are so low. Your front line means nothing if you attack them from behind. Now we can see if Gala can plant his feet, which is exactly what he's doing as he tries to break down the wall that is his Ornn. The Aphelios has gone down, and Gala gets himself excited. LNG want to end this game. They're chasing down Knight. He doesn't really have many places to go, and he's going to be the last one to stand, but also the last one to fall. Full ace in favor of LNG, 5 for nothing, and they're going to be able to push in and get an inhibitor. And he could maybe go for it, but I mean, this is just a straight up Baron at 20 minutes. That's why they're kind of like pushing for this right now. And look at him on the camera. He took his hands off the keyboard and everything. He is chilling right now. He is chilling. You go, please. There's only so much I can do, and here we go. Will this work? Will it work? Will it work? It will! And that's what you want to be seeing. Igao, patient as ever, gets himself his kill. The hunter finds his prey.
일단 LGD 팀 상대로는 똑같이 준비하던 대로 준비할 예정이고 더 집중을 잘 해야 될 것 같다는 느낌이 듭니다. 일단 늘 경기하러 다른 팀 구장으로 갔었었는데 홈 구장이 있으니까 좀 편한 느낌이 듭니다. 일단 이번 패치로 인해서 좀 아이템이 바뀌었는데 그것 때문에 원딜이 좀 더 좋아진 느낌이 많이 들고 뭔가 좀 공격적으로 사용할 수 있게 있는 것 같아요. 이번 썸머는 이제 스프링 때처럼 그냥 비슷한 자세로 임할 것 같습니다.
这个新版本的话，对下路的改动是很大的。然后新版本的装备的话，就是对 AD 加强的特别多吧。然后所以现在 AD 的，就是需要保护他的那个打法需要更成熟一些，然后让 AD 更好的去发育。Ruler 跟 Missing 的话，都是打了很久的选手，然后我们希望就是对线方面就是能做到5-5开，我感觉已经是挺好的。夏季赛的目标的话，目前就是能进季后赛是最好的目标吧。就希望自己能在辅助位上拿到一点好成绩吧。京东下路等好，我们来北京吹你。
Welcome back to our Super Thursday. I'm Mizell. I'm joined by Nightmare. We're getting into our second series of the night. Got to hear from a couple members of each side there. We got LGD versus JDG. And LGD have a mountain to climb tonight, Nightmare.
Yes, they do. This series cannot become about team fighting. We have seen quite comprehensively at this point, JDG are the best team fighting team in the world. We have pretty good proof on that too. We had a lot of series of them absolutely dumpstering pretty much everyone at MSI. They had that close series versus T1, but again, they beat them largely by just being better team fighters on the day as well. So for a team like LGD to come out of a series like this with any hope of a win, it needs to be probably scrappy. That's also dangerous versus JDG, but if you scrap early enough and take them maybe off of their rhythm, there's a chance that maybe you prolong the inevitable. It's hard to phrase it any other way. JDG are just that good.
Yeah, big eye for me is now at least Meteor taking over the scene for LGD and the way that he has dictated a lot of the style that LGD has gone for, because he is very aggressive, but he also takes the likes of Graves and, you know, at one point goes 11-0-4 on it, but in their last series doesn't have necessarily the greatest answer to what's going on the map. So aggressive junglers are going to be name of the game. I expect Kanavi to have a lot of that as well, because contesting that early game is going to be oh so important for both sides.
Absolutely. And yeah, you look over at JDG and, you know, we have to phrase this game as what can LGD do? And it's not a huge amount of options available to them, because JDG, I mean, they're MSI champions, they're LPL champions from spring as well. And coming into this year, we knew that this team was a super team on paper. Super teams rarely work out that cleanly in reality. It takes a little while to get things to click. And JDG, I'm going to say the most terrifying thing about them is they looked incredibly strong in spring, but I don't think that's the best we've seen from them. I think there's more yet. I think that they would do an incredibly good job in laning phase, in team fights, but when you saw through MSI, they started to really enhance on even some of the weaknesses that they had regionally. It did feel like maybe early into spring, they didn't know exactly how to rotate around mid-jungle support as well as some other teams across the world, but it didn't matter because they were so good in lane. It didn't matter because they were so good in team fights. They just continue to grow now. And how terrifying is that?
It is utterly terrifying. But, so that's pretty cool. Maybe not as terrifying. Is the fact that we're in Beijing and we're in JDG's home arena, looking beautiful as ever here. Love the light displays. But it is LGD trying to make something happen out of nothing here against their home crowd, against the squad of JDG. And it's going to rely a lot on these combos, specifically Fearness, who I feel like has been a pretty strong point for Meteor to have safety through. But it truly relies, as Jin Jiao was kind of saying beforehand, on this bottom lane. They just want to go 50-50, man. They just want to make something happen down there.
Yeah, go 50-50 versus Ruler and Missing. That's not exactly the easiest ask. So the sooner we get into Champ Select and see what magic they've hidden away at that point in the game, the sooner we can start trying to think through that. If it's anything typical, you've got to imagine it's going over towards JDG in regards to that. It is a daunting task truly ahead of them for LGD.
And you know what I love is just the fact that you have LPC who came in last split for LGD. It was a call up from JDG's LDL squad, Joy Dream, going against the man that has almost every accolade that you could ever want. And that's where a lot of the conversation that Jin Jiao was talking about comes into play, because Jin Jiao himself is an experienced player. He's trying to mold LPC, but molding against this team, this roster that you're seeing come out to their home arena right now, it is a terrifying task. And I think you will see a lot of the meta picks be dictated early on, but it's specifically when you get to the execution early game that you have to find prowess against this would-be most prowess roster.
Which is a difficult ask in its own right, because LGD, when I think of this team, particularly from Spring, actually would have been one of the very first. In fact, it might have been the first series which I cast for the LPL was an LGD one. I think it might have been that one actually. One of the biggest takeaways we've had since then, and in pretty much every series since, they're fairly imprecise in early game. It's a scrap.
Yeah.
They will walk away with some skirmishes, with an extra kill, or like a slight victory here and there, but it feels like it kind of falls into their lap rather than kind of grasping it firmly. It's not necessarily about them having great plans, it's about things working out somehow along the way beyond that. And that's not a very consistent play pattern to use against your very top teams in the LPL. It's one of the reasons why LGD, even against other opposition in the LPL, have really struggled. They were one of our worst performing teams in Spring, and now they're against one of the best teams across the entirety of the world. They're going to have to find an absolute miracle.
And we are early into the split, so this is where, you know, a test of metal can come due, but also for JDG, it's a test of continued greatness to some extent, right? Like, that's where we're putting a lot of onus on LGD, and they got to make something happen, they got to do something. That's also where JDG don't slip up, right? Like, if you give LGD their first series win of Summer Split, it's going to feel a little bit bad, man. I'm going to say that right out. And I think when we look into this one, a lot of probable aggression in this early draft, looking for the Nikos, things like that coming out, what gets banned away early, because that will have a very definitive factor on the series.
Yeah, and something like the Annie as well, very high priority between both of these mid laners. I think Knight has proven himself to be the best Annie in the world. He did some unspeakable things to a great many teams at MSI, and has continued to do that again through the summer split as well. Maybe you can get a takeaway there. You're hoping, amongst hopes, that you can have a non-interactive matchup in topside. If you're going tank versus 369, even though that is non-interactive, he makes it interactive somehow. I think that 369 has found himself a new run of form as well, kind of scarily on that front. It has felt like, particularly on stuff like that Cassante, he's started to find more angles to take over the game in a way that he was taking a bit of a backseat. I mean, when you have these players on your roster, you can do that. But the fact that he's also starting to step up and have his own crazy carry performances as well, that's another very dangerous factor to take into account.
And I'm not going to beat around the bush. One of my most worrisome factors in this whole game is this mid lane. Haichao has not had the most productive of seasons to start, at least. And obviously, as we've said earlier, right, this is an early split. I think there's still a lot of growth that can happen. But man, you have to test that growth against Knight, who is going to want to show off with all these crazy plays going around. Just last series, the 5-man Nico Pop Blossoms. You know Knight's going to want to show out here, and JDG themselves want to. So, again, I think there's a lot of things that need to come to bear for LGD here.
And speaking of that as well, particularly with the likes of Knight, one of the things that we knew JDG to be very good at in Spring was kind of punching down. Where against lower tier opposition in the LPL, they would very rarely skip a beat, because it felt like there's a multi-part plan to beating a team like JDG, and the very first step is you absolutely cannot lose lane against this team. They are some of the very best laners in the LPL and across the world, and if they win lane, a player like Kanavi particularly really starts to flourish with that. Even when JDG were struggling a little bit earlier into the year, when they didn't necessarily have the best macro between mid-jungle support in the modern sense of League of Legends that we know in terms of, okay, you're roaming on this wave, you're starting to push in at this point to allow someone like Kanavi to invade. By winning lanes, you get to cover over those cracks. They still get to have that play pattern of, look, if Knight and Ruler are just smashing their lane, then Kanavi gets to do whatever he wants for free. what's also happened beyond that point is JDG have now evolved that other part of the game in terms of, oh yeah, by the way, Missing can also roam on wave 3 into mid lane, like he did in the last series that they played as well, and absolutely ruined some people's days. But there's still that step one of, if you lose lane versus JDG, it is such an awful time playing against them.
Don't give over the Rakan. I'll say that.
True.
Maybe the lovers do.
Well, he did it on Thresh as well. There are multiple champions where you're like, that's a problem.
I will say I've loved some of the niche drafting that LGD has pulled out, and maybe that's another way they can kind of get under the skin of JDG, but we're diving straight into it now as we watch LGD try to climb the mountain that is JDG, coming off of MSI Championship. We have Annie with that Yumi and the Cassante ban from JDG on the blue side, LGD on that red side ban away that Nico, rightfully so, as well as the Vi and the Jace.
Hover over the... Oh, Milio's gone through. Well, that'll be an easy lock-in, you gotta assume. Yeah, that one's pretty nasty. So, what are you gonna do about that now? Because you're probably gonna have something... You can have something like a Lucian locked in. You can have yourself something like that Jinx as well. Jinx is already very long range. Getting the extra campfire on top of that too makes it incredibly hard to play against. So JDG got themselves one of the most banned and high priority champions in the game, and that Milio locked in on the other side. You're really hoping with the Aphelios and the Ahri to get some early snowball off, because if you let a hyper carry with Milio start to get off to the races, you are so doomed.
And this is also just straight up terrifying. The Kanavi Wukong will find very unique paths, but as well as be just such a wonderful setup tool for JDG. I do like the priority given to mid lane for Haichao and the Ahri. Just try to get something comfortable, but get something that can actually just feel like mobile out of the mid lane. We do get that Jinx locked in, though, for Ruler.
This is so terrifying because Milio, one of the highest priority champions on the patch. And then you have Kanavi, who is the best Wukong in the world. We saw again what he's done recently on that pick. And Ruler, who is like at worst top like 2 or 3 Jinx in the world. Maybe you put like someone historical like Deft in the list or something like that too. But Ruler, in terms of his hyper carry performances, is the best AD carrier in the world right now. You can see that LGD are looking at this team and saying, okay, we have to let something go through. We are just flipping early. You've got Snowball champions, you've got Ahri, Aphelios, and now the Blitzcrank locked in as well. If this game is not already kind of out of whack by 5 minutes in, I think LGD are probably crying, but that's what they're aiming for. First 5 minutes, just make something happen. I wouldn't be even surprised if you lock into like a Xin Zhao or something like this from Meteor. He's got a weird champion pool. Maybe you can bring something like that out.
I still want to see the Graves again, honestly. But we see how that goes against Kanavi, who is also very proficient on the Graves. I actually really like this Blitzcrank pick for Jin Zhao. As I'm looking, has not played the pick competitively. We're getting a lot of these kind of first editions because there are just so many strong picks going through that can be niche, but it gives you that priority. It gives you that target selection if you can hit those rocket grabs. So Jin Zhao going to try to make the difference in this bot lane 50-50 that he was highlighting towards, and we'll see how the rest of that pans out, as now we're going to be looking away from that bottom lane for the rest of this as the Syndra and the Gnar band come through for LGD. It is the Gwen band to start off that second phase for JDG.
So Gwen off the table means that your kind of premier tank killing champion on that top side is not available. It means that stuff like Sion and Malphite gain a lot more value. So it's going to be that Nocturne off the table too. One of the easiest ways to close the distance on the other side, and it's going to be a Kindred lock-in. Another snowbally champion, which really was piloted by Shun the most by BLG in that spring season, but a lot more people across the globe are starting to really pick it up from MSI and beyond. And 369, this champion is banned away from him oh so much, but the Gragas finds his way into his hands once more.
He is a happy camper, but it is Meteor picking up that Kindred, as you said, once again. But on the other side, Kanavi is not too shabby of a Kindred player either. We'll see if he knows some of the ways to get up under that. But it is the LeBlanc locked in for Knights. The golden left hand will have some power to it here in this first game kickoff. And the Mordekaiser's the final pickup for LGD.
I think back when I first started playing League of Legends, one of the most premier mid lane matchups in the whole game at that point was Ahri versus LeBlanc. We're here, 10 odd years later. God, that's a long time to play this game. We still got that same matchup. It's changed an awful lot over the years, particularly with itemizations, runes. I mean, the whole rune system has been reinvented multiple times. since that odd time. But still, Knight on the LeBlanc on an AP Assassin playmaker, always a joy to watch, and also has the ability to pick off the likes of a Blitzcrank or a Kindred, which can sometimes overstep their safe bounds and get burst out by that Assassin in the mid lane.
And what I love for this first game of this series is that both teams have put on the boxing gloves. They've given themselves priority in certain locations, and it's about executing now on that. Now, we did talk a little bit about JDG not necessarily the most clean going in early, but if you go to the team fights later on, you go to objective setups, you go to macro, they look so good. And that's where we wanted LGD to really try to find something, try to get something on the board for themselves. But if you do get to that team fight moment, especially with the way that the composition has already been drafted for JDG, they will have all the power. So the eggs are in the hands of LGD. Can they make it to the finish line without cracking a single one? We've got some comfort coming out for game number one. The Kindred is all eyes for me on Meteor. It's JDG's home arena as we get into it now. JDG versus LGD.
That is such a sick skybox as well. The 3D advert in the sky, banners showing the colors there. So Ruler, be very careful about where you step here, buddy. Much easier to land that ward in that tri-brush nowadays. There are some indicators to show exactly where that ward is going to go. That ward is over the wall. Potential of a hook level 1. Going to catch anyone.
Actually, I heard some.
There it is.
Rocket grab, and that's a flash.
Well, that's your level 1. It's a flash away from missing. It doesn't really change the nature of the bot lane push, at least, but there's a chance that you can start returning back to that lane, especially with Blitzcrank versus Enchanters. One of the things you can do, particularly at level 2, level 3, is flash in with a knock-up, get that guaranteed hook beyond that point. Can't flash away, particularly with the Ignite in that lane too. It's something, and like we said, if this game is not out of whack by 5 minutes in, like LGD are probably really crying at that point, but maybe they can get a second hook onto Ruler.
I love this so much, man. LPC, first and foremost, going against the organization that he spent so much time with coming up in the LDL with their LDL roster for JDG, and now getting a crack at Ruler on the other side, who, you know, sitting behind as well, trying to find something to go onto and find a bit of a namesake against this man. I think it's so cool, but also the pairings that we have with them, right? Like Jin Zhao is such an experienced bot laner, and he just wants to prop up this young ADC.
Well, I was half wondering whether we'd see Envy even coming in for the series. Of course, he came in from New Sandbox from the LCK to join LGD for this summer split, but not to be the case. He's going back to LPC. Top side, kind of tank bruiser, AP champions on both sides of this, but one of these players has much more time on these champions than the other, having some decent trades early on as 369 as well.
And some pretty heavy trading, and this is your first Melio cast, also one that we don't get very often, but I can appreciate the priority once it's left open. That missing is just going to scoop that one up right away.
Yeah, well, you have like this kind of split identity of Melio, right, where he's kind of anti-dive in a way that his ult has that giant cleanse, and then you also have kind of the ability to kind of like kind of stop a lot of melee champions engage with your Q as well, because that has that mini knockback on it. But then also you're such a buff bot as well, one of the strongest enchanters in the game right now. In this game, you're not really going to be dealing with a lot of people diving into you. You've got 4 very long-range champions. The Blitzcrank's melee, but his hook is really the only thing you care about in regards to that. So he's much more about giving the extra range to the likes of that Jinx. Heck, even giving the extra attack range to something like a Wukong in a clutch moment. It's also kind of scary. You pop that Q for the extra attack range, the campfire as well. See if that comes into play a little later. And importantly so, this early laning phase, Ruler missing, get themselves an early back, stop themselves getting flashed on at level 3 odd by the Blitzcrank, stop themselves getting punished quite as early into the game than LGD would have been aiming for.
Unfortunately, Meteor loses the 50-50 on the first target of the Scuttle Crab. Maybe able to find something a little bit later. Again, you got to look at the aggressive nature that Kindred's going to have to take in this one, and just keep an eye on it here as Jin Zhao actually going to try and clear as much vision as possible over here, make sure this bottom lane is safe, and Kanavi will deny that first mark from Meteor. No, Meteor's maybe looking for something as Jin Zhao goes for the rocket grab, goes right in as well. The Flame Chompers aren't going to be enough. Ruler goes down to first blood, and that's straight onto Meteor.
But JDG had done all the hard work. The wave was pushing back towards them. And then Ruler walks up to try and trim that wave, get some of that extra farm before it reaches that turret, maybe stave off a dive, but then just doesn't respect the Graviton. We've seen a lot of Aphelios thrash, of course, over the years with the same kind of reasoning. Rooted to hook, very, very dangerous. JDG, they don't respect it. First kill goes over to LGD. That's very important for them, because it is before that 5-minute mark, but we kind of tentatively said, yeah, it's just kind of what we need. LPC, right, does the 3-weapon switch, uses the onslaught of that Severum, gets himself out of ammo, goes straight through into that route. It's well played from LPC, but still, seeing that weapon coming up next, just not respected enough from JDG's bot lane.
The Gravitum just sitting there waiting for the rocket grab to come in and scoop you away. Maybe not the way you want to be swept off your feet if you're a ruler, but this time around LGD do succeed.
I Blitzcrank, very funny skin. Of course, has a bit of a competitive history in it as well. Wasn't allowed in professional play for a long time. I was kind of hoping we'd see the battle plot Blitzcrank though, because all I can think of when I see that skin is, you know the little green dudes from Toy Story?
Yes.
You know how there is the claw? Battle Plots, Blitzcrank, it just has the claw. And it gets me every time. Every time it's like, I have been chosen the claw. Kanavi has chosen to make his way down to his bot side though, and sadly won't see that skin on the Blitzcrank.
You didn't know Battle Boss Blitzcrank was in Toy Story in the end.
I didn't know.
Deep cut. But I'm a big fan of the mech ones. I don't remember I don't remember
it has
the name
the
actually. It's like some
skins,
crazy
right?
name, yeah.
Yeah, it's got like the Paradon Lance or something or whatever it is. I like them. They're cool. Yeah.
The one where they have like the light in the dark. Hey! Don't you? Why you gotta throw Stray at Hecarim?
Well, it looks like he's using this giant spear instead of he's using it as like a giant swingy thing instead of a stabbing. It just gets me. Anyway,
it's a lance. You get your medieval knowledge card taken away. I know you've been in the future, all right. You've been on a Star Cruiser in space, but they're still medieval.
Funnily enough, I have some qualifications. I used to do fencing for a very long time, so I've spent some time around some medieval weaponry. Slightly different nowadays, a bit modernized, much like the
Just never seen
itself. Back to the game at hand, though. Lost the 50-50 on that bot skull. Next spawn of it is going to be towards the top side as well. So Meteor is still, I believe, sat at those 0 marks. You can see heading up to them on that one as well. So even though First Dragon is going over to LGD, Meteor on an individual level would have liked to get a little bit more towards that. A lot of people don't necessarily recognize how much you really get overall from those marks. Hold on to that thought for a brief moment. That is a level 6 on the Mordekaiser available.
Oh, level 7 now, as well as now flash over the wall gets him out. But that will be a flash that's very much needed from Kanavi. Caught on the aggressive invade of LGD's jungle, Meteor will respond on the other side with a past tower pushing LGD.
His Knight's here, though. Does have level 6. How much damage can you do with that Sigil? Not enough. Haichao is down here as well. Knight just looking to try and buy his bot lane some space on this turret.
Couple plates already going down to LGD's bot lane. I think so far you're doing a little bit better than 50-50 for the bot lane of LPC and Jin Zhao. I'm loving the aggression and the presence they're putting around bot lane. There's a clear game plan to hover around this bottom lane and make sure it's okay.
So, back to the larger game state. We are seeing that Knight kind of scarily at that point, actually able to get out of his lane, do some damage. If he gets to continue to do so, you've got to be a little bit worried for LGD. If Knight, one of those X-Factor players on an X-Factor champion that can really blow up pretty much anyone across this composition of LGD, none of them really get to the point where they're tanky enough to really shrug off LeBlanc's damage. You're really hoping you can catch someone, catch the LeBlanc dashing forward with something like the silence from that Blitzcrank. He's currently into this mid lane again, but Knight has done his due diligence, got that vision down, and LGD, they have themselves a slight lead, but can they really stick through with that? Feels like still a bit of a long shot when you're against a team the caliber of JDG.
There's a lot of movement from JDG and a lot of pings towards this Rift Herald, so that's the obvious focus right now for them. They did lose that first dragon. We'll have another spawn about 3:15, but this big Rift Herald could be utilized to try to get some more influx into Knight here in the mid lane, or maybe even, I guess, if they want to go back for it after they dive Fearness up here and try to get him. He doesn't have ulti. He doesn't really have any way out, and they have that shred damage. One more Cyclone, but they don't have it. They can't get it. Kanavi taking a couple tower shots, and Fearness lives to tell the tale.
As Ruler Half HP. Have to flash away from something towards his bot side. LPC
LPC?
also use that flash. This could be a dive incoming.
That is a dive incoming, and Meteor cleans him up, gets the mark as well.
Clean stuff from Meteor and LGD, at least putting Ruler behind. Very importantly so. Gets themselves a mark.
Ooh, good flash by Ruler there. Oh, both flashing the ultis.
So, Haichao falling behind a little bit in this lane now as well. Just looking to clear the wave if at all possible. Gonna lose out a fair amount. Well, a couple of these. Jinzhao saving the day, clearing up those minions.
Appreciate Jinzhao, the stop by, help out. You know, get you a support that can do that. We have the Stormrazor actually now completed for LPC, and Meteor's trying to punish Ruler on the way back. He doesn't have any summoner spells, and this could be another kill going down. Meteor, he strikes again, 2-0-1 on this Kindred.
I think Meteor and crew have managed to keep Ruler a little bit asleep, a little bit napping. First off, kind of didn't really respect the Binding Eclipse, the Gravitum from LPC a little earlier into the game for the first death. Couple of kills later, and this Jinx sat at 0-3. Yeah, don't get me wrong, Ruler, you still got to believe in him to turn up in those team fights, but going 3 kills down, really not what you expect out of this AD carry.
That's a double early Stormrazor for Meteor and LPC for this double marksman carry composition that LGD has gone to time and time again this split already. And they found success in a lot of occasions. They haven't been able to find a series win because they're hard-fought games and their late game does become questionable. But this is exactly what we wanted to see out of LGD.
And particularly with those Stormrazors as well, adds in that extra slowing effect, which is of course really good for Blitzcrank. Get that micro slow. He's walking forward again, potentially seeing if he could use anything on that point. Do have that route available again from that Aphelios, very dangerous point in time for JDG to pay attention to. We have ourselves a dragon spawning in a minute. Would be a second one for LGD. Herald put in this mid lane though, potentially give JDG a window of pressure to work around to solve themselves the map.
I'd love to see the gold dumped into Knight's pockets at least a little bit. So what we were hoping for when we saw them kind of posturing around that Rift Herald. We do get that Divine Sunder completion for Kanavi, and we'll be looking at first items for at least Ruler and Knight coming very, very soon. But I expect more pressure to be dealt down bottom lane for LGD. We already see some hovers, a lot of good vision from LGD early on in this game as well.
And that vision potentially means you can stop Knight from doing his thing. Doesn't have any information on where LGD members are right now. Looking for a charm at best. Kanavi is here. This could be dangerous.
Kanavi was baiting it. That's a big cyclone, but Knight has to get out backwards. Kanavi now trying to lead them away. And Jinzhao, he's just on a rampage here. The man's playing like a Chad. You got Fearness in topside. Oh, flashed away from Fearness. Will not end in a solo bolo for 369.
Close run stuff. It's going to be another couple of minions lost to that turret. There is a Jinx ult. Was wondering if that would get thrown out. But one of those fights, not going to be so at this point. Meteor going to take him down. That second dragon as well. 2-0-2, picking up a couple of marks, which were harder to come by a little earlier on. Ultimate now on attack for Fearness.
A little bit of a duel going on, but Fearness is going to get that huge shield. Can he get one more smackdown? And he does! Fearness, the solo on a 369!
Threes across the board. Can't quite get himself that kill just beforehand. Sustain comes through. And JDG, they are a little bit behind the curve now. Significantly behind even. Significant gold being built up by individual members of LGD. And despite good solo laning CS numbers, Knight can't quite make that skirmish and bot side river work out. 369 can't quite make things work out in the top side as well. They're really looking towards that first skirmish of the game, whether we can see some of that JDG kind of mechanical prowess come through, because as it stands, feels like a couple of them have been caught a little bit napping. Goes into this point, caught on the turret, no mana, no cooldowns. Can't really disengage the Mordekaiser after that point.
Honestly, just the damage coming out from Fearness on the Mordekaiser here without that first item is still so strong into 369, who didn't really have any cooldowns left after that one. Now we are looking at Knight in the mid lane, trying to find some presence outside of this lane. Haichao has the tools to answer, but I do actually want to see Knight get involved a little bit here as we're, going to be hitting that level 11 for him.
Counterpoint. How do you do that when there's absolutely no vision across the board? Yes, you're part of that.
It is hard.
You put down some of those wards, you clear some of them yourself. But that's been a real factor for this LGD. They haven't skipped those steps, and for a team that has had a lot rectify some of the worries we've had about this team.
They are definitely answering some questions in this first game. It is the early game, though. We said there is still always seemingly a timer when you're facing against JDG. And while I still think the combos want to have a little bit of success early for JDG, they are just so mechanically good when it comes to the 5-on-5s. You'll see if LPC's lead, Meteor's lead, can be enough to bridge that gap.
Okay, so what's next on the table? Second Herald spawning. JDG have themselves a bit of vision towards that top side. This could be a moment for them. LGD, they've been playing around their own vision for a little while. They do see Kanavi there, though, and that is very close onto the clock.
Very, very close. Meteor's very close also to a fourth stack here on the Kindred. Trying to unlock some extra potential. Take the chains off, if you will. But so far, needing to actually find a little bit of presence around this
Oh,
next
actually,
Rift Herald.
that's a mark on the top scuttle. That's going to be 4 marks off of that scuttle. That's it. So
he won the
of course,
RNG finally.
Well, that gives you a lot of extra stats. Trying to see maybe if they can maybe just get the ult out of 369, chooses to go away from that. But anyway, I tried to make this point a little earlier, but then we're rudely interrupted by Fairness ulting Kanavi around red buff. But there's a lot of stats you get from Kindred marks. You get Q attack speed, your W's percent HP damage when the Wolf chomps, and then the execute from your E is also increased per mark. And that's not on the 4th mark, that's every single mark. Meteor getting 4 marks early also gets that attack range increase, but all of those stats adding up means it's actually quite dangerous to fight around even like something this Herald. JDG, they might go for it anyway, but
They're
I don't
pulling
know
the
how
trigger.
wise this is.
They are bringing in the flanks, but LGD a little bit caught out here. LPC's just by himself in the pit. Knight's looking, Knight's hunting. He just completed the looting, but on the other side, he got the at least a fight going through. I thought Knight was going to go where he can't join in. That means LGD are moving forward. They have now peeled enough for LPC that they have a front to back. He's got chakrams going, and the Rift Herald is now the focus for LGD. They secure it, and what a scrappy team fight from them.
I mean, Ruler can't do anything at this point in the game. You need to be late game Jinx to deal with a Mordekaiser that starts locking you up in that ultimate. That ultimate could have gone into Kanavi. It could have gone onto any number of people. It goes onto the AD carry, though. And as you're rightly saying, LPC gets to start firing across with those chakrams as well. LGD, I think they're probably walking away from that one with a bit of an unexpected victory, because why are JDG contesting this one? Maybe you think Knight can do a little bit more in the start of this play, but Knight isn't even in this fight, not really starting to deal damage at any kind of important point. Missing, gets shut down very, very early on. 369 doesn't get a huge amount of value, and JDG feels like they're just going to sleepwalk into a lost fight.
Does seem that way, and honestly, LPC is stepping up in this moment. It's huge, and LGD are going to go from strength to strength from that one and take a 3rd dragon. That gives them so much decision-making power here on the Rift.
It is the Cloud Dragon, which a lot of the time Cloud Dragon feels a bit meh on certain champions. And, you know, we've had this back and forth for a number of years now about, is Cloud Dragon useful? Is Cloud Soul useful? And I'll say, regardless of the meta it's been in, Mordekaiser has always been one of the best Cloud Soul users. You pop that ult and someone starts getting locked in the Thunderdome with you. Like, what do you do when he's running at you with that much extra move speed? You pop the Ghost from the Jinx, and it means nothing. Ruler is not going to be able to disengage from that, nor is anyone else from JDG very easily. Fairness, for one, going to be very happy if that one gets on the table early.
Truly will, and it's about kind of those little moments in these team fights, but especially JDG just on the back foot here. Not something we've seen them in the case of often with this kind of composition, but we are getting to a point, you have to talk about it, where we have seen LGD struggle with the macro decisions later on. Now, they've set themselves up for success here. 3 dragons in a row gives you so much power, but they're going to have to get these resets off, try to get these item spikes going, which you're seeing second item completions now come up for a majority, at least for Meteor and LPC, and that's going to be a big spike for them. Still a while to go.
We've got second items with Gale Forces in for both of our AD carries now, basically looking at each other on the tab menu and just going, huh, they're building that, I guess I'll do that one too. But with the upfront burst you have of the... yeah, exactly right. I still haven't seen the new movie. I've heard it's very, very good. Looking forward to it. Gotta go for that one at some point. But with the Storm Razor kind of slight slow and extra burst coming through for it, and then also the execute damage of the Gale Force as well, while the consistent DPS might not be as high as some other AD carry item builds, the burst coming out of these two items, very, very high, especially for this moment in time, and no one on the side of JDG is really set up to deal with it that well. Kanavi was looking for a potential flank at that point, doesn't choose to pull that trigger. Second Herald is in the hands of LPC. That's why everything is kind of zeroing in towards this mid lane. If you take down this mid lane out of turret as LGD, that Blitzcrank is going to be very hard to deal with.
It's just a robot and his 2 assassins. I guess 3 of them now. Because literally they're just trying to find Jin Zhao's rocket grabs, and whoever gets grabbed by that, you're probably going to die. I'm just going to say that right now. We do get that Rift Hero pop for a little bit of pressure from LGD in mid lane.
That's the Sepia mod activated. See if Jin Zhao can find anything here. You're really looking to set up for the Blitzcrank if you can. Herald finally going to be dropped in here, but JDG, both solo laners roaming towards the mid lane.
Actually, see a potential area for a trigger pull from JDG, but they're not going to do it. We're going to get the hover from LGD up the top side of the map. And they will be hovering around this Baron where it looks awfully tempting, don't it?
Look, it's LPL. We're past 20 minutes. It's Act 2. Baron is alive. And when you have so many AD carries on the board, the DPS gets pretty high onto that.
They're just hovering it. They're just waiting. They're like,
Well, they absolutely
they
should,
go.
because you have the Blitzcrank, you got the damage, you have the items. Why shouldn't you at least try and force JDG to burn something for this? They burned the Jinx Salt. They would have liked to teleport if at all possible. Not going to be able to do so. And LGD not willing to flip a game just yet. Only 2,000 gold ahead, which is kind of surprising given how we've been talking about the game. Like, wow, look at all these plays LGD have been doing. It's not out of control just yet. And I think LGD correctly sensing the state of the game and saying, look, we're not completely out of the woods just yet. Let's not try and flip it on a Baron.
And exactly, because JDG will capitalize on a single misstep and just make you pay for it. Ruler might be 1-4. He's still Jinx. He's also still Ruler. Again, so
Yes.
you have to expect a lot to come out. And we had said from the very beginning, there is just a subliminal timer going on in this game where JDG will have to be in 5v5s, and that's where they thrive.
It's like I'll give you 3 free punches at me. Let's see what you can do. The 3 punches have happened, folks. My turn, says Ruler. He has himself almost up to that second item. LGD now just trying to defend their own mid out of turret, despite not having the Herald. JDG gonna take that first mid lane out of turret. 369.
Oh, flash out of Meteor there, and then there is some hesitancies with a TP on the bottom side because Fearness gonna grab Ruler here, looking for the one-on-one. Now Ruler's out of the fight for a while, but LGD need to follow up Fearness. Ruler's gone, and that means LGD's moving forward. Jin Zhao trying to find an angle here, but so is Hai Chao. Can't get that charm, but this tower will fall.
Okay, let's just revisit that other thing. So like, aha, Ruler's online now. He still has to deal with the Mordekaiser. Fearness does a great job of getting that teleport across, making sure that Ruler cannot escape. And now with the Dragon spawning in 10 seconds, despite losing the initial mid lane out of turret, a bit worried for how JDG were getting easy inroads, they might get themselves a free soul off of this.
That's so big. Cloud Soul going over to a double marksman comp. 369 was fishing, but he will come up with no fish today. That is the soul, but that also means a 6-minute timer for an Elder Dragon. And I'm starting to get the vague whiff of some burgers.
Well, actually, at this point, when you see it's a pretty decent comp with a lot of ranged characters that can stay in range and kite more effectively with that Cloud Soul, with the Mordekaiser, which is one of the best users of the move speed as well. That's definitely something to take into account in that front. But yes, JDG, they would really find themselves in a point where they need to start making themselves some plays now. They can't keep sliding all these advantages away. It's to the Baron they go.
Well, I said we had burgers, and now we're flipping them. 369 trying to get a flank over here on the other side while JDG is forcing the hand of LGD. This is so like JDG. Let's hand check and see what happens. Meteor's waiting over the side. I think JDG are going to pull back. He's the only one in the pit. Meteor's going to tank it now as well, taking the damage. He's looking for the Baron steal, and now he gets it. Kanavi in that Death Realm will signal the end for him, and LGD with the Gale Force from Meteor. Ruler, you're all alone. And that's huge for LGD, who continue continue to rampage all over JDG.
Where were you when JDG got absolutely demolished by LGD in this first game? LGD, a team that we've criticized for being imprecise at different points in the game. Sometimes it's the early game, sometimes it's mistakes later on. In this one, they've stuck to their guns, haven't overforced the issue, and now they find themselves in a pretty great spot against the reigning champions of MSI and the LPL.
And I can appreciate the attempt here from JDG to try to just force the hand of LGD, but they picked this fight apart so cleanly.
Well, also, I mean, I think it's great in terms of if you consider the state of the game and you kind of just put a post-it over the champions and think, okay, yeah, taking the Baron at this point, you need to force something. You're forcing a major objective against a Mordekaiser ult and then the Kindred ult as well. 2 ways to make that secure that much harder and elongate the fight against better items from LGD. Doesn't work out for them. JDG was a low percent chance opportunity, which they handily lose. And now that Elder Dragon, it can't come soon enough. 3.5 minutes, that's not going to be anywhere near the time of like the Baron overlap as well. LGD going to get full use out of this Baron buff, and then they can reset, and then they can go back out onto the map. JDG, this is dire straits for them.
And the rest of this gold here and the rest of the Baron buff is going to give 3 item spikes to Meteor. You're already on 3 item spikes for LPC, but they also could just get lasting damage onto the base of JDG. And while you do get that Rabadons for Knight, it just feels like paltry prizes comparatively to what LGD is rocking right now. That'll be a tier 2 down, and Haichao is looking for a charm. You also have Fearness in mid lane, barreling down a tier 2.
Banshee's Veil on the Ahri makes it much harder for Knight to get a burst trade onto Haichao, and also means that Haichao can set up for the double AD carries and that Blitzcrank as well. Very much on utility duty, but in this game has huge value. Now LGD crushing in across multiple lanes on the 2 of them. You can't really shut down the Mordekaiser. He'll ult someone away, turn it into a 1v1. How much can you do on this bot side? Rule's getting caught.
Haichao not going to hit one of those, but does a lot of damage anyways. And now he's looking back at Ruler again with the Spirit Rushes. Kanavi, who's caught out yet again. The charm doesn't connect, but around the corner is Fearness, who's getting this inhib tower here as well. So that'll be 2 lanes busted open by LGD.
Teleport, despite the desperation, Haichao can TP back in. What can Knight do?
Moonlight Vigil for an LPC. Luckily, it's Melio. We got a lot of healing. Knight a little bit worried to go in after that, as he will back away from Fearness, and that should be back stopped. But the empowered back should come out. It's not. Is it up? He got it.
Oh, just about gets the empowered recall off. I was wondering if it would be denied long enough, but still, LGD clean, considered play. They're not overforcing. Despite the fact that it might have looked like that in the base, and think, that's a flash blown, they didn't hit the skill shots, they still realized that they were safe. And that's the very important thing there. There was no real threat of a huge engage coming in from JDG. I think Fearness had enough eyes on Kanavi to make sure that the Wukong wasn't making a mess of things, and they also still blew a couple of resources from Ruler. If they hit those skill shots, could have been the end of the game. Either way, it was a bit of a free play. Now LGD still in a very good spot, getting their resets, getting the item completions, and getting back out onto the map.
And what a game plan so far from LGD. They knew they needed to focus around what bot lane was going to have. They put so much safety there. They were double warding. They were having Meteor focus down there. Because if you get this double marksman comp off the table or off the ground running, it looks so good. And yeah, Knight's just caught out here all by himself. That's the side lane catch-out classic. And Haichao picks up the kill.
It is, but now without Knight, what can JDG do? I don't think they have the damage to defend the base. Even if Knight wasn't wave clear, he was a bit of threat to keep JDG pinned back. They have their Nexus towers, and that's it.
And just like that, LGD on the doorstep of JDG in this game 1. Big triple knockup with the Mega Death Rock. He got the Lambs Spike coming out, though, and Ruler just needs to get a little bit excited, but he has no more front line as they've overextended. And Ruler not going to get grabbed just yet. Try to pop back some rockets. The Moonlight Vigil goes a little bit wide. But in game number 1, LGD with reservation, but clear-cut decision-making will put JDG on the back foot with LPC's performance. They take down Missing one more time. They want these kills. They want the mental dip. And LGD finish off game 1 against JDG.
14th place in spring. That's where we saw LGD last time we left off. Coming into summer, had some mixed results, but they take down the reigning champions in this first game of this series. And it was a good game. Yeah, don't get me wrong, JDG had a lot of mistakes that they made. It did feel like there was some disrespect, particularly coming in from Ruler, that time where he died under turret, then died on his way back to lane. It felt like the team wasn't supporting this bot side when they were put under huge amounts of pressure. But some individual mistakes, some macro mistakes, put JDG into a position which even they could not team fight themselves out of.
But as I was saying in the game as well, it's just that clear-cut game plan from LGD. They get these marksman comps for Meteor. They find a little bit of something through Fearness, but it is LPC and the help, the lifting up that Jin Zhao does. It was actually incredible. And we had some fears of what LGD could do against JDG. And honestly, those fears right now are going over to JDG's side.
And that's crazy to think of, but just another day in the LPL, I suppose. Despite the fact that JDG were the team that would just do away with any team below them in the standings, they struggled a little bit against some of the top teams very early into spring. They did away with that at some point too. Coming into summer, coming back from MSI, maybe a bit of an MSI hangover there. LGD proving a team worthy enough to take a game off of them. Crazy.
Yeah, and also through LPC, who was the Joy Dream, which is the LDL roster of JDG last year. So incredible stuff, especially. And I love to see that they played through that bot lane and found those successes, because we heard from Jin Zhao that it is so important. And while the sleeping beast might be awoken now for JDG, we'll see what their answer is in game number 2. I'm still so proud to highlight a lot of LGD's successes, because this is something they've been building to, right? They have been dragging out fights. They've been trying to find this first win of the season. They just haven't found that success yet. And especially, you know, wanting to find that success through these powerful pieces and Meteor's crazy draft picks.
For sure. That's our post-game graph. And, you know, we looked very early into this draft and said, oh, the Milio's been given over. That's a problem, very high priority. But then you get a couple of picks in and you start seeing the plan from LGD, which is, look, we know we're going to give you a lot of your comfort, a lot of your iconic picks. I mean, Knights LeBlanc, it's fairly iconic. Kanavi, best Wukong in the world. 369, similar kind of tails across the board. But they say, look, we have a plan which can flip the game early. It can make the game non-standard and not about just standing around in 5v5s and looking for that initiation in the way that JDG have been so good about playing around. LGD, they don't let JDG get to a stable point, and despite the fact that there were a couple of worries, particularly with 369 getting some good trades early, LGD really stick the landing.
All I'm saying is 0 deaths between Fearness, High Shout, LPC. That's textbook, my friend. That is textbook. And I just think that LGD have a lot going off that game 1, but I do still want to say sticking to this plan, right? They still need to execute another game.
And this is the thing, right? You know, JDG, they've got the little devil kind of sign. Maybe the book that they've been reading from, that textbook, maybe it's some exorcism. We'll have to see if they can stick that one in the second game, though. I need to replenish some of those holy water supplies, see what they can get out.
Yeah, you're hoping for some fresh reinforcements there, but we will see what happens as we will be getting to our second game in Beijing in JDG's home arena after a short little break here. We'll see if they can come back.
Not where that spawns. That's not where that spawns. Look at him on the camera. He took his hands off the keyboard and everything. He is chilling right now. He is chilling. There's only so much I can do, and here we go. Will this work? Will it work? Will it work? It will! And that's what you want to be seeing, Igao. Patient as ever.
Back now, yeah, we made it. We're back now, yeah, we made it.
九董先往前进，给到非常的伤害 ，poke 一下。这个位置看先锋队友是谁的，有没有惩戒？鬼温先进人堆了，
又抢到了宁王，而且大招过去直接开赚。
哇，这人堆已经打得很混乱了，格力在疯狂的偷伤害，256点到了格温，但正面还有个满血泽力加小猫咪，所以上有点不太够，被震回来了。厄斐琉这个点上有点高，
有机会追。
格力还有第2周目，再往里给伤害，没有把厄斐琉斯击倒，残局厄斐琉斯有几宝还在拉扯，后续的9桶带着小猫咪应该要撤退，但是被困在碾到脸上 ，Q3命中，厄斐琉斯再点个人头，要五杀了吗？就在夏季赛的第1天。 5杀
goes for Tien. He's not winning that 1v1. Scout now joining into the play cycle and is there, but the culling. Scout knocked up and Tien's got a stopwatch. Scout has to turn golden as well. This is absolute carnage. Jagalov getting onto Scout, though he's over the wall and taking down Moonlight Mitchell. Gala! That was gorgeous! And now onto Mark as well. He steps into LNG and he steps up in the fight. Rookie fleeing through the mid lane, but Tarzan's got him, and it's a triple for Gala.
德善路遇卡纳维，先减速给上，大招直接撞起来，卡纳维是有大招的，可以走。但是369到场，先开没有大招，369反击风暴结束，烂这波输出位置还可以，369开始，卡纳维这种这个大招打3个，第一时间第一条命已经被打出来了，厄普留斯需要往后拉扯一下，营业的效果很不错，这波 AOE 烂着直接拉满了，重新站起支持配合德善，拿下 double kill， 狐狸越墙而过来，卡纳维也要被留下。
Okay, press the alarm. Shadow with a double cyclone, almost dying here, but whoa, Mako, it looks good, but the rest of the team are like, where are you going, brother? Angel jumping in now, has the buy time, he's already found one, the Heartbreaker, not hitting, but they know where he is. Nice lens from Jedge as he gets a reset, Nala, he's taken on the whole world, he survives, and up again! Oh, you gotta love Nico!
塔上也是死血的，
但是利物这里可以点，
利物这边点塔速度很快啊，再拖点2枪。
而且他有坠鸣的，
杰杰在侧面交一个大招，自己还死了。波夫的第2个大招已经好了，过程中利物这边被带走，没有人去点基地啊，只剩一个 Fofo， 根本点不动。
面对京东战队的话，我们失误少一点是可以的。面对 NET 选手的话，有一点小压力。新的赛季的话， 目标就是先进个季后赛。新版本的话，仪式章节降价呀，就可以更早出，然后推线更快。Nico 的话现在是 T0先把，打谁都可以推。玩 Nico 的话就多变队友吧，然后注意进场时机，然后多绕后，走着瞧。
Everyone, we are here for, maybe, if you're an LGD fan, the culmination of this second series of the day, as LGD have given a haymaker straight to JDG in game number 1, but we're expecting a rising beast occasion here for JDG to come back into it. I'm Mazel, I'm joined by Nymera, and none other than Meteor will be grabbing MVP for game number 1 on his Kindred.
Oh yeah, this pick really worked out. Was constantly going towards that bot side of the map, making sure that Ruler never had items, never had a chance to stabilize and get towards those team fights. It was not a free ride into that mid game, and a lot of that was Meteor just being in the right place at the right time to punish.
It's also just about waiting out the later RNG, not the early RNG. But the double marksman composition comes alive for LGD yet again, and it's been something they go back to consistently. And enabling Jin Zhao with this Blitzcrank pick, it just plays straight into that.
Usually so, and it goes again to see how well LGD has prepared for this series, and how apparently JDG was just not prepared for that in their own way. We've come to know JDG as a very indomitable team, a team that really, it felt like there were so few options against them, but I think it goes to show how scary it can be playing in a league like the LPL, where teams which finished 14th in the split before can come out with performances like this.
It was about the preparation and the game plan execution towards bottom lane. So much pressure given from Meteor down there, but as well as Jin Zhao. And you see some life given from JDG, even though it didn't seem like they had much left in the tank. It was still a very aggressive composition from JDG, and it's something where, you know, they didn't give themselves a safety net in the mid lane. They really needed to have Knights LeBlanc have a little bit of gold under her belt, and they didn't necessarily have that, so it took away a lot of decision-making and options for them.
Yeah, and honestly, I think the star of the show, which is not shown in something like that kind of replay or kind of the player of the game, is the vision control from LGD was immaculate at every point in the game which it mattered. Particularly around that early phase of the game, you can see that Knight maybe would have had some options to make some plays. Knight was actually fairly impactful in regards to getting farm, having items, but had no window of opportunity to jump forward and do meaningful damage at a meaningful point in the game. Sure, you can throw a Q out, a chain out, something like that, but it wasn't getting a kill in an important skirmish. It wasn't hopping over the back of a important fight and killing the AD carry. Tried to do that one time around that Herald. That went absolutely awfully, and the whole team fight fell apart because Knight was just stuck on the other side of the wall and no one else had any good damage as well. 369 was also zoned out. And that vision control from LGD was the absolute pinnacle of why JDG just couldn't land the knockout blows.
And I expect a continuation of that, but we will be looking at JDG on the blue side yet again. We'll see if the changes in draft come in the priority early on, but specifically the double marksman comp, does Meteor go for a Kindred, a Grave, something like that to still set this tempo? And how do Ruler and Missing find that safety in the bottom lane? Do they get the Lovers duo that they've played so much so far in this split?
Well, I do think that Zera comp, particularly in the hands of Ruler, is something that you really can't underestimate. I don't know whether you're going to have yourself another draft angle like this. And this is the problem of playing a best of 3 format, is that you can't just have a flip best of 1. You need to have significant gas in the tank to see out an entire series. So, back onto the same sides. LGD not going to have to ban the Milio themselves because they see JDG ban it on blue side. Now that is some emotional damage because they've shown that they can deal with it with the Blitzcrank, shown they can deal with it with their own game plan. Now can they do the same, not knowing the matchup in bot side so early on?
I also love the Kindred ban towards Meteor. Still think he has a lot of options on the table, so this one is not that big, but Cassante makes it through this time. And that is a powerful piece for JDG to put out on the board.
Yeah, 369, Knight, either of those players of that champion feel fairly terrifying on the other side. Annie also being let through the draft currently as well. There's a chance that Haichao picks that up. But if you don't pick it up here from LGD, there's a chance that you let through Annie, Cassante, which were two of the champions which JDG really used to great effect around both their championship run in the LPL and then their tournament at MSI as well. Nico also on the table though, so Haichao going to pick up another game of that.
It's there and it's strong. Pick it. You have some really good wombo
Wow,
combo here with the Wukong as well.
You have such a way with words and logic.
Yeah, hey, I know, you know, I'm a play-by-play for a reason. All right.
So what's the saying again? Those that can't play cast, those that can't cast play.
Awkward turtle. Anyways, another awkward turtle is the fact that we were just highlighting it, but guess who gets their duo? It's the lovers in the bot lane, Ruler and Mystic.
Yeah, you highlighted that one before, so Ruler and Missing are going to get that one, and that's a much harder bot lane matchup to crack on the side of LGD. What do you pick into that? Do you feel confident enough to pick out another Blitzcrank into any sort of lanes, or really was it the Milio which made it much easier to pull off that combo beforehand?
And now it's about looking at how much pressure they can kind of dissuade on this bottom side with that lovers duo there. And now with the Gnar on the other side as an answer into the Cassante, we are looking at honing down. First and foremost, the bot lane is going to be the focus for JDG, but it's definitely these solo lanes and specifically this mid lane for LGD as they ban away the Annie.
I think the Annie was the easy takeaway. Knight, probably the best player of that in the world. Very, very clutch on that in very important team fight moments. So you still have the likes of Ahri available. You could lock that in, even despite the Wukong and the Vi, which are two of the primary pairings being taken away. That's been bad away as well. So now you're looking back towards a couple of... You don't really have a champion now that's going to be hyper mobile and safe, and then also get priority. You're going to have to choose safety or priority, one of the two. Against something like that, Nico, gonna have to really see what Knight thinks about that matchup, see if there's anything you can really abuse that Nico in the mid lane with.
I expect there's some answers here for sure, as would love to see kind of the aspect of Knight come through on this one. I think he had such a blow up in MSI. Finally, the Knight that was promised coming through. But we actually get the Ezreal that was not promised coming into this one as LGD look all last, but it is the Ezreal locked in.
Okay, so Ezreal has a number of different builds you can... I mean, it's Ezreal. You always have builds that you can go, but definitely been seeing... there's a notable Ezreal main on the US server called Dragdar that's been posting a lot about how Ezreal is in a very good spot right now, and there are a lot of very cool combos you can pull out with this one. It did feel like in spring, Ezreal was one of those champions which... If you made one mistake, a champion like a Jinx or an Aphelios would just take over the game. A champion like Ezreal, though, in the current iteration, has a lot of ability to play very early lanes very well. He's one of the strongest level 1 and 2 champions in the game. And then also with the current itemization, have a lot of flexibility later into the game to deal with many types of team compositions.
Well, we got our team composition set for JDG. At least they got the Syndra for Knight. And they got the Sejuani for Kanavi, so a lot of facilitation possible. But honestly, a lot of late game looks for JDG at this point. We'll see the Karma locked in last for LGD.
Classic bot. This is a really classic bot lane matchup. In fact, Ruler, back when he earned his skill on his skin on this champion, the Zyra Khan versus the Ezreal Karma, that was one of the biggest matchups of the era. Very strong level 1 lane from LPC and Din Zhao. And as soon as you get to the point where you get something like a Mikhail's coming in from that support, you're really starting to struggle as JDG to close down something like this Ezreal. I almost wonder if LPC is in a really good spot to have another great carry performance. JDG, they cannot afford to let this Ezreal get a lot of gold, because given this composition, there isn't a lot which can get to him if that initial engage fails.
And while I do think JDG are opting into their style by saying, we're going to make it to the late game and then you're going to pay, that is an opt-in for them. And I think it is a tried and true direction. But after that first game, right, I was kind of wondering if JDG were just going to try to come out swinging. But it looks like they're going to go tried and true. We have a bar of execution that is needed for LGD, but they have gotten a lot of the pieces they need to set up for success. And again, this is a roster that has been so close to finding their first series win of Summer's Play. If they did it against JDG, oh my God. What a way, what a world, and what a future for LGD as they are going to have to scrap it out. They're going to have to try to finish out this second game. You do not want to give those mistakes over to JDG as we're going to be loading into game number 2 now. We'll get those gyos ringing in JDG's home arena.
JDG needing those chances a little more than they did at the start of this series before that point. Now staring down what potentially could be a 2-0. They lost that first game, and honestly, given these team compositions coming into this one, gonna have to rack their brains a little bit about how to deal with LPC's Ezreal, particularly with Triforce being such an incredibly strong item right now. If you're an AD carrier which can use it, definitely worth picking that one up, and can be your route to success, particularly when they change the passive of the kind of the stacking AD and move speed from 3-second duration to 5 seconds. Trying to disengage from a champion in a team fight in a laning phase, very difficult to do so. On top of the fact that Ezreal has always been a soft counter to Xayah because you outrange her auto attack range with your Q and she can't always get the best combo onto you. LPC, again, eyes on this Ezreal, despite him being against Ruler, has a good route in this game.
Indeed, and Meteor going to set the tempo towards bottom side. He's going for an invade, try to get some vertical jungling going against Kanavi here potentially, or maybe just an early wraparound on a Mysticat Ruler. That will be the focus for LGD this game, absolutely. And it's just about putting the pieces in the right place.
Question is, what can you do with this bot side focus from Meteor? If you get a wave bounce back, got a good timing from Ruler and Missing, and you don't eat a 2-person mantra Q that Soul Flat, you can maybe get the wave to...
Man.
This is so awkward now, though.
Mind.
No, but this is so awkward because what Missing and Ruler were looking to do was get a good bounce back of the wave to make sure that the wave could be closer to their turret at a kind of timing when Meteor will be looking towards them. They failed to push that wave in completely. They eat a double Karma Q just as they come back from it, so they take some poke, and now the wave is going to be in an awkward spot. They're going to get out XP'd. You see that level 2 hit from the Ezreal Karma already, and they're not going to be able to respond to the first plays of the game should they start happening in LGD's favor.
I actually did not see a single ping come out from LGD around there. I think Kanavi was in vision at that last second, but I don't know if anybody saw him. He will get that response on the top side as Meteor has gone back to his side. Again, this vertical jungling starting to take place here. And just there's a constant pressure from Jin Zhao. And I got to ask really quick on this bottom side matchup, especially the Karma coming into this. Not something we've seen necessarily prevalent, but I was honestly hoping for something with like a little bit of engage potential, but right now it's just oppressive.
I mean, do you need engage if Ezreal hits skill shots? That's the thing. With a champion like Ezreal, you don't always need to pin someone in place. It's very dependent on the skill of your Ezreal. So LPC, again, a lot of importance on him.
Oh, congratulations tonight for 500 games in the LPL. Huge stuff.
It's a heck of a milestone. Would really liked it not to be an upset victory for LGD that he claims that accolade in. But again, we're seeing Ruler stuck at level 1. Double buff on Meteor. Ruler, he can't walk up to this. No one's coming down to help them either.
They got Kanavi. He's coming up the wave. He's coming up the lane. He's just a slow Poro, okay? He's just got to walk his way there. LPC doesn't really have an exit strategy here. He did end up burning that heal, didn't have to burn the flash, and it's a little bit finicky on the bottom side. Okay,
Kanavi actually did make it in time. I was wondering if LGD could pull the trigger, maybe blow the flash on Ruler just for that point. So heal for Ignite traded, but LPC was going to recall anyway, so the chunk in the HP doesn't really lead to anything beyond that point. LPC gets himself that tier, gets himself a longsword. It's not like Ruler has himself an item advantage beyond that point, at least at this point anyway. LGD feels like mission accomplished from the first few waves. Ruler once again put in an awkward spot in early game.
It's 2 games in a row now, and it's just LGD realizing where their
can't keep
point of
getting
pressure
away with
needs to be. They can't keep getting away with it over and over again.
They absolutely could. It's really difficult to just retrain stuff that you've gotten used to after all this time. It was like when Zoe came into the mid lane meta, which was one of my least favorite times in League. I was not a fan of that one. You had to realize that using an offensive summoner against Zoe gave her more damage too, which was really annoying to get used to. We kind of got used to it a little bit more after this point, but similar kind of thing, counting your minions, making sure you have eyes on Nico if at all possible. It's just so hard to train that overnight.
It really is. Now, actually, you see Jin Zhao in a little wrap around here. Try to get as much damage on Ruler as possible. Actually, going to connect the chain. Just try to hit the damage down as well. The Mantra Q. And they are pressed so far into the tower. They are already down so heavily in CS. Kanavi, he's got to pull the escape rope here. He's got to find something for this bottom lane to stand on.
Misses the knockup as well. Don't lead to anything, but LGD, this Ezreal Karma has always been one of the most dominant bot lane CVTs that we know in League history. It's always cropped up from time to time. Seeing it again against the Ezreal, seeing against the Isaiah Rakan in a very important game for LGD. What an upset it would be for them. Gives them that early game pressure, gives them the ability to go towards this first dragon as well. So Meteor going to pick up that objective for the team. LGD, again, really have to stress how much of a unexpected performance this has come out of them, but they are really earning these early game victories for themselves.
And you have to give so much credit to the prep and the strategies coming into this one. I think it's just been incredible to see, especially where LGD have had so many question marks in their 3 series losses already in the split, where it's just like, where is the front line going to come from? Where's the initiation? Who's going to be the shot caller? But they've found a strategy here against JDG that's working out for them. Kanavi will continuously hover down here now, though, with all this pressure, trying to help out Ruler. But that dragon, though, Meteor is setting that pace on the neutral objective.
You'll notice though at the top of the screen, once again, much like that last game, the gold is not really reflecting what we consider to be quite a strong lead at this point. Meteor does find Kanavi in the jungle, probably going to just queue over that wall, so will do safely. However, Haichao has a move towards this bot side, has flash, has ult. Ruler does not have ult, very importantly. This could be a game-turning play if LGD choose to pull the trigger.
Knight's coming down. They do land more damage on the Kanavi. Missing, just try to dodge out. Knight is here. They need to know. Okay, now they know he's there. They're going to turn around. LPC can't really get to the fight over here, but he's going to crash this big wave and just try to pick off Kanavi as he can get him. That's the auto attack of first blood for LPC. They're going to find more. Oh my goodness. It's tragedy struck again for JDG. Knight should clean this one up with the power at least. Does he get cleaned up too? He's got the minions. They are blocking. Jin Zhao's trying to chase him down with the Root Hill Flash to make sure he can connect it. LPC doesn't have the damage just yet, though. And Knight is the lone survivor of what has wrought in bot lane.
But once again, the big loser of this play is Ruler. Ruler is sat 2 levels down behind LPC. LGD, they have come in with a strategy, and that is make Ruler's life hell. He doesn't have nearly enough XP or HP to outplay this. Haichao probably didn't even need to pull that ultimate at that point. Takes one too many tower shots. This could have been a very clean 3 for none. I understand the need to. I understand going forwards with that ult. In retrospect, it's a lot easier to tell at that juncture. But still, LGD walking away with multiple kills, walking away with taking summoners away from JDG, coming back with items in inventory too. LGD really starting to make things hurt around the bot side of the map from JDG.
Yeah. And what I love so much about this strategy, and you know, this is me reading way too much into it, but last year, LPC was the understudy of JDG, right? He was the LDL talent with JDG's roster. And I especially love that he gets over to LGD this year when Ruler comes over to JDG. He's like, you know what? I'm going to show up against this guy. I'm going to say, you should have promoted me. But no, it is Ruler, and he's going to have a lot to say back.
I have missed story time with Lizelle. It was one of my favorite pastimes in spring. Glad to have that one back. Get that one on audiobook. Kanavi was spotted around this bot side. It's one of the few times that JDG have had a chance to push in this bot side. Pulled.
That's a big combo with that charm as well in LPC. You might have the ulti, but Ruler wants to clap back a little bit here. What auto attack from Kanavi. That'll be a double kill for the jungler of JDG.
Oh man, LGD, they can't get out from under that turret. Important kills back. You do end up blowing a lot of ults for it on JDG, but just as we were saying, LGD hurting the bot side of JDG. The gold gets a little bit more in track at that point. Ruler managing to claw something back. Much needed at this point. JDG finally getting something going for themselves.
And that's the comp that they've kind of drafted for themselves. Just bear the brunt of this early game and try to make it to those late games we know them for. But this needed to happen. This was an emergency escape coming through for JDG, and they actually were able to get something out of it. While the gold didn't go to Ruler, still big.
LPC played that about as well as you can, buffering through the CC with his ultimate. So at least, like, if you're CC'd, you're still trapped in your animation. You're not really wasting any time. But at that point, it's kind of a done and dusted. You don't have the items just yet. Later into the game, we'll see if you can do something similar. But for now, not to be. 369 pulled that ult towards top side. He's doing well on this Cassante matchup. Have to keep an eye on him. I do think if there's anyone that can chase down the Ezreal, it probably is the Cassante with a million dashes. One Arcane Shift is not normally enough to see you to safety. And with him getting advantage, that could be JDG's answer to late game Ezreal team fights.
He's trying to get every single possible advantage you can before, you know, LGD is going to force the hand, right? Last game, they had so much control around the Dragons. We're actually getting a little bit of picture-in-picture of the ulti trades in top side of the map. But they had so much control. We were, you know, lauding them for their vision early on, but especially around those early stacking Dragons. And now they have the Rift Herald, but they're also posturing very heavily, trying to get this vision down around this bottom side.
Well, Dragon is spawning the next 10 seconds. That would be 2 Dragons for LGD if they were to claim that one. JDG would not really want to give that one away for free. Meteor has that Herald, though, that can draw the eye of JDG somewhere else if they so wish. They threw it down mid lane a couple of times in game 1, or at least the one Herald that they did. They threw it in towards that mid lane turret with plates currently available. It would be very important to get that tower a little lower, particularly because once laning phase and bot side ends, you do tend to go towards that mid lane siege.
Meteor, Pop Blossom on a 2, and that could be it. Meteor gets it on the Knight. Kanavi missing that initial engage spelled doom for the JDG mid laner.
Knight still didn't have flash from earlier plays at that point. LGD find themselves a bit of a play out of nowhere. Wouldn't have thought JDG would have committed to that quite so hard, especially with Meteor having the Herald in pocket. You lose a play like that, it leads to that Herald being much easier dropped elsewhere, and as you can see, it's heading towards his bot side. More gold to the Ezreal.
Yeah, they could just take this tower if they get a little bit more damage onto it. But that charge could be huge. They don't have the minion wave, sadly,
teleport
though.
behind. They're highlighting that. There it is. Here comes 369. Oh, rather, that's Knight. That's Knight coming in the Syndra.
That's an early charm, though. The quickness is so big, and LPC's just down. That is big damage, but a double TP in response from LGD. They lose all the pressure around the map, and that's a heck of a trigger pull.
That was, because that could have been a huge play for LGD in regards to getting plates and that first turret bonus onto the Ezreal. They managed to once again shut down LPC at an important point in time. He does get himself that Triforce on that death, but LGD fall prey to one of those teleports coming behind. Of course, it's there were some changes to Unleash Teleport. You can use it from 10 minutes now rather than 14 minutes. The extra timing window working in JDG's advantage.
It helps out. The little things, right? It's the little things. Meteor has completed some little things into a big thing. A Divine Sunder, at least.
I have heard that is... Wait, I mean, like, I don't quite understand how all of the components really... I'm not sure how, like, for instance, 2 sticks form a hat for Rabadons.
True.
That, to me,
Because
feels a
they're
little bit alien.
needlessly large. You have a lot of extra space.
But how does that work into coverable headwear?
I don't ask how the world works. I just watch it turn. All right?
It's like... what was the
Ignorance is
quote?
bliss.
It's like if people knew how laws were made and sausages were made, people wouldn't sleep at night. Famous quote from something.
There's a few things I know in this
sometimes
world.
I'm like, you know what? This processed food I'm eating, I'm happier not knowing where it comes from. I enjoy the taste too much.
Ooh, we got a 1v1 action at the top
Here we go.
369's looking for the solo onto Fearness. He's going to find it with that all out, but the nice knockback with the Maganar ulti. And here comes Meteor to be a little bit of a safety net for Fearness.
369 gonna regen up though during that time, so Fearness still has to set that. And look at 369 clearing that wave. Actually, looks like he's gonna be able to get himself a bit of those healing plants towards bot side. So, while all of this was happening, second dragon was ignored in the favor of more gold, which kind of makes sense when you're trying to get some key gold onto key carries like this Ezreal we've been highlighting over and over. But what that does mean is JDG manages to claim that second dragon, and the Infernal Rift comes into fruition.
And I'm just starting to have some, you know, foreshadowing worry that we are getting to where JDG's bread and butter is with this composition. Still a while off, right? But they have so much stability when it comes to 5-on-5s. And it's not like LGD have that same advantage they had last time. They're actually in a gold deficit because of the way that some of these solo lanes are going, particularly top lane. So it is starting to raise some question marks, maybe some question mark pings for LGD. But if they can tie this composition together and continue to get a lot of cohesion between Haichao and Meteor, that's going to be big. And speaking of cohesion, they need it right here.
So we've changed our lane allocations a little bit. Mid lane has gone towards bot lane. And these 80 carries, the support's heading towards this mid lane. Of course, that's one of the really important things that Ezreal was always very good at, sieging in that mid lane, safely wave clearing or poking under turret. But Kanavi finds a route into one of those side lanes. Of course, it's more about your supports roaming to that play, and that's where the Rakan has a bit more of that advantage, especially with Flash and the ult available.
And I'm starting to wonder the exact game plan for LGD's team composition when it comes to those 5-on-5s that we're kind of foreshadowing to, because they're going to need a very heavy front-to-back damage source, or I guess they're going to have one in LPC, but not necessarily kind of that pick potential. So is there a world where you see them winning just a straight-on front-to-back 5-on-5?
The 5v5, it's all LPC, baby. It has to be this Ezreal hitting like 2-3 items and going crazy. I mean, Ezreal in his current state is very strong, especially with the Trinity Force buffs and the like. Can see a lot of damage coming out of this character, but I think for me, it's more about how LGD thinks about their ranges, because if you're going into the Syndra and the Xayah, they're very good anti-dive champions. If you go too deep on that Wukong, there's a chance that you lose Meteor for free. Knight, going to spot that Meteor in that brush at that point. LPC trying to siege out once again. Second Herald has spawned. Kanavi pulls the ult.
Oh, they found the flank with Kanavi. Big Glacial Prison. They've already taken out Jin Zhao now. There's another TP from Fearless, but here comes 369. It's the double flank, and they're on to 4 members with the all. No! Oh, he doesn't go over the wall. LPC will flash away, and now LGD are looking for this front to back. Meteor tries to go in, tries to get the True Shot Barrage across, but LPC will go a little bit wide with that one.
Holy moly. So, Jin Zhao caught out of position. Karma has forever been the first target of these engages because she's easy to kill, even if she makes other people harder to kill in her own stead. And of course, that was a little bit what we saw about the worries we have of Ezreal versus a champion like Kasante. Often, something like your Arcane Shift is not enough to see you to safety. Has to use that flash, but not have that flash available for that next engagement. Was in a bit of an awkward position. Pushes up in that mid lane, but the play doesn't happen in the mid lane. LPC has to reposition himself, and now Knight's actually the one caught out.
They're catching out Knight. Haichao flashes for that Pop Blossom, and here comes Meteor to slam down the big old stick. Meteor gets that kill, and Knight gets caught in the side lane. They should be able to push this side tier 3 at least.
Okay, so outer turret likely going down, as you were saying. Have to see if this leads to something like that Herald as well. It's a lot of time spent, though, to take it to power. Also take that second Herald. See if JDG can use that time that LGD would to use if they went towards that. To make some big macro moves elsewhere. As we currently see JDG pushing in towards this mid lane, it is that push of war, or tug of war rather, between these two 80 carries, trying to chip down these mid lane outs turrets.
Man, I'm just looking at 369's health bar, and I'm like, how do you kill this man? You're going to need every single weapon in the arsenal here.
Mazel with difficulty.
Yeah. Not as hard to kill, though, will be the Rift Herald. This is another Rift Herald going down, but JDG this time trying to use this in the mid lane, I'm sure, break down that outer tower, get ready for this dragon fight in 50 seconds.
I think with the Nico ult down, being on red side, taking Herald as well, kind of difficult if you get pinned into that pit. LGD didn't have the time to take that top lane outer turret, and also the Heralds, they take that outer turret on that top side. Herald does go over to JDG. Maybe they can use that to break open this mid lane outer tower, though, which has been what Ruler has been working on for the last few minutes.
All right, you got the Muramana completed for LPC, so 2 item spike with that Trinity Force for the Ezreal. They'll, waiting for that build to really come online, but not a bad spike.
You know the Manamune and the Muramana, they're a reference to like a Japanese myth about 2 swordsmen, 2 master people who made swords, swordsmiths. A lot of people didn't realize that. There's Muramana and Muramasa, and the other guy I actually can't remember the name of. Anyway, reference to that. Got a big sword to bring to this one, though. 2 items has always been Ezreal's bread and butter. How much damage can LPC do, though? Big test for the Ezreal.
Was not a lot from that True Shot Barrage. The Rift Herald is going to be used as a distractionary tool in mid lane for JDG so they can position around this fight. And I just love We're getting a 5-on-5 here. Meganar early from Fearness. He is completely caught out in LGD. Now Meteor's caught out too. He's going to have to be careful one by one. The dominoes are starting to fall, and it's just the decisiveness from JDG that makes the difference, and they also catch out Jin Zhao. Ruler has come alive in this game number 2.
Knight gets a couple of stuns. LGD can't position correctly. Ruler has to force the ult, but it's not enough to see him go down.
Big knockback from Knight, buying a lot of time. LPC gonna burn that heal, but he comes all the same, and 369 picks out LPC. Big pop blossom, but it's not gonna be enough today. Scat of the week from Knight, and that's a full-on ace from JDG.
And suddenly, out of nowhere, JDG spring into life. LGD might have had themselves an angle if they could have arranged their team fight a little better, but Fearness just caught out in the middle of nowhere. LGD, they need to escape the initial engage, and LPC needs to be in range to do damage. Well, they don't escape the initial engage onto one of their targets, and regardless, Ezreal's not there to do damage. Why are LGD positioning so aggressively when their one true source of damage isn't in position? I can't tell you the answer to that one, but it really doesn't work out for them in this fight. And again, once you see LPC using that arcane shift, JDG knows go time as well. They can focus onto that Ezreal if they so wish. Gives them the green light to continue the siege.
And this is the JDG that we were so fearful of going into game 1 that we never saw, right? They just pick apart team fights. They pull it out of a rabbit out of the hat rather, and able to find a lot of those strengths through that decisive pick making.
Another pick.
And through Kanavi's Glacial Prisons, who he's taking a 1v4 now. A little bit of help from Missing, so 2v4. But it's still a lot of pressure subsided from JDG.
That it is. Now LGD are just really hoping that somehow this game gets extended to 3 items where LPC gets a Cyrilda's Grudge. I don't think there's any other way you're killing those tanks at this point. If you're ahead of the game, maybe you can rely on that second item. As it stands though, very difficult to do
wants
so.
the 2v1, baby.
And he's taking it. He's very happy to do so. Haichao might have an angle in mid lane. The Ruler's already safely off to top side of the map, and he won't find anything there either.
JDG is so scary, but 369 is such a giga chat right now on this Cassante. It made it through, it wasn't banned. And I think LGD might be rethinking that one. Haichao trying to make it away from Kanavi, who is also very tanky himself. And they're just trying to stop this siege of a tier 2 tower in topside.
Trying their best, but it's not like LGD are getting anything elsewhere. They often, when you're kind of withstanding a siege somewhere, you want to cross map, even if it is just to some degree, killing a wave somewhere. So your opponent doesn't pick up a wave as it dies to tower. Not even the case there. LGD just starting to bleed out very, very slowly. They don't have the damage right now to force fights, and JDG know it.
4,000 gold in the lead is JDG. They will not get that tier 2 in top, and Knight has stuck around, stacking up the Qs. Does get the knockback, Meteor. Just be a little bit more careful. And JDG got a reset on majority of members coming back on the map, trying to get this vision back out there.
Well, that vision, it's last game, you had that vision for the Blitzcrank and for the burst combos coming out for LGD. Honestly, vision at this point for LGD is, this might stop us from dying. It's very, very different, kind of the emphasis on what that vision is there for. Not that it makes it any less important, it's just a very different kind of thing, because that vision stops you getting picked up like that.
There's that decisiveness yet again, and I was questioning the Karma early on. It gets picked out yet again. LPC finally shows up. Pop Blossom's going to go way wide as Missing actually goes down. LPC will get that phase shift out of there, trying to get a re-engage as Kanavi. 369 is the scary member. They do get some good poke on a Kanavi. It's mid lane that JDG want.
Well, 369 once again happy to take a 1vx scenario. Says, okay, fine, I'll just stand here. Try and fight me if you can. At least LGD get 1 kill back, and that kill does go over to, I believe it went over to LPC. Would have been very important to do so at that point. 369 still has flash, still has ult. Could potentially shut down Haichao here.
Knight's coming around the corner too. These are two that you never want to see when you're all by your lonesome. I need to get away from this one. I try to play as a ward. Can't do it though. Haichao, you get all outed, and Kanavi gets the kill.
Sneaky, but not sneaky enough. Got further than I gave him credit for, at least. But not nearly the same level of Nico destruction that we've seen in earlier games and earlier even in the day. Teleports back in. It's that Baron which you can't let go down. But Jin Zhao, this Karma is absolute paper tonight on the Syndra.
Meteor's nowhere nearby to even have a say in this contest. That's Baron gone. Kanavi, he wants it!
Not again!
Guess who he finds? It's Jin Zhao again! LPC's by himself against Ruler. Ruler takes him out of the fight, takes him out of the game, and so too falls LGD 1 by 1.
That is unceremonious. I don't know what Jin Zhao's done in a past life, but his karma is looking pretty bad right now in multiple senses of the word. 0 and 5 taken down with extreme prejudice from Kanavi. Knight dies and then goes, huh, Medjay sounds like a good idea. A bit of a victory lap in that one. JDG really putting LGD to the sword.
The 369 just gonna chase down Haichao here, is not having a good game too either. And the duo of Ruler and 369 find a lot of pressure even after that fight. That means Kanavi, the king of the picks so far, sets the tempo of this one.
But this one is really threading the needle in just the most, like, painful way. Just slides around Fairness and goes, yes, my true target, the support I've been killing the whole game. Jinjo is just not able to play League of Legends. While all this is happening, it means that, hang on, that is a clutch ult from Ruler. I mean, he dove solo into the backline to kill his own target, gets away with a slick disengage after that point. JDG might have been half asleep in game one. They are well and truly awake as they put Jin Zhao to rest one more time.
Not again. Not like this.
Oh, make it stop.
So I'll just say, you know, karma comes very quickly. Not just the champion, because Jin Zhao on that Blitzcrank last game, I think he built up a lot of bad karma with JDG. They just came knocking.
Like, this guy must have been a Poro hunter or something like that in a previous life, because this Sejuani with that skin is really taking him to issue over that one. The JDG marching in towards the base, still have the last of their Baron buff, still have ultimates available should they wish.
And this is the JDG that was promised, that we've seen throughout this early split, even though they do have that one loss. We'll see Haichao with a nice fight back. He's still got a decent amount of damage coming out from Meteor, and JDG is punished as they overextended in their advantage here, trying to burst down those Nexus towers.
Let's see, I mean, Knight and Ruler are still alive, so it doesn't really change what you can do on the map from LGD. There's a lot of damage ready and waiting should you over-engage somewhere on the map, and as you can see, Knight hiding around the corner using the vision. If anyone gets caught out by Knight, they are 100-0'd completely.
As a stopwatch just purchased for Meteor, at least, you know, maybe a little bit of saving grace there, but we're truly looking at those 3 item spikes being so monumental for JDG now, and it just gives them all the power in the world to move forward, where we know if they have that power, it just looks so deadly. And while LGD, again, reminiscing on game number 1 a little bit, looked so good in that first game, it just felt like JDG didn't ever really wake up for the fight, and now they definitely woke up.
And like by the time they kind of realized they were in a very bad spot, the damage had already been done. Kanavi,
exactly. Like,
buddy, at some point you're gonna have to answer for your crimes against Support Nation, because Jin Zhao, like, he's leveling a complaint after this one. This one's cyberbullying.
Gosh, it is actually so dirty, and he just, again, has so much health, it doesn't matter. He just can walk up. Even Knight is playing so big. LPC is already out of the fight as Ruler's got the true focus. He's got a tier 2 tower now. Fearness getting engaged on Grand Entrance will not actually connect there. There's a couple tools utilized by JDG, means they back away.
They escape with their lives for now. That was that close to reaching that ultimate threshold execution from Syndra when you get up to those 100 stacks. You get that. You get half a death cap when you get 120. Knight has that anyway. So powerful on the Syndra. LPC very lucky to get away with his life.
Again, JDG overextended last time they were in this kind of position, but they're just looking to take down the last tower and bottom side at least. And try to get another inhib open, as now it's Fearness stacking up the Meganar. Wondering if they can pull the trigger on something and catch out at least JDG with something. Okay. LPC gonna stop the backs. No, you don't get that quick back. But we do actually want to see now renewed pressure from JDG as they have TPs available. They can utilize that so well, and here it comes.
So this half health turret, Fearness goes in.
Fearness not going to get the engage he wanted. Here comes Meteor. Another domino to the party. He got a backline access from Haichao, but one by one they fall just like they were planned to. JDG wiped the floor with LGD, and there's only one last hope. It's LPC, and you're not getting out of this one. The Ezreal had come through for game 2, and we're right back to JDG's home court advantage.
Valiant attempts by Fearness to try and buck the engage by JDG, but they're the ones who are thrown from the saddle. Nexus falls, going to a game 3, and as it always happens in best of 3s, if you don't have the gas in the tank to go the distance beyond one specialized draft, you are going to have issues. JDG have woken up, and they're here to play.
They absolutely are, and Ruler was upsetty spaghetti about that first game. He's like, I just never even got to play my video game. There was something wrong with it. It was a blitzcrank. But in the second game, even with all that pressure down bottom lane, that is why JDG approached with this kind of composition, because they knew that if they didn't have that kind of aggressive bottom lane focus, they played a little bit more reserved, they would make it to the mountaintop there in that late game where we know they thrive.
And on the other side, couple of recurring issues from LGD kind of rearing their head again, where there are some imprecision in some of the ways that they play around their mid games, and sometimes that crops up a little earlier too. In this game, you got to have your eyes on Jinzhao. Karma has a very different kind of skill set compared to a lot of other different champions, because you don't have, well, I guess it kind of applies to a lot of different enchanters, sure, but Karma, because she is so squishy and has a lot of ability to just get picked off like that, you cannot afford to get picked off even when you were ahead. That's what we saw even when you joined up with a buddy as well to go warding. It wasn't enough. And Kanavi, stunning game on that Sejuani. So really just zero down those targets, get on top of that Karma again and again, and not allow LGD to sit with their battle lines solid and to get those heals and shields rolling through.
And I think that's also something, is when we do see these kind of enchanter supports, it is majorly healing enchanter supports, and so you do have a lot more of that sustainability, where Karma is just outright aggression in a lot of factors, but also some shields. And I think you get to see a lot of the laning advantage that it had early on. We got to see a lot of oppression. Jinzhao was doing really well, especially from that level 2, but it just, you have to put it together for a composition late game against JDG.
Well, there's a point where, like, you put your 3 levels into Q you do for laning phase, and you feel on top of the world. Awesome. I've poked them out. I'm 2 levels up. This is wonderful. We should do this more often. Why can't we draft this more often? And then, like, you get beyond that point, and then my heart goes on because it's left my body. It's actually just been ripped out by the enemy jungler. Because your laning phase is not the entire game. And if you're lucky enough to like end the game through laning phase, sure, awesome. But when you're at this professional league like level of play, you have to stick the landing. You have to go towards that mid game, and Jinzhao was caught out way too many times to allow LGD to play this slower back to front comp with the range advantage of the Ezreal.
And I remember there was a moment in the cast where I was like, I really wish Knight would get involved. He didn't have the most incredible, like, standout, oh my god, Knight is this man. But the fact that he was doing his job in the way that he did, but also most damage, a ton of setup on the Scout of the Weeks, and, you know, not too shabby of stats either on the back end of it. I feel like it was kind of that subtle grace from JDG.
There was that one almost 100-0 onto LPC, but Knight on the whole, like, it felt like Knight was doing a lot of damage amongst the chaos, which you could kind of melded into everything, but he was consistently doing damage. And again, it's Knight Syndra. This guy is so iconic at that champion. It's a pleasure to see it on the stage again. They targeted his champion pool a lot, but he always has another iconic champion in the pocket.
Well, LGD are always just so close to finishing out their series every time, but they will go the distance yet again as JDG have roared to life and smacked them down in game 2. We're going to take a little break, and while we do, go get some rest, some relaxation, and be right back for a crazy game number 3 of our second series.
It's a 2v2 in base. Ultis ahoy as Cryan is doing the damage. Look at this man again getting Tibbers out of the face of Fearness. Gets chucked out YSM on his deathbed. Tries to run in and he dies. Meanwhile, Nautilus flushes and the LPL is unrelenting. An open nexus for Cryan. Fearness and Haichao are trying to get him off. Fearness will die. Haichao's next. And Cryan has just shown that his time on the bench
was misplaced. Welcome back to the LPL. Barely surviving at this moment in time as Tarzan goes for Tien. He's not winning that 1v1. Scout now joining into the play. Cyclone is there, but the culling. Scout knocked up and Tien's got a stopwatch. Scout has to turn golden as well. This is absolute carnage. Jaggalo getting onto Scout, though he's over the wall and taking down Moonlight Mitchell. Gala! That was gorgeous! And now onto Mark as well. He steps into LNG and he steps up in the fight. Rookie fleeing through the mid lane, but Tarzan's got him, and it's a triple for Gala. Everybody moving over. TP immediately from Forge. See Perry on the top side of the play as well. Doggo, very aggressive positioning, but you can get away with it on the Zeri. Forge moving forward to CDC. Face tanks 2K on the Herald. We're going to flip it here, and it's taken by the Wukong. Nick to grab that one. Final chapter across the whole squad. Doggo untouched completely as Pinsy goes down. ZDZ the next target. He tries to turn around, pulls Doggo back. In they go with it, fellows too. Oh, jumps back into the play, but the shield is there. And the kitty cat can't do squat. Forge finishing one off though. He's too low to go back in. Forge gets knocked up, but somehow goes down. And in his debut series, he comes on in. Chichoyi finds the Penta.
Air pack or something.
Oh, really? It's that lame?
Yeah, it's not great. It's not great. It's a bit lame. I'm not gonna lie. I have it here. Hang on, let me figure it out. It's upgraded air
wait,
pack.
actually, we gotta wait.
That's what it is.
TP flank coming in.
We're gonna have a fight. There's gonna be a TP flank from Scout, who's gonna be at the top. Lost him immediately. Zika has to go into stasis because here comes the Eco. Lands on the 3, and that means that all these health bars are so low. Your front line means nothing if you attack them from behind. Now we can see if Gala can plant his feet, which is exactly what he's doing as he tries to break down the wall that is his Orn. The Aphelios has gone down, and Gala gets himself excited. LNG want to end this game. They're chasing down Knight. He doesn't really have many places to go, and he's going to be the last one to stand, but also the last one to fall. Full ace in favor of LNG. 5 for nothing, and they're going to be able to push in and get an inhibitor. And he could maybe go for it, but I mean, this is just a straight up Baron at 20 minutes. That's why they're kind of like pushing for this right now. And look at him on the camera. He took his hands off the keyboard and everything. He is chilling right now. He is chilling. You go, please. There's only so much I can do, and here we go. Will this work? Will it work? Will it work? It will! And that's what you want to be seeing. Igao, patient as ever, gets himself his kill. The hunter finds his prey.
Always praying. Now heaven's waiting on us to believe. Spread our wings, meteorite. We can be stars for them to see. It's like we waited our whole lives. We waited our whole lives. It's only you and me tonight. Yeah, you and me tonight. You're only you and me can decide. Yeah, you and me can decide. It's time for us to open our eyes and look down at the sky. Now heaven's watching as we join into eternity. Feel the rhythm as it pulls us in, just the beat. It's like we waited our whole lives, we waited our whole lives. It's only you and me tonight, yeah, you and me tonight. You're only you and me can decide, yeah, you and me can decide. It's time for us to open our eyes and look down at the sky. disappear. The days get longer, and I grow weary listening to my own excuses. Where does it begin? Where do I
다음 경기 LGD랑 하게 되는데 LGD 정글 선수가 좀 정글 챔피언 중에 그레이브즈 이런 거 해가지고 잘 크는 장면이 많았어가지고 그만 조심하면 될 것 같아요. 저는 일단은 경기하는 걸 되게 좋아해서 계속 경기해도 사실 문제 없고 경기를 솔직히 많이 할수록 좋은 거라서 저는 딱히 그런 큰 관련이 없는 것 같아요. 새로운 시즌이 시작됐는데 이번 시즌도 좋은 모습으로 마무리했으면 좋겠습니다.
Hoping to keep some form, but as well as doesn't mind playing the gauntlet. Kanavi from JDG. Love to hear from him. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Naimera. We're here with the LPL Summer Split, and we're at the culmination of our second series here on this Super Thursday of this week. And Kanavi, the man we just heard from, will get MVP for our game number 2.
And I don't think it really could have been anyone else. I think that Kanavi's ults were really sublime. Right from the start of the game, his first ult swung the bot lane difference into JDG's advantage, even after the early pressure put out by LGD. And then basically beyond that game, every time Kanavi was on your screen, he was killing Jin Chao. And that Karma just got
I was
nothing
gonna
that
ask,
game.
how many times in this replay package is it just going to be Jin Chao getting ulted and killed?
I'm gonna go with a ballpark guess of 4 times.
Okay, I'm gonna go with 6. I'm gonna go with 6.
Really?
I'm
Okay,
gonna go with
let's have
6.
it. So that's 1.
Right,
This was
that's
the
one.
first one. This was really important.
One.
Again, gets a lot of those shutdowns also. Oh man. Well, he really did a lot of counter taxes for that bot side because it's not right. Look at us 2. That's 2.
I think
okay.
I'm gonna
and
be
again,
right. I think
like,
I'm gonna
every
be
time
right.
this is the thing, every time there was a big engage, it did feel like it was just catching Jin Chao. Okay, that time was in fairness.
No, what?
Wait, no. Does this come in later? I'm trying to remember on this one.
You got a little
okay,
bit
this is great.
of,
Okay, this has been a night.
and
That's
then
Kanavi.
this right here.
No, that's it. So wait, is that 3?
This is crazy.
That's 4?
That's 3
Is that
so
3?
far.
5?
This is 4. We got your number. This is actually insane.
That's it. Cut the replay. We need that. Cut the replay.
Tape,
That's
cut
4.
the tape. Is it another?
No, surely not again.
Give me another.
No.
This is actually insane.
Oh my
But
God.
we're laughing about this. But it's literally just because Kanavi and Co executed so well.
That one was on the
It
high
was
show.
fine.
That doesn't count.
Yeah. Fine. But
Perfect.
it was an
Lily.
incredible wake-up potential from JDG, right? We know they're good. LGD just smacked them upside the mouth when they weren't expecting it in game number 1, and now I hope we get a culmination of strength from both sides for our game number 3.
And one of the most important rules I ever learned from all of my days of watching many movies and films was from Zombieland. You
Okay.
always double tap, Mazel. You always double tap. They
That
had
is a
game
key
1.
one.
That's tap 1. Gotta find another game in there somehow, and that's going to be the really difficult part from LGD because it felt like game 1, it was an anti-Milio draft on a first pick Milio. Would you manage to find like that lane pairing where you can get a very exploitable bot side? We saw this a little bit against Yuumi lanes in the past as well, where you could just lock in a Blitzcrank or something very heavy engaged. We used to see some Kaiser Nautilus occasionally for that kind of ends too, where you could just hard force on that bot side of the map, especially when it was kind of like a blind lock-in with nothing else kind of really to support it around that point.
Yeah.
I don't think you're going to get another crack at that kind of composition again. You got to find some inspiration somewhere.
And I think inspiration has to come from, even though they haven't gotten a series win, their wins that they've gotten within series, especially the likes of Meteor popping off. The double marksman composition is their bread and butter, but maybe finding something that's a little bit more stable than that, or just give Meteor more resources on the map itself. I think there are some options, right? And we saw LPC and Jin Chao actually have a really strong performance in game number 1. Maybe the Blitzcranks makes it through, things like that. But JDG on the other side, while we're talking about the way LGD can kind of approach this and reminisce off that game 1, JDG, stick to try and true. Get sustainability across the map. Buy your time till post 20 minutes and team fight them.
Yeah, and hopefully the game isn't flipped by 5 minutes, which is what I think LGD should maybe go a little bit back towards. The Blitzcrank, the early dives, forcing around his bot side, that has worked. Making Ruler uncomfortable and not letting him get control up until the level 6 mark or anything close to that has worked in both of these games so far. Game 1, they managed to extend it beyond that point. Game 2, partly Karma as a champion, not the most useful in mid-game once you start getting engaged on, and then also some mispositioning by Jin Zhao kind of saw them into very difficult spots. But that first step, putting that bot lane under pressure, that's been good so far. I think we should see that again.
Should absolutely see that again, as we will be going into game number 3. Sides not changing. We're just going to stick with it. As I feel like on a lot of this split so far. We do have JDG there on the blue side with that Aphelios ban, the Melio ban. LGD on the other side, do ban away Knights, Jace, but the Vi as well. The Kindred Respect ban towards Meteor.
So that was basically the same as game 2. They kind of adapted after that first game and removed that pick very early. And now you have to question what's going to be that first pick again. Nico is available, Cassante is available, 369 was a menace on that champion. And I would expect that to get locked in. There it is on the other side. Nico wasn't a problem for Haichao. Did feel like that was okay. Do you feel like you can lock that in again though? Have you got anything a little more weird to throw at the table?
You have to have an answer against 369's Cassante. Like, you have to. He was such a menace last game. If you don't, at least maybe something that can bear the brunt of his aggression and come back later. But they'll opt into other avenues as the Wukong and the Rakan locked in for LGD.
Okay, so denying the Zyra Rakan on 2-3. That was an important part of the draft from JDG last time. Of course, the Ezreal Karma was okay in lane against it, but you could definitely see missing out value as the game goes on. Now, JDG have the chance to lock in an Annie, one of the very powerful picks for them as a team. They've passed up Nico to do this. What happened in Draft 2 was we were expecting a mid lane pick, but instead they went towards the Zyra Khan. Because the Zyra Khan's off the table, you can lock in a priority mid laner, which means that it isn't going to get banned around in that second phase. So now Haichao has to look at this and go, what do you really want to play against Knight's Annie? You probably are just going to take that Nico anyway, but you're feeling pretty bad giving Knight one of his most impactful champions in the meta.
With how much LGD have focused on Ruler in this series, I am happy to see him just grab that Xayah. Honestly, first of all, you take away the duo from LGD, but also you just get so much safety for him on a team that we know LGD are going to be looking for picks onto Ruler specifically.
And even with that, we did see a couple of pretty inventive engages from LGD onto that Xayah, which very nearly worked in some cases. And having someone like that Nico being an engaged champion from that mid lane, a pick champion as well in its own way, very, very important. The skill sets we've talked about with Nico are very much about the mind games. Having the presence of mind to choose your flanking angles in a team fight setting as well, they're not as common on all mid lane champions. Something like a Yone, you kind of expect that. It's kind of his whole thing. Something like this Nico is a blend of a lot of different styles though, and that's going to be very important to see how much value Haichao can get onto this Xayah. Even though it's not in the Zyra card lane, the peel is going to be very important to take away because the Wukong himself can very much struggle to dive alone onto the Xayah.
And I would like to see Haichao be a little bit more active as well. I think we saw a lot of Pop Blossoms go a little bit wide, but trying to be a little bit more creative about those ins would be huge. We're getting to the second phase of bans, though. The Viego and the Nautilus ban away against JDG. And JDG, they respect ban the Mordekaiser as well as the Fjord of Fearless. He's shaking his head.
Well, trying to ban away some of the better matchups into that Cassante. It's going to be the Gnar instead, which does come out. Fearless played that in that last game and was a little disconnected from the team, gotta say.
Yeah.
One of the first big fights which LGD ended up losing was when Fearless was caught out around one of those dragon fights with LPC nowhere nearby was the only source of damage. It's a very difficult scenario after that point. On the other side, though, we've escaped this for the entire day. No.
You forgot about the cat.
I was so enjoying not having this champion in Mademoiselle. First day back, get ourselves a Yuumi. For myself, anyway, you guys have been seeing a little bit more of it on your screens than I have in today, anyway. Now you have to round this out with the jungle somehow. Kanavi got his player of the game, Sejuani in game 2. Be okay to bring it back in game 3.
Yeah, I mean, might just be looking for another MVP on it. I will subtly say I've loved all the comfort champion picks gone through, hovered. Oh, we get the Kha'Zix for Kanavi.
Okay, so we get ourselves one of these priority duelist junglers. This was a real kind of development over MSI. I was talking with a couple of the coaches midway through MSI actually about where the heck the Kindred, the Nidalee, the Kha'Zix had come from. And we see the Samira last pick.
LPC's comfort.
Now, LPC's comfort. We have a couple of Samira players in the LPL, but we have to kind of now digest all of this because suddenly kill lane in this bot side. The Yuumi is not just going to have a free lane in their own right. If Rakan hits some knockups, really big chance that LPC could get a huge turnaround in that bot side as well. You have the interplay of Feathers and that Blade Whirl, that spinning Wind Whirl as well from that Samira versus Xayah.
It's so hype. First and foremost, because it was what I got first hyped about. Kanavi's Kha'Zix. Like, this is going to be awesome to watch him try to pick apart this map. But on the other side, I'm always a fan of developmental talent. You know me. But man, to see LPC in this moment, in this split against JDG, having had that game number 1, hovering and going with the Ezreal, another comfort pick from him. And then now in a game that is a make or break moment, grab it out the Samira. It is going to be a 2v2 tussle down there. And how quickly can both of these junglers get involved early on in these teams? That will dictate the pace of these games. But I expect absolute bloodshed here for our game number 3. And rightfully so here on our Super Thursday. 5 days a week, we have 3 best of 3s. These teams are in a gauntlet in this summer split. And speaking of gauntlet, we finally see the culmination of this one, this third game between JDG and LGD. Let's hear those Gyos roar. A little bit of LGD fandom in there. Love to see it.
Hey,
but definitely JDG in their home arena gonna be pretty happy with that.
Yeah, a bit unfair in terms of home territory in regards to that, but still, having a game taken off of them, JDG probably didn't expect that coming into the day. I'm sure their fans didn't expect that one either, but now we get to see a couple of new picks coming out across the board. Kha'Zix, we've come to understand that's now a little bit more meta after MSI. It really came out as an advancement from everyone playing Vi and Wukong, and then eventually realizing that there were winning jungle matchups when paired with winning lanes that made the game absolutely unplayable. Kha'Zix, Nidalee, Kindred all kind of slot into that as very prime duelists in their own right. Now playing it into the Wukong, have to see if JDG can make that one work for themselves. Of course, they have themselves that Samira, which makes the whole winning lane thing a little bit more in question. If you get yourself a good all-in, have to question really how much LPC and Jinjar can work with.
And this is also going back to the style that I feel like works so well for LGD in game number 1. I love the kind of oppression from the Karma in game number 2, but this gives some of that survivability as well as consistent engage for them.
Yeah, and I think so many teams over such a long period of time have relied on Rakan to be a bit of everything. Bit of an enchanter, bit of a lane bully at points, and of course a huge engage threat as well. Having that engage alongside pretty much everyone else being an engaged threat besides the Samira can really help LGD find those big, crucial wombo combo pick moments. Of course, on the other side, it's not like JDG aren't amiss with those kind of plays as well, particularly Knight's Annie. You can have yourself a Mega Narol and a Cyclone and the Pop Blossom. Knight's Tibbers, probably a more than a match them just on his own, so watch out for him in that mid lane as we always do. Those team fights going to be very much about who lands that big CC first.
Yeah. And until then, for JDG at least, I'm not looking bot lane. Unless they start losing that bot lane, I'm not looking bot lane. It is all about what happens between these solo lanes, but particularly Kanavi. We know that Meteor is super aggressive, but Kanavi loves to have control, and he will need to play aggressive on this Kha'Zix pick.
And often you can bully out that Wukong pick. That's not the issue with the matchup. It's more about coordinating with your winning lanes. You see, go in.
The Blade Whirl off to block a little bit of damage. Not much block, but a decent trade on the Ruler there, pushing them under tower, and here comes Meteor.
So you have all summoners available for Ruler and Missing. I really don't think a dive is on the cards. And despite the early pressure coming in around bot side, LGD not really twisting the screws as hard as they managed to do in the first 2 games.
Kanavi looking to twist some screws, though, at least in mid lane. Knight actually trying to bait in Hai Chao. Because if Kanavi gets a first blood or even just a kill as a whole tonight, that would be paying huge dividends early on. Gonna actually stop his back here, try to see if this wave push is gonna work out for him and get him set up here. Knight, and ever so much lower, and we'll just see the resets from JDG.
Wonder if that was just a little bit of uncertainty from JDG about where Meteor was on the map. There was a chance that maybe Meteor headed towards mid lane. Seen it a couple of times today from, I guess, different teams about looking for those early inroads, trying to force a flash if you can. Someone like the Annie, very happy to walk up and poke out and flash backwards when a jungler comes in. But if you lose that flash, obviously you can't do that. Teleport back in from Hai Chao now, picking up some laning items, goes back into that laning phase. And we have ourselves a fairly quiet early game, which honestly, as you were saying before, probably favors JDG. They've lacked stability in the first 2 games, and they've had to fight their way back into relevance, particularly in that second game. Game 3, if they don't have to fight themselves back to even, it's even more problems for LGD.
Exactly, and there is a dragon spawning up. Just wonder how much of priority we will get on that, especially with Kanavi hovering this bottom side just in case there was some punishment coming Ruler's way. Ruler and missing, rather. You know, sometimes you just want to forget about the no bias, no bias. Fearless, though, they get some really, really unfavorable trades on top side, it looks like. Trying to hit that level 6 and defend against this turret push.
Yeah, 369 on this Cassante, always so indomitable in this laning phase. And again, though, JDG not feeling the need to overforce things. They're the team with the Yuumi in this bot side who really wants to survive more than anything else. And on the other side, particularly when we have the Samira with the early resets as well, resets throughout the entirety of the game, let's be honest. You don't want to be the one to make those mistakes. If it's a steady game, JDG very happy to play that out.
And Kanavi's just going to go right back to farming. We'll get level 6s coming up now for the junglers, but particularly looking at Hai Chao and Knight, who will just be contesting this mid lane a little bit more so now. I think this turret plate early from Hai Chao just signals that, you know, Nico has been getting a nice little push in mid lane, and with that pressure, LGD feel confident to go ahead and get this first dragon.
I think, again, just having the early threat of that Samira and JDG not really wanting to give over early gold there, if at all possible. Hang fire on that one, get themselves an early reset. And importantly, you do get those early tier 2 boots from Ruler. I think it's very important, particularly when you have Ghost against Cleanse. LPC, despite having the extra movement speed from the passive of Samira, once you start stacking up on that style passive, those tier 2 boots and Ghost might help you just survive a lot of those situations, and again, keep yourself safer against this. And now you can maybe chase down as well.
LPC, that is a flash and a cleanse, my good sir.
Okay, that's a bit of a momentary advantage from JDG's bot lane, using that extra move speed to force summoners out of the Samira.
They'd burn that exhaust, but you'll take that with this lane pressure here in this awkward wave state. LPC healing up a little bit, does have Jin Zhao back in lane with him. We actually see Tipper's trying to create some lane pressure here for mid lane as well. You do have jungle support, jungle coverage in bottom side. LPC getting a little bit low. The trio grouping up here, trying to keep away the Bugman and Kanavi. And it looks like heavy prevalence bot lane. Who'd have thunk it here, Nightmare?
Almost like we've seen that 3 times today. Crazy. It's almost like that's what we've prepared for. However, in this game, slightly different implications from that compared to the first 2 games because, of course, of the Yuumi factor. Yuumi has the extra ability to jump onto someone else. Of course, with the changes to the best friend mechanic, you normally want to be stood on your AD carry. There is, however, the extra chance that you can jump onto someone like this Cassante as well. He's flashing forward, but missing the knockup.
I just love in these moments. It's so common that you just get no reactions. It's just like, all right, well, my flash. Even if he would have gotten that solo right there, no reactions probably. But it is just a little bit of pressure dealt out again from 369 on this Cassante, who I'm surprised got the pick for a second time in a row. And now Meteor maybe using that back that 369 just had to pull off to get this Rift Herald.
Yeah, that's kind of one of the issues when you're playing as one of the top teams in the world, is that there's always another pick. You're like, wow, I can't believe they got that for a second time. Sometimes you just got to bite the bullet in some role. At least with the Cassante, you're surviving lane, and it's not in the most impactful role in the game. Yes, Cassante is pretty disgusting as a champion, but do you prefer that than, I don't know, something like the Kindred, which got through for Meteor, or something more flavorful like that. Something like the Aphelios, which you've seen very, very high priority for a number of these players. It's very different. And of course, Milio, right? So many different crazy OP champions that we see in different roles. You have to bite the bullet somewhere.
Don't hate me, but I miss Zeri.
Oh, come on. No, that's gone too far, mate.
He says. That's gone too far? Well, hey, you know, it is what it is. Sometimes the cookies crumble how it goes.
So, I mean, we were talking about, who were we talking about in regards to this? Nico, right? With regards to, it changes your muscle memory about the game in terms of playing against a champion like that because they perform just so differently outside the framework of League. Same with like the summoner spell stealing from someone like a Zoe. That's when you're playing against one of these champions. When you're playing the champion itself, Zeri is one of the most unique champions in the game to play because you're not auto-attacking and moving in the same way because you have such high move speed with all of your auto-attack skill shots. Also, like, yeah, you're basically playing like a fully skill shot game, which is not something that we're used to in this point. I don't mind it from that point. I just really kind of despise the fact that she gets infinite mobility from hopping over a wall. That's the one thing.
Well, you know what? Now she gets infinite bans. All right, you know you gotta trade them out either way. We're gonna be looking back at this one though. Jinzhao out on the roam. Obviously, Missy gonna be sticking with Ruler down there, but that is where I want to see LGD lean into this kind of roaming style, especially with Haichao on the Nico in the mid lane. They have so much CC set up.
Well, it's not like Yuumi can do the same because Yuumi used to do that by attaching to the jungler. A lot of that play pattern has been nerfed nowadays. Now you have to be basically where your best friend is, which is almost certainly going to be that AD carry. So yes, if Jinzhao can get something done on that recount, very important to do so. He won't be matched by Missing just yet. Wait until the team fights. That's when Yuumi becomes very exciting.
See if that final chapter will truly be that for LGD in this series. The charge comes through, gets a little bit of money for the mid lane of LGD. Kanavi, I feel like I keep wondering, is this deja vu? Are we getting this again? Like, it's just constant hovering here because that is where LGD had found their successes.
Yeah, and you can see that LPC, without Flash, without Summoners, not able to threaten the all-ins and keep themselves on the minion wave and threaten the all-ins, does mean that they've fallen behind a bit in CS. And the extra ability to have Kanavi down there and, again, just stave off any threat of an all-in does diminish a lot of what Samira wants to do.
Still love the pick. Still want to see it pop off in fights. The biggest question, though, always when you see Samira is the single target focus. Like, that is scary. If you get picked out, like, you are literally worthless.
I mean, I really enjoy Samira as a champion. Very different from the AD carry position. I mean, this is also a very good way to deal with it, right? I think as soon as you remove summons from Samira, she really struggles to have that same aggressive laning phase, and you can see that right here.
Yeah. And she wants to go forward, and Xayah wants to go backward and make you come forward. So Ruler's going to be in a point of power, but that's where LPC can outperform, and we saw that in game number 1.
End up doing like a 3-point turn as they both want to go in different directions. It's crazy.
And then they meet, and then they waltz. Now we're in a dancing class. Now we have Dragon. Speaking of dancing, started up by LGD. Just want to maybe pull this out and get a safe one. That would be second Dragon for LGD as well.
Would be. Still don't really think this is JDG's real time to shine. Kanavi's half HP as well, a little bit awkward. All you've been looking for here is a Miracle Steal. Not going to be the case. Skill shots already used. Ruler just looking to see what poke they can get onto champions before they get back into that lane. JDG, they're kind of biting the bullet early on, saying, okay, not going to be fighting. Maybe second Herald, maybe that can be their one big calling card in terms of these early game objectives. You've now got Unleashed teleports available from both teams as well. It's past that 10-minute mark. It used to be 14 minutes, a little earlier now. JDG, they're slowly getting towards that point, particularly beyond first item, where they'll be happy to take fights.
Meteor was looking for an angle down bot lane, but spotted out by the ward. He obviously saw Ruler and Sing backing off quickly after that case. We actually see Kanavi going for a bit of an invade onto the cheeky nuggies of Meteor, or maybe even a wraparound, but both junglers now hovering around this middle lane. The 369 goes in on the top side against Fearness, pops his all out, tries to get the flash play, can't get it. Fearness stacking up that Mega Gnar, has the distance. Can he chase it down? Don't overextend here as Kanavi's coming right around the corner.
Kanavi bails out his top laner, 369. He's really bored of the fact that top laners don't get to impact the game that much. Flashing forward a number of times to look for those knockers. Meteor going in with
Meteor's found Kanavi, though. This is a tussle that Meteor definitely wins, and Kanavi knows that. Let's back out of that one.
Okay, so Meteor getting the best of that matchup, had himself that Divine Thunder, of course a huge power spike for that Wukong despite the items changes and nerfs, I suppose. Kanavi had himself that Umbral Glaive, which is a good stat stick, especially alongside Dirk. It's not like he's shy on stats, but just eats the bad end of the trade, has to retreat.
Actually, I have first items that have been complete for a little while. Kanavi had already gotten that Noble Grave a while back, but we do get the Collector completed for LPC and that Trinity Force for Fearness now. The LGD, while we haven't gotten any kills yet, 14 minutes into the LPL, we're going to have one soon, all right?
Oh, we're totally going to have one of those soon. I mean, that Collector, it's not the same Collector as past. It's had a lot of its stats buffed at this point. I think I was looking at how Jack Spectra did a bit of a tier list in regards to his AD carries and solo queue and said actually Samira's actually pretty good with this item because it's actually an item now as opposed to just like a feel-good Dirk completion because you used to buy the Dirk for laning phase. It's actually pretty good. And of course with Samira, because you're looking to get those resets, anything which helps you get that first kill, whether it's an execute or not, can be very important there.
Now look at this presence from JDG. They did move Ruler up towards mid lane and swap the lanes a little bit to see if they could pressure over this Rift Herald. Looks like LGD will continue to have 100% neutral objective control.
Well, and again, JDG, they're waiting for their moment. Other teams might have chosen to fight before this because it just feels bad on like an instinctive level to give over so many objectives. But you've got the Yuumi, you've got the scaling in a lot of ways. You're more than fine with this. It's not like LPC is getting hugely far ahead of the game on the Samira and snowballing out of control. You're happy with how this is going so far.
It's the trade meme, you know? LPL fans get no kills, but JDG gets their game plan.
Gotta say, like, I wonder what JDG is trade. I think so. JDG's trade here is like, you get multiple neutral objectives. We get not dying early.
Not yet, at least. Not yet. We do want to see a little bit of pressure from this Rift Herald on LGD's side in the mid lane. Gonna try to get LPC this one. The defense is there, and we actually just get that reset from LGD as the tower falls.
Now this is getting a little bit concerning though. LGD opening up the map somewhat with these two outer turrets going down. JDG, if they want to return that favor, they're going to have to group up and find themselves a way into one of these towers. I think actually the failed 1v1s from 369 going to hurt a little bit now. You get a couple of them, it stops your turret from falling. Maybe you can start making some inroads there. So 369, sadly, not able to get the most out of that matchup at that point. Not for lack of trying. It was pretty close, don't get me wrong. But missing those 1v1s, stinging a little bit now.
You can see every time he was just really wanting to get that upper hand there, but couldn't find it. Still going to be a menace, as we saw in game number 2. This pick is just going to get stronger and stronger, but that's how you have to find a way to play around for LGD. And speaking of finding a way, they're going to focus holistically on the other side of the map and on to Knight, who's going to go golden after popping the tippers, but Haiqiao has showed up, and it's now just about who's going to get the kill, and it's Haiqiao. First blood, finally, at 16:53.
Yeah, hence we were kind of talking about, yeah, so if you want to get those outer turrets in return from LGD, you're probably going to have to group up. Going alone into these side lanes is very, very difficult, especially when you don't have a roaming support like that with Khan. 369 looking for his own inroads against Fearness once more, but can't really find anything.
If Haiqiao makes it here, it is a outnumbered fight for JDG around this Dragon Pit. I don't think JDG are going to give up vision that easy. They're going to try to bolt Knight down to mid lane as quickly as possible, but LGD are going to have the push out of that mid lane right now.
They have themselves everything but their Cyclone available in terms of ults as well. Hydra didn't have to blow the Pop Blossom towards that top side. Knight teleports back onto the map though. Fearness
wants it. Fearness has a decent amount of damage right now as well and has the chase down mechanic. 369 fading out a little bit of LGD's pressure as JDG themselves rekindle the fire here and will come up from bottom lane.
There are some really good flank wards if JDG find the right place and the right timing to use them. Though 369 was chunked out, can teleport back in. That's the ward. He's teleporting onto it. Here comes the fight. They're choosing the moment.
I'm going to try to get in here before the Dragon's already gone, but 369 just going to show them that it's already out of there. That's sole point for LGD, opening up so many wonderful avenues forward. Fearness, hopefully there's more than one avenue forward here. They're going to TP. All right, just in case.
Be it. No, it is just all defensive TPs. I was so certain that was going to be the fight. I was like, okay, got Flash on the Cassandra, can bring someone back into the team. You have Tibbers back up and available. Nope. Dragon's taken. The timing's not quite there. Sole point for LGD. And don't get me wrong, I like particularly when you have the Yuumi, not fighting too much early because again, you can't afford to get snowballed on. You also can't fall out of Rum's reach as well. And giving up kills like this, giving up so many early objectives, it's starting to get pretty close to that.
You just had to see Knight die in the side lane again. Yeah. But it was an important moment, right? I think it snowballed from there for LGD where they were able to get a lot of map pressure around there. But now we're going to have another big objective to play around. While LGD have gotten full 100% neutral objective control, Baron is now on the table in about 35 seconds.
Act 2 begins. Intermezzo is now
Get your popcorn.
30 seconds. You have 30 seconds to grab yourself those small ice cream tubs and a bathroom break. That's it. Get back in your seats immediately after.
Yeah, we'll see actually resets from LGD coming through here, just trying to keep some pressure from mid lane with LPC. And I do beg the question still how LPC really becomes a part of these team fights unless you're just waiting until the right moment, right? Buying a lot of time and going in after all the big tools have been utilized. Jin Zhao not gonna want to walk into the bushes anymore.
Sat there, I was like, that's not a karma. He can get away from me. That's not what I'd calculated. Either way, big damage coming in from the Kazakhs. Not enough to secure that kill. Kanavi, more important really for vision control than anything else right now. Not really able to use the brawn of the Kazakhs currently to best advantage. But as you can see, JDG actually getting decent vision control to even allow Ruler to push up in that mid lane, even though that they've lost that mid lane out of turret.
Get that second item completion for Kanavi as well, which is pretty big. We'll be back out on the map now, trying to keep some vision game around this top side, but not again. Knight goes with the preemptive timbers. There ain't nothing saving you today, buddy. And Knight will go 0-2 and be the 2 kills that LGD have picked up in the side lane.
Isolated.
Okay, not going to find the final chapter connection there. Flash did get used by LPC. Mid lane, outer tower should fall here to JDG. Oh,
that's really important. See if LGD... No, I don't think they can completely protect this. JDG, they really want this turret. It opens up the map so much for them. Knight has died to try and stabilize the map, or at least trying to see if LGD slip up and let him get a wave in for free, get some turrets in.
Oh no, not again. But this time it's Kazakhs. It's not the Sejuani. Jin Zhao makes it out with his life. As now Meteor is going to be contested here. This is a scary combo running around here. Obviously the Yuumi plus the Kazakhs. But as we see Hull Breaker completed for Fearness, side lane pressure is going to need to be answered by JDG.
Yeah, and we've already seen that JDG have struggled in side lanes. The Annie is not safe. Pretty much everyone else is also going to be at threat at some points. Fearness in Mininar form has the % HP damage. Do you really threaten someone like 369 in extended trades too? With the Hull Breaker built up, 369 needs to be careful. And I don't know if you can really stop Fearness from hitting tower as well.
I don't know if you can. 369 is going to wish he had a couple of those kills early on. I know we've mentioned it a couple times, but definitely wishing some of those went his way. Speaking of go their way, though, LPC gets that IE. Completing second items on these ADCs is not necessarily the big stepping point, but at least for Samira and Desire going to feel a lot more comfortable in these next fights, especially this soul point, or at least the soul fight that LGD have set up for themselves.
I mean, we are seeing the Navori Quick Blades actually build up on Desire. We saw some Gale Force earlier in the day, but this one, of course, does give you more defensive capabilities because you have more ultimates. And, of course, a lot of the defensive items for AD carries have been changed. Bloodthirster is a bit more aggressive nowadays. Immortal Shield Bow, no longer a mythic, and it's not really the same role as it used to be beforehand. Not that I was building that much anyway, but still, that Navori Quick Blades giving more ults gives you some more ability to peel backwards. How important will that be around this dragon? This is soul for LGD if they were to get it. JDG, they can't stall any longer, really.
Argyle Stoneplate completed for 369, but specifically didn't have a flank ward to come to, so just going to join a front-to-back. Knight might look for a flank here. A flash Tibbers could be the decisive need that JDG have. The LGD would just want to slow roll this one. They do have a pretty stout team fight, and again, LPC needs to wait to get into these fights. He cannot get picked off because he will be the finishing factor for LGD in a lot of this, and right now we're just getting an okay corral standoff.
So Knight is stood on this blast cone. Watch what he can do with that. There is no vision inside the pit to see Knight hop over this wall. Fearness can get Hullbreaker, but needs to be stood away from
Here
Steam.
he
Here comes
is.
Knight.
Meteor goes
There
in,
he goes.
Jinjiao's trying to connect. They're getting Ruler. Big blade caller. Everything goes on a Ruler, and he stands the test of time for now. The rest of JDG have already picked him up. Ruler is still standing. Ruler will not go down, and Ruler outplays them all.
6,000 damage right into the faces of LGD as LPC is absolutely pummeled by Knight and 369. Two parts of a greater whole. JDG win their own AD carry battle and take down the opponents.
What a play. Literally just throwing themselves at this Xayah Yuumi combo, and nothing came up to task. JDG now forcing the hand onto the Baron, as they should be able to secure this one. No smite, and that is Kanavi coming away with it, but JDG, more importantly, all those Baron buffs.
They really could have left that any later, could they? That last dragon on the table in regards to LGD potentially getting that soul would have been an absolute killer for them. Giving over that much of an advantage would have been very, very difficult. They even up the gold, they get themselves a Baron. They don't lose anyone in that attempt as well. It is just so painful for LGD. It felt like they'd got themselves some advantages. But watch this. LPC doesn't get to play. It's just completely lights out. The only thing you can dodge from these solo laners is one skill shot from Annie. Besides that, it is all direct damage through your Blade World. You don't get to block any of it.
Yeah.
While all that's happening, Ruler has Yuumi on his back. He gets huge damage through those feathers.
Just the fact that all three, Haichao, Meteor, and Jinjiao, just threw their ultis at Ruler, and you know, most of them did not connect, and he's just standing there while the rest of the backline of LGD is getting eviscerated. It feels good for a JDG fan, but it feels good for JDG, right? They're being able to pick apart this composition from LGD and play to the strengths of theirs. They are at the point where they thrive. We've said it time and time again. There is a countdown timer when it comes to JDG. You do not want to face this beast in a team fight. And Knight, he's not in a team fight, so maybe he wants to face the beast as Meteor will go ahead and pick that one up.
And Fearness is still in this
Fearness!
Fearness!
369! Solo Bolo, my king!
How does he do that into a Hullbreaker? That's meant to be the side-laning 1v1 item. 369
He's just built different. Throw those nines out, baby. 369 on this Cassante is literally just built different.
He literally has built different. He doesn't have a Hullbreaker, and he doesn't need one. And that's so important. Despite Knight dying on that top side, you thought that Fearness might be able to win on the other side of the map too. It will be an inroad for LGD against this Baron buff. 369 clutch solo kill to put the map into fully JDG control.
A tier 2 tower to boot in the end of that one. We got to look at this.
So he gets hit by one, gets aggroed by a couple of those Baron creeps, and he just goes through all of his cooldowns. Like, he's getting aggroed by a lot of creeps, don't get me wrong, but wow, that is a lot of skill shots hit by 369. There you go.
Just built different, man. Just built different. No, it's just really good to see some capitalization on that side matchup, because Fearness was opting into this side lane and finding strength with that Hullbreaker. Uh-oh. There's a shark in the water, Fearness. You ain't got a flash.
He has tier 3 ult. He has his third rank of ult. He can wait for it. He's waiting for it to come off the cooldown. Walking up now.
Dun, 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 dun. 369. We'll see Kanavi actually come out here as well. Trying to finish this off because Mechanar's coming out for Fearness. It's going to be a little bit dicey here as 369 finds Meteor here to defend LGD's top laner. And he should actually get picked out here. One more auto, and there you go. Kill given over to Meteor. As LPC is getting chased down by Knight, doesn't go down. We got a fight on the bottom side, though. Ruler will be kiting away as the final chapter for Missing comes through. A double kill rang true, and Knight with a flash gets one back for JDG.
It's still a pretty good play for LGD overall, though. Fearness this time doesn't fall down in that side lane. JDG, they overcommit a little bit too much, and means that they give a bit of breathing room over where potentially They were looking to kind of snuff out the last kind of resistance from LGD. As it stands though, still 40 seconds till the Dragon comes up. All of this is kind of a little bit secondary to this Dragon spawn right now. Still Soul potentially on the table from LGD. Everyone will respawn by that time. The only thing really missing will be those summoners just using that play.
So I know we said intermission for the Baron fight, but now we have another intermission because you know both teams are fighting this Dragon fight about 20 seconds. So let's look at this replay.
This is an encore. It's the same thing, right?
This is an encore.
So it's definitely an encore. Yeah. It's like every time you go to see a band and it's like, oh man, they played their last song and they know they're going to come out for another time anyway. This one, LPC, we've seen him go down before. That's maybe the encore he didn't want. The only two things he can block with his Blade Wall, he's stunned for, so he can't get them off. Back into this Dragon now though, but JDG, they're one down. Cannot let LGD get that soul.
Do not want to give over that sustainability to LGD in their composition. Meganar for Fearness popping up here. Again, LPC needs to buy time in these fights. The Samir is no use to anyone dead, and they just need to get headshots. Ruler will be playing so safe, and he has been for so long in this game. Tibbers is available, the Dragon down. It goes over to Kanavi. You got the final chapter ringing out here, but you got Jin Zhao trying to run away from Kanavi. He does get away, but on the back line, you got 369. Pop Blossom here, though. That's pretty big, but Ruler is still full health because he got untouched in that. LGD are running for the hills, but the hills have eyes, and those eyes are red like the heart of JDG.
That'll be the fight which will really put the nails in the coffin of LGD. Couple of members dead. I don't think they can stabilize the map. They're going to lose inhibs. Even if the game doesn't end here, it's likely a Baron to the side of JDG. I don't think LGD can survive to another Dragon. Hell, they might not survive another wave.
There is no more time to wait. There is no more time to give. LGD with one last gasp effort here, baby. If the minion wave was there, you got a little bit of a push power from JDG, but you get one more fight, it feels like, from LGD, and they just have to find some prep map as JDG have their eyes right on Baron.
Yeah, Nico wave clear just about enough to clear out that wave. You see LGD through to limping through to potentially one more fight. LPC has not been able to play this game from laning phase to team fights. The Samira has failed in what LGD had set out to do with it. Meteor running towards this Baron. I don't think he can get there in time. He has no flash either.
I don't think he can either. They're just going to find 369 on the back to the pit. As Knight's actually waiting to pull the trigger on the other side. He has Tippers coming up very soon. The all-out pop. Jin Zhao getting all of his health bar taken out. 369 just uses his dash out of there. Fearness hopping over the wall as LGD trying to capitalize on an overstay from JDG. They won't find anything.
And with that, they're now staring down. Significant gold advantage. Baron buff coming out as well. Good resets coming from JDG. There really isn't much for LGD to take in recompense for that either. Going back to this fight though, once again, it just feels like LGD, they've not been able to get this Samira into the right position, doing the right amount of damage. Standing on top of the Tippers during this fight too. LPC is half HP before they even really get to commit to anything. 369, sure, he's getting low, maybe you can think of a reset there, but Samira just doesn't have the staying power. You don't have a shield though, you don't have a Bloodthirster, and then you just die outright.
Yeah, even with that Inferno trigger, not even getting enough healing to survive one auto attack from 369, it is all out for him. So Kanavi now will continue pressing this snowball into the face of LGD. We have Fearness in the side getting 1v1 by Knight. Holy cow, that was so close. Fearness biting the bullet.
You know, it's going poorly. If the one person you could abuse in side lanes before this point is suddenly winning against your Hullbreaker champion, Knight has himself a teleport and the flash as well. Fearness might have to go back to base himself. Picks up his, he has 3 items of course, but it's still not helping him survive against that Annie. JDG running rampant across the map.
And it just fits their style so well from that game 2 advantage they had, right? Like, all they needed was to survive. And we said that from the get-go, and they have done so, right? And we see the strength of their composition coming to life. We're getting to 3, 4 items now for them, and LGD are struggling to kind of keep up. We're about to get 3rd item for LPC very soon, but will there be enough time left on their life clock here is the remaining question.
I find it very hard to believe. LPC doesn't have any MR anyway, and has felt like it's been more than enough for just Knight pressing his buttons on top of the poor AD carry. Has himself that Lord Dominates regards. That item very good. Deep, deep teleport from Haichao. They're going way behind Ruler. This is it. This is the last gasp. What can they do with it?
Try to catch Ruler out. He has the ghost, but no flash. Will immediately pop that ghost as soon as he smells trouble. And Haichao didn't find that angle they needed. They got to deal with 369, who's in their base right now at their Nexus turrets.
Haichao, he's backing all the way off. Maybe wondering if someone from JDG is coming to hunt him down, but he's not going to be there for the flank. He's not even recalling Haichao. Get back to base.
Go for the log.
Go
for the log flame.
Go home.
Go to your home. Your home is destroyed, Nymera. You can't go home because there's nothing left when JDG come to town. LPC gets shut down. Your hopes, your dreams for LGD, your possibility of taking down the Titans of JDG go straight out that window. And JDG roared alive in Game 2 and smacked them down in Game 3, taking a 2-1 victory.
That was the flank of nightmares. I get that you're in a very difficult spot. You've dug into this one corner. Lots of gold in the disadvantage as well, but that one has got to feel awful for Haichao, who on the whole was solid, but struggled to find the inspiration where it really mattered. And it felt like at the death of that series happened once more.
And I just look back to that Game 1. They had, for LGD, such a good game plan, and they executed on it so well. But it's still JDG. It is still our reigning MSI champions, our reigning LPL champions, and they are a force to be reckoned with. And I think we've seen them have to sweat it out. They will go back and figure out how to stop what happened in Game 1 from ever happening again. But they are still a dominant force here in the LPL this split.
Absolutely so. Really can never count JDG out. Stumbling Game 1. It was good, and it was a good composition, a good strategy from LGD. This was not entirely on JDG. Yes, they made their own mistakes, but it was a fine answer from the underdogs here to take a game away. But they couldn't get the double tap, couldn't get that second game, and JDG as dominant as ever.
As dominant as ever. And feels bad for LGD still. I think they've started to find the pieces to put together. I would have loved the comfort picks for LPC. Would have loved a little bit more of a meta style from them in that last one. Find something you can fight up against Ruler, but they'll come back. They'll try to find something that works for them and try to continue to play off this bottom lane. I think that's where they found the most success.
And I think particularly against Ruler and Missing as well, knowing that they love to play an interactive laning phase, and if you force them to interact in situations where they really shouldn't, sometimes you can find advantages there. Now, I wonder if there are some top teams in the LPL that can maybe say, okay, how do we go about baiting them into using a first pick Milio
giving over the
Blitzcrank into something like that? Are we seeing some kind of innovation in regards to, is this a must ban, or can you actually answer it if it's first picked without other champions kind of supporting it at that point? There are questions which have been asked here by LGD, and they're quite comprehensive ones too. There are some things, some learnings from here, which other teams will have to take notice of.
I'm excited to see what that culminates in. Now I do want to look forward while we're waiting for the stats here of this game to what we're seeing next. Obviously JDG, the winners of this one, while they won't be playing tomorrow, they'll actually be playing the next day against EDG, so that's a pretty high matchup. And then we also have for LGD, they'll be facing up against RA after a couple of days as well. So some things to look forward to, and especially for LGD, some things to work on in face of that RA matchup down the road. And JDG still tried and true in those team fights. How does that look going forward as well?
Yeah, well, I mean, we saw from RA just a little bit earlier today as well that they looked very confident in the area of the game where LGD have looked less confident in that mid-game around that 20-minute mark. That's going to have to be a sticking point for them. We might have ourselves a bit of a mismatch where Rare Adam, they had some worries early on, a couple, not completely, but they had a few around there, and you think, okay, maybe we have like this race against time where the early game advantage has to crest the skill difference or the execution difference in mid-game.
It's things to look forward to for sure, but I am actually super looking forward to what this graph looks like, at least, because I think it was domination from JDG, but I want to look at the damage potential, and after that Ruler play with the Blade Collar, I got to see what kind of numbers we were getting out of that Xayah this game, but particularly how dominant JDG were once it came to that snowballing.
I'm just saying, Knight did that thing again where he just like, just on occasion remove the entirety of a poor Samira's
You
health
know,
bar.
no big deal.
And that happened like fairly regularly. So I'm expecting some big numbers from the carries of JDG once again.
Hopefully we'll be getting that here pretty soon. Get those stats going, and I know we will have an MVP after that as well. So it's particularly trying to figure out who actually earned that MVP, because with such a quick series, you know, earning those MVPs back to back to back could help you out in the long game. Try to get the most MVPs of the split. This team is definitely looking for that.
Yeah, see who will be the successor to Scout. Got that in spring, of course. He did really well over on LNG himself. And, of course, we're going to be seeing him again for last game of the day. And that's going to be a hell of a series versus Weibo as well. But
yeah,
finishing off this one, though.
Hey!
It was, in fact,
no!
the occasional removal of an entire AD carry health bar, which saw Knight to the top of the damage standings.
Even getting caught outside lane didn't hamper his damage numbers. Fearness very close on the other side. Give a shout out to Fearness himself, but really impressive stuff. hey, all right. He lost a matchup in the semifinal.
True,
It's
did,
fine.
yeah.
It's fine. But there was such control around the objectives for LGD, and I still think that was such a strong point for them in this one.
Yes, without taking into context the fact that JDG just didn't want to fight with an early game Uni. And I'd like to really praise JDG for that, because there's no sense in fighting into a better early game comp just willy-nilly. Yes, you can sometimes find angles where you think you just have a better angle, you can play even though your champions aren't succeeding at that point in the game. I think they were very measured about the way that they approach things. They did leave things quite late and to a 50-50 flip on the Soul. That could have been really disastrous for them, but they made it work. And after that point, they really took off in terms of their teamfight execution.
And I know we all hate Yuumi, and you know, that might remain a fact, but the fact that LGD put so many eggs into the destroy, ruler, and missing basket, and in this final game, they end out with 0 deaths, just impressive as ever. And I think it's so awesome to see Ruler literally destroying people, like entire teams. And it's just been the case for so long, so far in the LPL in his career, in such a short stint. So got to continue to see that for sure here for JDG, and leaning to those strengths, right? Like they found strength in solo lanes to buy time for Ruler and missing to really have a say in the game. So good stuff. And we're still waiting for MVP.
Yeah, I think the really impressive thing about a player the caliber of Ruler is that it's not just, of course, it's not just in one area of play. One of the most important things that we saw that game was first buy of boots, first back, which really helps in regards to the 0 ghost on the Samira and having the ghost on the Desire. The move speed differential worked defensively, but one of the most important plays was blowing the summoners on that reset, coming through Tri-Brush and removing that from the Samira. That meant that LPC couldn't really play the same aggressive early lane, which I think LGD were really relying on. And while that's one important play, of course you got the teamfight execution as well. There are these multiple, very intelligent, very mechanically proficient plays, which all roll together into making a player like Ruler.
I mean, at this point, does he just get MVP? Because, man, when you throw 3 ultis that are so devastating as they were for LGD in this last game, I mean, you don't hit a single one of them. That just feels so bad. It feels so bad. But it is just the Ruler diff at this point. And when he gets this Xayah, he baits so many people into mispositioning through the blade callers.
Because for all this time in the LPL, I didn't know how to measure a bot gap. We have like we actually have a tool now. We have a ruler.
It's a ruler.
It's I think it's a little bit longer than that. It's like it measures in kilometers at points. It's a very long one.
Unfortunately, I didn't hear who MVP was because we were so busy memeing. But we did. Oh, the man, 369. He'll get MVP for game number 3.
He had some pretty fun times in those 1v1s. I think particularly that clutch 1v1 against the Hullbreaker build just after the Baron take was really important, because that was just after Knight had gone down on that top side. And then, of course, he had some really big teamfight plays as well. Teaming up with Knight, as he has done the entirety of the year so far, to make AD carries' lives a real living hell. And then, of course, having the ability to peel back with a superior peel AD carry means that you can leave the Xayah and the Yuumi alone to do stuff like this.
God, man. Oh, that play. And then we got this one for 369. The nice little solo bolo here. Throw those 9s up in the chat. And he actually had 2 back-to-back incredible performances on the Cassante.
Yeah, he's definitely putting his name into the equation for best Cassandra in the world, very much up there, has to be included in that conversation. And despite the couple of oopsies very early on with kind of like the missed flash Q3s, you won't hold that against him when he has late game performances like this.
Yeah, I mean, you're never gonna hurt the man for trying, because if he gets any of those, it just becomes a snowball even worse than we already saw. But that is our MVP, 369, picking up that third game MVP. Now, this is it for our series as a whole. Nightmare, it's been a pleasure to welcome you back, but we still got games here on this Thursday, this Super Thursday in the LPL. We're going to be trying to catch up as quickly as possible to LNG versus Weibo Gaming. Hysterics and Kitty are going to be bringing you that after a short little break, and we'll see you there.
Still no answers. Someone's gonna pay for this. Watch me disappear. The days get longer, and I grow weary listening to my own excuses. Where does it begin? Where do I fit in? Will someone let me?
下届赛目标其实大家更坚定吧，因为春季赛打得非常不好。下场对阵 Gala， 对于我来说 ，Gala 是一名就是 LPL 最强的 AD 之一嘛，所以会珍惜跟他的对局。新赛季对自己的期望就是打得更好一点。
Better be, because this better be a good matchup as well. I'm Hysterics, and this is Kitty next to me. We are jumping headfirst into this series because over in Suzhou, in LNG's home arena, they've already begun. So we're going to catch up as quickly as possible. Kitty, I'm going to bring it up on screen. We're going to get talking about if my English could work properly. And we're going to start talking about the drafts for game number 1. As soon as that comes up, it's going to be exciting because, Kitty, this will be a pretty hell-hot matchup.
Yeah, this is going to be a very, very high-rated matchup coming into this summer regular split, and I have big questions as both of these teams, they are coming of a lot of questions as we do look at the draft. For LNG, we have Anar, Maokai, and Jace in that top side with a bit of a safe scaling option with that Jinx and Tahm Kench. And for the side of Weibo Gaming, we have the Gragas, the Wukong, the Annie, and of course a matching scale in terms of the Aphelios, and of course the Rakan in the hands of Chris. But first thoughts is that I think Weibo Gaming, their comps when it comes to what champions they decide to pick approaching these higher end teams, it's a little bit predictable. You already see it in the Wukong pick alongside the Annie for Xiaohu. They want to go for those 5v5s which play around light on the Aphelios, and the Rakan pick for Crisp is going to allow for a lot of mobility when it comes to their skirmishes. But on the other hand, I mean, draft just disappeared, but we do have LNG where I think Scout is the MVP for the first 2 weeks of just being the best mid laner in terms of performance so far.
I mean, of course you got to give it to him, right? He's also tied first in the whole league, so Kitty on that point. Scout has been LNG's success as we look at 2 top teams in the league. 2-1 for LNG. For Weibo, they've only played 2 series, so 1 apiece. But it is the home arena of LNG. They've got crowd advantage over in Suzhou, and we're going to see how they perform with this draft. We already talked about it. We've got some cool carries coming through from people like Scout, Zuka as well on that top lane against the Shy. Can it be fun to watch topside? Because I think a lot of people will be watching Zika. I'm going to say his name like that because honestly, saying the way the Chinese side says it.
Yeah.
No way. How do you team fight with that? There is absolutely no way. We just call him like DRX Zika or Zeka, close enough. Either way, top lane, it matters, right? The Shy versus Zika, it's kind of his test to show that he is getting accustomed to the league versus one of the big greats.
Most definitely, especially with Weibo Gaming. I mean, they just came off a pretty big loss from OMG from the previous week, where the Shy in that top lane, there was a bit of a difference in terms of presence when it came to those team fights. So I'm really hoping for him to step up on this Gragas in particular, because I believe when they did pick something like the Gragas and it came to those team fights, we saw not just from him, but a little bit of a few mechanical mistakes coming out of the solo laners, and just not a lot of consistent CC that will kind of disrupt the positioning, which is going to be Gala on this Jinx for this game 1. And the lucky thing is that he has hung on something like the Tahm Kench, but I think when it does come to the topic of the bottom lane of LNG, Gala is just as consistent as ever. He showed a bit of weakness in that week 1 up against top esports, where he was getting caught a little bit in that mid wave, but when it came to those team fights, he's just as reliable as ever. But Hung, his champion pool is a little bit narrow for the time being. I believe his most played is that Lulu because of how the meta has adapted so far, but it's sitting on a 25% win rate. So I really want to be impressed with this Tahm Kench, because he's the only kind of source that is going to protect Gala from the amount of engage that Weibo Gaming have.
Yeah, just on the note of Hung, 4 games you mentioned on the Lulu. We've had Yumi, we've had Rakan, Brom, Tahm, so there's been a bit of diversity. But remember, folks, LNG have played 3 series already. That's why they're sitting 2-1. And on the note of Gala as well, just to add a bit of context, it's been still a nice addition to LNG despite some flaws in games. Seeing that carry potential you talk about, seeing that team fight proximity that makes him so amazing. LNG felt like they needed that, as Hung already making a level 2 roam, but he was spotted by a ward as he moves to the mid lane. Tarzan and Weiwei on the other side of the map as well. Kitty just heading towards his top side to add a bit of pressure too.
Yeah, and a really big matchup that I do want to highlight coming into this series is the jungle matchup, because we have Weiwei being the starting jungler, replacing Karsa. I believe that Karsa hasn't really seen a game this split so far. But now that Weiwei has showed us both sides of the coin, where he has played something like the carry in the Kha'Zix and a lot of this engaged in the Wukong and the Vi, can Weibo kind of quickly work onto a more flexible team identity? Because I feel like I mentioned in the previous starter, is that they are a little bit predictable when it comes to these team fights. The Shy, he has been kind of enjoying these tank top laners where it's all about light, especially in this game 1. This I feel is quite literally the only damage source, or at least hyper carry damage source, that they need to play around. And I think up against someone like Tarzan, I mean, Tarzan, he is something very unique about LNG is, I think Tarzan, once he's set up for success to carry, I mean, he gets the job done.
Well, I gotta say, the main thing about LNG that is rather Weibo that's excited me for this split is the fact that the Shy has a jungler that ganks top. I've noticed game after game, the debut of Weiwei, like, Karsa sometimes left the Shy on a bit of an island where teams consistently hover this lane. It's a bit of a memento to the skill and caliber that is this top lane demon, but more so the fact that they know that Weibo in the past haven't really prioritized through his strength of lane. And it's nice to see that Weiwei has been paying attention up there. Good counter ganking angles as well. We'll keep an eye on it and see how it goes this game, because right now, Weiwei has gone through his full clear, sets up Scuttle on the bottom side. There's good vision for LNG on the top side too, so makes it difficult to traverse while they're setting up their bottom side angle for potential Dragon Kitty. And I want to know where this starts off early. I want to ask you where this starts off early, because it feels like we have a slow early game, kind of waiting for that 6 points so far.
Yeah, both of these team compositions kind of want to aim for the same goal, look for those 5v5s, but the only thing that does stand out to me is that Zika on this Gnar is going to slowly win that side lane push up against the Shy, so if Weibo isn't able to kind of handle the wave that is slowly pushing in from the side lanes, then they're kind of forced into a sticky situation where they're at the risk of losing that gold. But we'll have to wait and see, because this is the 10th billion time we've seen Jinx versus Aphelios, but like I've been saying, that this Jinx does have that extra bit of security in the likes of Hung.
Ooh, okay, Tromp's gonna go down. Zap's there as well. Chris didn't get time to get out, but he does get time to get burnt by Gala and Hung. Tarzan's here edging for a potential dive, but just depends on Weiwei right now, who's not on vision, so LNG will back away.
Can you see how Tarzan and Scout are kind of working together with this Jace versus Annie matchup in the mid lane? Jace having that push for this Annie and letting Tarzan kind of walk and hover towards his bottom side, allowing him to play aggressive, does mean they secure this first dragon.
All right, Weiwei now on the top side again. We already talked about this, likes to hover into this top lane. With LNG getting the dragon, we're a minute and 30 away from the Herald. Just a quick note that LNG, they don't have a gold lead, but they've got a bit of lane priorities. We've seen from people like Scout. We're going to see Tippers coming on out, Xiaohu getting a good trade-off. And we've actually got Scout versus Xiaohu as a comparison bottom side of the screen. I hope you guys could see that. Scout right now flaunting the stats, as we were talking about in our pre-game, which is our king MVP right here. Already 3 on the side of LNG.
Yep.
Scout is having another great split.
I was just peeping the stats right there. I believe Scout has an 80% average KP in how involved he is in all of these team fights, and I think a really big reason why is because he is probably performing we've seen so far in the LPX in, as he is just getting assist on 3, 4 active fights, and that Tarzan to picks like the I believe it was Viego that can work off those resets, and I think that's unique to LA and kind of iconic to them, honestly, as a duo.
Yeah, I mean, it goes beyond that as well. Hung already roaming towards mid. They play towards that strong lane. As Tarzan already still hovering around mid as we flash up to the top side. What's happening here? The Shy has been altered towards turret, and we're in a bit of danger zone as well. Zika now goes into range. Body slam explosive cast. Doesn't get the range to flash match. And we talked about it. The Shy in the lane sometimes can be exposed, and Zika comes in for first blood.
That is to be an isolated 1v1 in the top side. Like you said, the Shy, he just didn't respect the Mega Gnar coming out of Zika, and the amount of burst caught him off guard.
Well, the Shy is going to have to walk back to that lane if he chooses. Looks like we're getting a bit of a switcheroo as we go to the replay, Kitty. And it's a Mega from Zika that gets into the wrong side.
As you see, the Shy, he was trying to just get this wave in using the initial Q on the way, so he didn't really have an answer back, just playing off those CDs. But with that Mega Gnar hitting the ultimate, the Shy is just trying desperately to escape. But unfortunately, with that fleet in the hands of Zika as well, he's not running very far away.
First blood over to this Gnar. Talked about proving himself and already coming into game number 1 versus Weibo. It sets up for the 1K gold leaders. Even as we come back, looks like Light catching the wave enable the Herald to be taken here, Kitty. So Weiwei will be objective trading for that dragon we saw earlier.
I'm actually really glad that Zika's... Oh, I might need to pause that point.
But he's used his combo, and Hung is nearby. Gala is going to be okay for now. The Shy, remember, use that explosive cast because Weiwei's just setting up top. We've just committed to the full lane swap for Weibo.
We've seen this way too many times in the LPL, where once that team gets the Rift Herald, they're willing to drop it for this red and white affiliate. So I think getting 5 plates into Light's pockets at 9 minutes in the game, and they're most likely going to swap back to the bottom lane and collect even more. But a really smart macro decision from Weibo Gaming, and hopefully this is going to be a continuing factor in this early game. But something that I wanted to highlight was that Zika was one of the members of LNG who I thought was a little bit inconsistent in lanes, so getting that first blood into his pockets means a really good start for LNG and how Zika is kind of showing up today.
I mean, does it? Because now, all of a sudden, there's almost a 2K gold lead. It's LNG ganking mid. Xiaohu has to flash away. But further to the point, Kitty, you just gave a Storm Razor outright pretty much with Light, with now Berserker Greaves. That 2K gold lead I talked about, okay, it's equaled out to about 1. Weibo Gaming with the macro that has just shifted the Shy getting solo killed
into something glorious as he's waiting down the bottom side. There's an elongated top lane right now, Kitty. And LNG might get collapsed on, depending on what Chris can do with his positioning.
We do have Weiwei making his way from that base position, though. Gala has the flash available. I'm not too sure if they can get his hands onto this Jinx, as Hung is just around the corner.
He's still
there.
All right, the Shy, wrap it up, Disco Stu. He's going back finally to go for that lane that's slowly pushing out. He does have teleport as well. That is now unsealed thanks to the changes at 10 minutes. So for Weibo, it will just be a strict 2v2. But hey, it's still a gold lead. It's still a change on the top side play. And with Dragon coming up in 30 seconds, Kitty, I'm curious as to what Weibo's next move is, now having strength in this bottom lane.
Yeah, Dragon spawning in 20 seconds, and Weibo Gaming, I'm just taking a look at their summoner spells. We don't know how or where Xiaohu used that flash, but that is going to be a huge downfall, or at least one of their main engages gone in terms of how unexpected Gala is coming into this next team fight, especially with the Shy also not having that flash available. So they have to wait for these summoner spells if they want to look for a successful 5v5. But you already see LNG having that mid lane priority, the ultimates.
Flash? Okay, that's the all-in. Nature Grass, though, going to lock him down. Pivots out, but it's too late. Scout and Tarzan, as we talked about, Kitty, same page, no problem again.
Yep, as flashes get committed to this solo bubble, we might see another one on the top lane, but I'm going to hold on to that just for now. But we do have Weibo Gaming regaining their vision control towards his bottom side, but Tarzan getting that pick in the mid lane, more than happy to get this dragon, or at least the second dragon, over to Weibo Gaming since they already took the first one.
We'll equal the first one out from LNG, that's right. Bottom lane just setting back to catch the wave while we're focusing in on Gala. I guess that's because Crisp really wants to stop the recall here and stop him from getting that first item while the wave can push in with another couple of minutes on plating. Weiwei also, they know he's down the bottom side of the map, so they have to pay respect as RNG spot, excuse me, I'm used to seeing Gala. RNG, LNG, Gala's going to head back, Kitty, while Weibo now have another shove in of wave, more plating for life.
Yeah, but LNG Gala, he's going to also walk back and match that Storm Razor with how much individual CS and gold experience he was able to collect as that Jinx in the bottom side. As Hung, he was just dipping outside of that experience range as well. But now, the biggest difference is Scout. He's sitting on a Youmuu's. And we all know with the lethality item changes, I mean, this is going to be a huge spike for LNG to play around. There's going to be an engage.
Yeah, might not matter with that item though. Here comes Cyclone, stun up. Scout gets to move about half a second in total. Great gank mid here from Weibo as Light getting caught in the bottom side is not going to be his doom for now, but Gala gets some trade-offs and tries to get something back with that roam from WBG.
And now you're starting to see the difference between the uses of a Tahm Kench and Rakan, where Crisp, he's going to pull off a successful gank onto a flashless Scout, as he did have to burn that onto the kill for Xiaohu, as Tahm Kench struggling to find those angles onto Light, as he is just going to be forced to back, which does deny one wave, but still, that's a kill going to the hands of Weiwei.
Then Gala getting some plating though, as we talked about. Already with the Storm Razor, Gala catching up a bit, and remember, it was the top side shared, where Gala looks like he's got a lot of solo plates down in his bottom side, so a bit of a net win here from LNG in the end as they claw back the gold, get it to even Steven. And even Tarzan showing a bit of pressure here, giving LNG more of that priority in the bottom side, Kitty. It's a nice recovery when LNG with that top side play got swapped on out of nowhere. That created that top long side lane.
Now it's just trying to get some damage onto this top side tower, but I'm getting a little bit worried for LNG because I think Chris, he is a little bit more proactive with how he is getting that vision down towards his bottom side. So it's making Tarzan's life a little bit difficult, just trying to find angles to shut down Light. As you see, Weibo Gaming's entire composition for this game one, it is about the Aphelios, and he is scaling just fine. We have Chris and Weiwei just hovering him again, giving over this bottom tier 1 for free.
Scout can't do anything about it, can he? Light will take this. It might be after turret plating, but that is 2 turrets in under 15 for the 80 carry of WBG. And he's already sitting on the BF sword too, so he is going to be a monster. We are going to get the Jinx versus Aphelios El Clasico once again, where both 80 carries can pop off in a team fight, and I'm all about it, Kitty, especially since it's 1 dragon apiece. We've got another Herald that's now spawned too. We should be getting a lot more fighting soon, especially with a lot of those ults coming off cooldown yet again.
Now, Rift Herald is going to be the next major objective, but does seem like Weibo Gaming, they do want to contest this scout. He is backing for some of that items, but currently they are at a numbers disadvantage.
Chris also getting damaged as well. Weibo have to come into this in one angle or the other. And rather what I'm saying is that they need to make a move now because Weibo gets tagged out by Scout, the level 11 Jace. They're zoned out with everyone moving into River by WBG, but Herald is going to reset, so now a bit more time to play if LNG want to re-engage.
Weibo Gaming successfully regaining that vision control in this river. As Light, he has a really good engage tool, especially playing alongside Xiao, who does have that flash available as well. So LNG, they have to play with their spacing correctly. And Zika, now the Mega Gnar. Weibo Gaming can realistically wait this Mega Gnar out, but I think LNG, they're going to commit to this Rift Herald.
Yeah, maybe just want to play on the defensive towards mid. Good spot there, Kitty. The Mega Gnar, as you said, a big determining factor for Weiwei trying to make a play. Or a little bit closer, and maybe, as this flash was not going to be burnt. Yeah, the rocket does do some work as well, as on top of that, they get the Herald. And I wonder, with Light getting forced away, Kitty, they might even get mid-turret as well. I think LNG are going to compile this.
They forced 2 people out just from Gala, out DPSing the enemy team. I was honestly expecting, they're going to wait for this upcoming drag and then most likely drop that Rift Herald in the mid lane to open up the map even more. But Gala on this Jinx so far, he is getting a little bit scary, but we'll have to wait and see because we do have Xiaohu arriving to that Riverside first, and it really is all about that vision control and who can get onto those flank angles because we have summoners available on every single side, but I believe Light is pretty close to that Gale Force.
It should be, right? I mean, already we've got so many components coming through, but we need to look topside because the Herald has been dropped. Tarzan trying to open up the top side of the map. While Weiwei's response on the other side is to find a pick onto Scout, the 1v1, the flash away, and he takes big frug as well. Cyclone's all it costs him, while for LNG, trying to make a pass at this second inner turret is what's next on the menu.
LNG willing to give away this 3rd dragon available on the map just to trade for this top lane towers, but the Shy being here, I mean, he does have that TP available. Not too sure if LNG have the damage to kill this Gragas by themselves unless they call up another member towards this top side, but Weibo Gaming, they should be fine with this as this is going to be a very slow mid game.
Yeah, I mean, double dragon picked up now from Weibo. As you said, lanes have been lengthened, but LNG going to try and speed things up at least a little bit in the mid lane. And this turret finally going to drop down as they've been trying quite a while. You need to bridge that one. Gold lead as well, 1K. All right, 18 minutes in on this game that we're playing catch up in. At least though, Kitty, the transition to late is going to be psychotic, as I think both teams will be probably throwing no holds bar in the upcoming fights.
Yeah, but my eyes are still on the Shy for this game because his Gragas, I mean, all eyes on that Cask in these team fights. As we've seen what great Cask or great Gragases have done at those international events, just denying this positioning from the Jinx. And I think the difference is that now Light has that Gale Force available, so he's not going to be under as much threat. So the execution from Hung and Gala in these team fights is going to be extremely high. But my question is how is LNG going to approach these team fights? Because you have someone like Scout who is constantly going towards the side lane. You see that LNG, they want to force something like the 1-3-1 in this game 1, and then they are going to slowly get gold online through there. And once this Jace hits those 3 items, well, it's going to do so much more than just an Annie, who is going to act as that sole engage tool for the side of Weibo Gaming.
And remember, if we're talking about sides here for LNG, I mean, that is an AP Gragas top side who has got himself an Oblivion Orb with the Everfrost on top. So we are not talking about tank Gragas. We are not talking about the most solid of front lines. Something that Scout should be able to have a good time, especially with Manamu now just picked up at about 12 stacks away, or should I say 3, realistically, with 4 apiece. Wait, 4? 6. No, 4. I was right the first time.
It's kind of insane to think that Light got 5 tower plates from that top lane tower, but Gala is the one sitting on a 200 gold bounty. Man's been CSing a lot for the past 20 minutes.
But that's Gala. I mean, every single time we watch this man, yeah, he's like, you know, he's the Chovy of the bottom lane. Zika, we all saw that as well. As It was also the solo time with Turret Kitty. There's a time he had mid by himself as well. I mean, Gala has been given a lot of alone time, and that's really made the difference here. Is Light's not too far behind, but it's a good point you raised that Gala has been able to catch back up in the game. Gravitum's there. There's the flash for Flash Tarzan. Without his as a jungler, maybe important to note as Baron is spawned, always a threat here as Vision starts being fought over for.
You see WBG Gaming, they're getting a little bit desperate, trying to force something in this mid lane. It is going to be the ultimate force out of Hung as well. But something else that we need to highlight is the hole breaker that Zika just picked up as LNG. They're going to continuously put a lot of pressure towards the side lane. As Xiaohu, you saw him hovering towards that mid, but not getting much done. As Scout, now level 13, he is going to become a very big issue if the game continues this way for the side of WBG.
He is just left free in the side lane continuously. Guys at home, you're thinking, it's a little bit slow, but again, we told you why. A 3k gold lead to LNG, they're also just slowly irking out that advantage. The hole breaker on the Nara on the side lane too. As you were so rightly saying, Kitty, 1-3-1, the side lane pressure that's going to come through this game is going to be immense, and LNG in such a great position to do so. And I have to say, from last split, this is what we remember. LNG with his team that were just superb at slowly inching away a victory. There weren't any hard forces. They were simple yet concrete as the game went on. And again, here in summer, we're getting the same LNG. Even with Gala coming through, that there's nothing forced, it's just slow and sure to win the race.
Consistency is key, as you see WBG Gaming setting up their vision control towards that bottom side. But I think LNG with Jinx and this Jace, they can honestly threaten the Baron if WBG Gaming is not too careful. But we do see the constant pressure from Zika on this Nar, slowly winning that 1v1 isolated matchup and keeping the Shy occupied in that top side.
Gonna come through. There's the poke that we talked about from LNG as well. Scout and Gala on a tear. And they'll get themselves a bit of mid from that as well. Dragon's up in 30 seconds, but WBG Gaming still consistently not wanting to give it over while, topside's losing out too. So an inner turret goes down, and LNG just keep hovering between that and the river. Okay, double flash comes through, and that's what you want to see from Light. He's just tearing them up. All of a sudden, LNG get way too close to the Light, and they get flash bang.
And that's the pick WBG Gaming needed. Now they're going to work towards that Baron. Although Zika is still in that top side, I don't think they have what it takes to stop this Baron from happening. So Gala, he's going to work towards that Dragon and going to deny that salt point away from WBG Gaming.
With Baron going down, I mean, this is just still insane. Big turn from WBG. Not even a second thought as well. That was quick as you like. As you said, Zika's doing the Dragon, but it's not the fastest. So in the meantime, WBG with Baron, open up mid, get that gold more than even, in fact, even into a small lead. And they'll be happy, Kitty, to lose a second Dragon for it, considering they got the last one. So replay again, as this was a quick pull.
Yeah, we see the double stun onto from the Tibbers from Xiaohu, and it was just a huge wombo combo coming out of WBG Gaming, and it definitely caught LNG off guard. The Shy, he had to use his TP, but it's okay. He was just securing that Baron. But LNG, I mean, the game was going great for them, but they just had to stop all engage angles going towards WBG Gaming. But unfortunately, we've been talking about how the execution on this Tahm Kench needs to be perfect. He has to be the one that protects the teammates. But when he isn't able to get his hands onto either Scout or Gala, I mean, this Tahm Kench is going to get a little bit outscaled compared to someone like Chris, who's a level 11 now.
Yeah, I mean, there is a big advantage there. As you said, 9 for Hung. He's been out of the action for quite a while, but that's because of the roams we were seeing earlier in the game. Now going to hurt him a little bit as Light steps up to the turret. He's got 3 items, folks. Look at the damage with Calibrum. Inner bites of dust. Bot waves prepped and ready as well. You can see that Zika is trying to make a play with his Hull Breaker in the top, but their base could start shattering before he even gets towards the inhibitor turret himself.
Yeah, and like I just highlighted, this Gnar not having that TP available. LNG, they're just trying to hold the bases as WBG Gaming trying to push throughout mid and bottom. But we've been highlighting that Gragas, yes, you can go back and stop this Gnar, but an engage from Tarzan.
Nature's Grasp does come through. The clone to block it away. Well played there from WBG. More importantly, I was looking at 1 Calibrum auto onto Gala, and it was like 1/8 of his health with just a right click from BT.
Patch 13.10, welcome.
I mean, that's just the failures in general, I feel, as what's happening in the top side. Mega Gnar about to come through.
Zeke is going to get away. The explosive cast helped him out as the Shy
Look at the TP from
is running
Xiaohu.
after him. There's a flash as well, slowed down with a barrel roll. Xiaohu should be able to help finish this off. Light behind him too. There is no way that this dinosaur doesn't die to the fat man, to the scary offshore illegal facility, whatever Aphelios is these days, or an 8-year-old girl. Guess what? Went down in the end to Light, so a third kill for the Aphelios, and Weibo is starting to reap the roost.
Hopefully Weibo Gaming can utilize this death timer towards that top side and get that tier 2 tower, but you already see how much of a problem this Gnar is becoming, where the Shy himself, he can't really, or he doesn't have the damage to ever kill him. But luckily, with Light rotating first with that Baron recall, they're able to reset tempo and now work towards his top side.
Right, well, TP coming through at the very least from Scout. The Shy stays. His teleport is up. Good poke coming through from Scout. Does LNG try to defend this turret as best they can against the Weibo that are becoming increasingly on the offensive? We got 2 items to this Annie as well, by the way. Worth mentioning is Xiaohu. His flash is almost off a cooldown, and he is going to destroy his Tibbers a little bit early, my friend. The ult comes through from Light as well, but Tarzan just gets destroyed. It does not, and as the Shy comes in, his F-Frost might just be a zoning tool, but he wants to be one with the boys. Inner turret goes down, and Weibo still a successful charade.
Not too sure about the decision of protecting that tier 2 tower because of how many engage tools that Weibo Gaming had. It was just a very risky decision, as you already see Tarzan falling as that victim. Although it really looked like Weibo Gaming, they had a pretty rough start to that team fight. Xiaohu definitely missed his Tibbers onto everyone, but it didn't matter because it baited Tarzan to go back in and mind control this Maokai to give over a free kill. But it's also the TP from the Shy, where the major objectives will be spawning in 1 minute, so they do have absolute vision control towards his top side. So LNG, they're in a sticky situation on deciding if they want to face check in.
Well, at the end of the day, with the inner going down, Weibo now with 4K. It's 27 minutes into the game, and Dragon's coming up in a minute, but they've got their eyes on bigger prizes, which is pushing down mid, pushing down the bot lane as well. You can see Zika desperate for LNG right now, trying to get some control here in this game, playing that side lane now, but Kitty, it's just been a defensive maneuver from LNG, considering that Scout had so much control on the sides, but he's now resorted to sticking with the rest of the team and clearing waves. There's no pressure outside of that top lane now.
It's kind of crazy that LNG, they were holding their bases so well until that one major team fight that happened at this tier 1 tower in the mid lane. But now, if you take a look at the items, we have 3 stopwatches or Zhonya's available for Weibo Gaming in the next major objective fights. So LNG, they're in a bit of a sticky situation. Gala's caught out of position.
Hello, Gala. Oh, that could have been free. I guess not. I mean, Chris has flash ult, but didn't want to pull the trigger. Instead, Gala just walks away, but they lose mid off another free push, and the Shy's there to make sure it is no trade deal from LNG.
I wouldn't be surprised if LNG, they just flip the Baron, or hopefully something towards that top side, because they cannot walk into this bottom jungle. You already see Chris and Xiaohu camping that bush. They do have a lot of great vision for the side of LNG on this Baron, but Weibo Gaming, they don't have any wards on this.
Never mind though, because Zika just soloed a turret. The Shy couldn't clear the wave, and he literally is winning the game right now for LNG, or at least keeping it as competitive as possible. When we talked about top v top, when we talked about, I guess, amateur slash rookie slash, you know, fresh face in LPL, who's now been here a couple of years, versus the Shy, who's an absolute legend, we wanted that to be an interesting narrative. I feel like it's already stepping up here in game 1. He's got a CS lead, and he's starting the Baron, Kitty, with Weibo rolling in.
They're trying to dance around with the idea of Baron, trying to deny that Wind Dragon Soul point going over to Weibo Gaming, as that is going to be the TP out of Zuka. But Gal, he has to kind of respond to this midway very soon, but Weibo Gaming, they're going to respond with their own Baron attempt.
Yeah. Chris is walking by. Zika does have himself Mega Gnar coming up, but Baron's just going to be gone. Easy smite to go down as, oh, the 3-man. Beautiful stuff from Xiao. Woo! Light running forward. He's got flash available still with about as many chakrams as Ninja Gaiden. Chris with the quickness, the Shy with the Everfrost. And guess what, baby? It's a bounce house. Weiwei setting up the jumping castle so that everybody can have a ride. As they fall on down, it's only Zika yet again. The 1v5 tries to continue, but his team lays dead.
And Xiaohu is your man when it comes to those reliable team fight engages, as he is just landing these tippers onto everyone on LNG. But this game is now going to end at 30 minutes. Zuka's trying so desperately to at least clear the way, but I don't think it's enough.
Well, with the Nexus turrets dropping down, Zika running away. But he's not going to survive this, is he? Ladies and gentlemen, game 1 to Weibo in brutal fashion.
It's crazy to think that LNG lost from 2 major team fights, and that's all it took. Nothing else happened. I mean, we just had CSing for Gala. I think Gala was CSing the entire game, actually. But just the amount of pure engage from Xiaohu, from the Shy, and of course Crisp on that Rakan. I mean, it was just an absolutely insane situation to be in. And you saw Gala in the bouncing castle himself. It was a big struggle for him in this game 1.
Yeah, it definitely was. I mean, again, look, set up beautiful. Xiaohu with a sick play. It's funny that the Shy of this Gragas probably was the least influential member, but Light having the most solid performance so far is, guys, we've been told the game is live. So, screw breaks, screw divinity, rejuvenation, bring out the words, bring us into the game. I don't want to see anything but the game! We're live! No ad breaks, no delays. Everybody sipping today, Kitty, as we can announce that we have finally caught up.
And everyone in Twitch chat has been freed from emote only, as like you said, that game 1 went by so fast. But just taking a look, we do have the exact same matchup, but in different hands. Xiaohu the one now piloting the Jace, while Scout, hopefully he can make up for the same presence that Xiaohu was able to find. But we have a 1v1.
Jungle biffing going on already. 2 minutes 50 into the second game. Folks, I know we didn't get to look at draft, but you'll agree this is always much better as Xiao this time in the reverse matchup's fun. I mean, Scout, of course, participating with the Addy there too. But Kitty, we have not seen that many viruses in the league. I'd be curious to see what the fans were, because it's just rare. And I mean, Ding Dong as well.
Hyper Ding a support?
Yeah, I do. It's
I think
a rarity,
we have a full
isn't it?
before in the bottom lane, though. We have to hold there.
Oh. Okay, well, the boys, Twisted Advance coming through. Actually caught out Wei. Has no help in Wei. We've got first blood to Scout straight up.
Buddy, there was missing pings coming out of the mid lane, and Scout gets there first. Like you said, Wei having an attempt onto Tarzan's blue buff, but with no reinforcements, it is going to be first blood, like you said, going into Scout's pockets. But luckily for this Annie, he goes back to mid lane, not missing a single CS. But yeah, Weibo Gaming coming into this game too with a very refreshing... Would you say it's refreshing? Because this was 2022 meta. The Varus and
I don't know
Heimerdinger.
what refreshing is. I'd say refreshing, Kitty. But
Oh,
refreshing,
refreshing.
maybe.
God.
No. Next
Help me.
tier. Yeah,
It's
it
an
is
Australian word,
refreshing for
trust
sure.
me. You have to back me up on this one.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Every Australian word I know, and that ain't in there, but I'll give you the benefit of the doubt as Weiwei's trying to come through mid. Scout might be caught out as, hang on, meanwhile, Mr. Donga ignites down. Hung tries to get the engage, but Gala can't finish him off, and this is exactly what we remember the last time we saw the man in support.
Crisp is just straight up 1v2ing in the bottom side, as it does force both of these people to reset. But yeah, the Varus and the Heimerdinger, and of course Jace locked in for Weibo Gaming. It's very clear to say that they are looking for the poke before they send all their engage tools from Weiwei to initiate that team fight. Where LNG, they're playing the stock and standard. They have the Malphite, however, so that is going to be a huge problem for Xiaohu and Light to kind of deal with when it comes to those huge 5v5s because of how the distance is going to be played. And this time around, they don't really have the peel that they had in the previous game.
But you know the only problem about this game is, Kitty? Who gave the Shy Cassante? It was like an unspoken rule in spring. He was one of the best, if not the best. Cassante in the LPL, yeah. Maybe a mistake then, because, again, this is a big priority pick, and there's reasons it hasn't been given over. It is one of the most broken picks in the world now as well. And I'd be curious to see, as you said, the engage comes through and the poke follows from Xiaohu and Lighters. Already in the lane. This is all out potential. He's got 6. And onto Zika. The flash is there. There is gap close, however. 2 in a row. We're going to get that out. Zika is just going to hover back until he gets 6 himself.
Yep, respecting the Shy on this Cassante. He's already looking as aggressive as ever in this laning phase. It's been a very long time since we've seen the Shy have a champion that can challenge the enemy team when it comes to the kill threat in the early game. But Xiaohu gonna get a Tibbers dropped onto his head as Tarzan is hovering towards his bottom side, most likely going to start something like the Dragon and get the Soul rolling very early on for this game too. But yeah, I mean, I'm really excited to see the Shy playing this matchup once again because he can provide a lot of that side lane threat when it does come to the later stage.
Yeah, it'll be exciting to watch as how he syncs up with Weiwei this game, maybe a little bit more important. But Zika now has his ult available, so that flash can't be punished as easily. Just note, while we're speaking of sixes approaching, Light and Crisp should be there pretty soon as Tibbers spotted out, packing the Teemos. But Scout, you know, his Tibbers is out already, but we don't have anything to complement it, Kitty. Tarzan still level 4. Kind of just waiting for these junglers to hit 6 themselves before that big punch comes in too.
I think in particular, WBG Gaming, they're more reliant on that level 6 spike as you need that Maokai ultimate, and of course Light on this Varus's ultimate as that initial engage. Okay. Really close health bars.
He solo killed him last game. All Out is not available, but Cassante is tanky, and there's also a Sheen here with the pot actually helping out. Zika has to be careful for the knockback. The shield comes up from the passive too. The Shy not going to find him here on the one-on-one, but nice to see that Zika yet again trying to punish him. Is this just not over? I don't think this is over. All Out still not there. Does he want the flip back? Yeah, I'd be scared. Until you have that ulti, the Shy, I would be scared.
God, there is so much slapping happening in this top side, but both top laners refusing to back. I mean, Tarzan is closer towards his top side, so if the Shy doesn't want to retreat very soon, it might be a bit of trouble. But no, it does seem like Zika is going to take his return to base as both junglers working towards that level 6 now. Weiwei is also now level 5 as Light hits that level 6, so there is a bit of kill threat in this Varus and Heimerdinger lane as Gala, he does have that cleanse available. Like I was saying,
very
Jesus.
quick. Yeah, we almost Captain Jacking level on that one. Light just pulling out the ulti, getting the summoner from Gala. Remember that Hung and Gala don't have the ult in response as well with that massive wave, so nice to see WBG Gaming using that timing in the bottom lane to get an advantage.
You already see Xiaohu and Weiwei making their way towards this bottom side. They have been spotted by the Scuttle Crab, but no cleanse available on Gala.
The Ents are marching already. Gala blocked by his support, so they advance and instead jump on Hung, but the dive is not smooth enough. Light's gonna go down. Oh, turret be damned as WBG, you do not want to be here. Double flash over, but Scout capitalizes massively. Getting cooked, man. What's on the barbecue? It's WBG Gaming for dinner.
It's a disaster, mate! As LNG, they survive the dive with WBG Gaming just not having the correct type of tank for this tower, and it is going to result in this first dragon going in the hands of LNG.
That was just horrible to watch. That was sad. That was some level. WBG Gaming gonna get a replay of us. Rather, gonna give
I don't
us
want
a
to see the
replay of that in a
replay. It's too
second.
sad, hysterics.
It's coming anyway. Our observers would love to show you this.
Yeah, well, obviously Gala had to burn that cleanse from Light's initial ultimate, but man just didn't drop the tower aggro as Chris dipped out. As also just Xiaohu and WBG not having the amount of damage to finish off the bottom lane of LNG. But Scout coming in with a very clutch flash W onto these two people just meant LNG, they were able to kind of clean up for the remaining of the fight.
Oh man, rough to watch this back, Chris. One of the last remnants. The Shy, meanwhile, I was like, whatever you guys do it down the bottom lane, please stop it. He's doing well up here by himself. He's got a bit of a CS lead as Gala comes to match him. But he's just picked up 2 solid turret plates as well, by the way. And with that pressure, Kitty, they were able to get the Herald. Good little poke damage to follow through as well. LNG have no response up here. Ooh. Whee! Wait, enemy predator missile incoming. Where is it?
It disappeared!
What?
Wait, it's gonna follow him to bottom side?
No. The observer's wondering as well as we get a fight topside. Ignore that. Light with the snipe. Tarzan's now dead. Zika coming in. The ulti will land. So they're going to get a trade here onto the jungler. But the objective's already down, so it is even across the board with both dying.
We thought it was going all so well for the side of Weibo Gaming, but somehow people were getting caught off the screen as both junglers trade their lives on the side. But we see a lane swap coming out of these two bottom laners, once again denying what we just saw in that game one. The plates going towards the side of Light. But we'll have another replay of what happened here because Weiwei was sitting in this bush. As I think LNG, they were trying to look onto Crisp, but they didn't expect the tree to be in the bushes. TP also forced out of Zuka, having that follow-up ultimate to finish off Weiwei. But LNG, they were just looking for their chances after WBG. They took the objective.
I still want to know where that rocket went, but I guess I'm never going to get the answer.
Top 10 mysteries.
Oh, man. It's like that time when Ziggs in the LPL was Harry Potter, man. Still wondering how he got up there. Some of the OG fans will understand that reference. As Weibo up in the top side are going to get some free plating right now. And Kitty, with the Herald doing so much work, we're close to getting a first turret blood up here for Light and Crisp, who have made this lane swap again to match Gala and Hung.
Yep, and with lethality items being such high value for this Varus with the current, or with how the current items are, I mean, he is just eating good for tonight in these first two games as Light, he has an angle.
Oh, and everything thrown out. The nuke in the kitchen sink wasn't enough, though. Maybe if Light had his first item, but saved here as Hung survives to tell the tale.
Hung, I think the difference was really the heal that allowed this Rakan to live, but Gala now left alone in this top side. I think he just has to give this tower.
3:14 as well. 3:14 minutes. Gala's threatening like there's someone else here. Weibo have limited vision only into the river as that turret. Oh, Observer 26 HP. But this next wave, I mean, Gala's backing, but Light will push this, and Kitty, you have to think those minions should do it for him. Okay, oh, is he dead? Stun, Tarzan incoming. The man a little bit slow, unfortunately, as minions will do it. But localized gold not going to be given to Light.
No one took the last play. Interesting, as Weibo Gaming, they are resetting extremely fast, trying to prep for this second dragon, which is going to be spawning in 1 minute. But you already see Hung placing down that deep vision that allows Scout and Tarzan to look for those flank wards, or at least flanking ability with this Annie and Malphite in this game too. But you already see how potent this Varus and Heimerdinger is. I mean, just having that ultimate connect at an instant just meant a 100-0 threat coming out of these two duos. So it's going to be very scary for at least Hung because he doesn't have that cleanse available like Gala.
You know what's pretty cool here as well for Weibo is that Weiwei has just picked up Heaven Shroud, or Even Shroud depending on the country you're in. And with those two items, well, Evan, like, dude, when I played MapleStory, I think it was Evans, you know, the Dragon Tamers. So I'm pretty sure, based on that, it's Evan Shroud. But, you know, I haven't listened to anyone from Riot say it. Xiaohu might be in a bit of trouble. Maybe he should listen to me. And that is to get out of there, brother. But he cannot hear me, unfortunately, as he flashes. That's ambitious. The follow-up from Hung, the Gleaming Quill. Kevin, smack him one. Give him the old twister. Hung's following, Gleaming Quill again. Xiaohu dodging. Oh! What a man. The quickness comes out. Xiaohu can't knock him back. Hung gets the kill, and after all that, you better hope you would. Oh no. What did it cost them? Ladies and gentlemen, everything. Hung has no quickness. Scout might go golden, but as Tarzan goes into the back line, the Shy on the side has taken Scout on an adventure. However, he's left by his lonesome. Is he still going to get the kill? No. It's a shutdown given over, and just like that, LNG proved me wrong.
Hung just went on an adventure around the entire map, but with that numbers advantage, they still managed to win the fight with the Shy even burning that TP to arrive through the mid wave. But LNG now starting the second dragon. Can they get it? There's a TP from Xiaohu.
Okay, well, this is going to be a lot. Xiaohu just wants to poke out for the kill, or at least get something onto Gala at half HP. This is insane damage from Light and Xiaohu. Dragon at 4k. It's not being taken down the quickest at 3 with Scout wrapping around. Maybe a bit more tempo added in as the poke continues again, but Dragon secured. But now for Weibo, this fight might be too much as Weiwei's coming in with flash and no ulti. Chris flashes out himself. Xiaohu angling to go in, but Scout has the stun. A turnaround from LNG, but they're pretty low on mana. A shock blast after shock blast, engage after engage. Weibo here to clean it up, but blown up is the cost. His life now measured out as Xiaohu drops, and Weibo want to party with the best of them again. A shutdown through, and my LPL is ramping up the march of the end. Gala locked in, but Minions will save his life as that little ant isn't enough to catch him out.
We just had straight up action for 3 minutes as LNG, they were the ones coming out on top in that initial fight, but Weibo Gaming just kind of allowing LNG to stay from that dragon and getting multiple kills into the pockets of Crisp. But what a crazy game as we get a replay of what just happened, because this was the initial TP as the Shy had a really good flank angle, but you see all the burst used onto Zika on this Malphite, so they didn't really have the damage to finish anyone else off, as Weiwei is going to become the next person to get focused down as Zika uses that ultimate onto this Maokai. But the Shy 1v4ing, pretty normal situation for the Shy as LNG, they try to secure the second dragon, which they do, and Scout re-engaging with this Q and a really nice chompers coming out of Gala. But this stopwatch stalled so much time for the side of Weibo Gaming, and Weiwei, he's back and he was not messing around.
Nah, he didn't take two parts of it, did he? I mean, again, Bramble Smash, huge. Might help Gala out a little bit, but still helps him clean up the rest. So after taking stock there, Kitty, after the dragon goes to LNG, we'll bring up the scoreboard in a second. Scout was the last to die. I want to see what's happening bottom left. LNG might have the kills, but the gold is going to Weibo. 3,000 in their lead. And it's just crazy to watch this team again after the different dynamic. Like, we had Castle last split with all the other components, but the team looks very different. And Weiwei, even though he's 0, 4, and 5, I think that is the most useful 0, 4 Maokai I've seen in a while.
I mean, he just has to go in as you have so much damage coming out of this Jace, Varus, and Heimerdinger. So until Gala gets that BT as that third item, it's going to be quite the struggle for this Jinx to stay in the fight, especially if she doesn't have that front line kind of protecting her, or at least tanking the damage for her. But we see it now with the Barons and the Dragon spawning in 2 minutes. No major objectives across the map, so it is going to slow down just a little bit. But Weibo Gaming, they are handling this game with absolute chaos with how these team fights have been going.
Of course they are. I mean, again, it's just hilarious to watch, but in the same vein, exciting to watch how these are going to develop. It's a quick summoner check that you guys need at home, because Flash is available for Scout just about now with the ulti up too. Tarzan almost having his up as well, Kitty. Zika the same. He's about 10 seconds off, if even that. So we do have a lot of tools for LNG that are going to be up, and I could say the same about Weibo as well. We've got Weiwei's Flash and ulti. The Shy is about 5 seconds off his Flash. We are in fight mode yet again.
Yeah, my eyes are on Zika for this Malphite in the upcoming team fight, because I feel like this Malphite, you can get absolutely zero value with who you decide to ult.
Chains of Corruption. Oh my god, Scout, is he lucky to be alive? Well, no, he's not. He's healed. He's flashed, and the poke can't reach. Xiao who jumps on the rest of them, but that does so much damage. Tipper's getting value. The rocket missing, though. LNG running for their lives. The Shy decides to go all out. Casante. Once again, Hung is running for his own life as they have to worry about Mr. Yagami in the back heels. And once again, Weibo just find their pick of the litter.
And Light is the front runner for MVP in this game too. Man is just getting these picks through these Varus ultimates, catching Scout off guard with just having that one ward on the red buff over the wall. No vision whatsoever for the side of LNG, and they play a pick by pick as you see this Varus ultimate to start everything off, as the pure damage from just only Crisp and Light nearly one-shot Scout. Hung had to use both Flash and Heal just to save this Annie, while Tarzan, on the other hand, was more deep in the entire team fight as he wasn't able to escape from the Shy with this amount of CC that we have for a very balanced champion.
It's a shame that Chris stepped a bit to the left again, didn't want to risk having that Wukong on his head. But Kitty, all those ultimates and flashes we talked about, a lot of them now burnt off the back of that fight. And a lot of them, I'll say, came from LNG in the important tools we mentioned. Zika the only one retaining it right now, but Gala without Flash, Scout without Flash, Tarzan without Flash. The next fight, going to look pretty hard for LNG here if we consider how they can use their tools easily.
Yeah, but my point goes back to how Zika on this Malphite, he really has to make a choice between who he wants to kill, especially around those major objectives. As you saw in that dragon fight from 2 fights ago, the really messy one, he decided to ult Weiwei, which did deny the smite and allowed LNG to secure that dragon, but that also meant that this Jace and the Varus went untouched throughout the entire fight, and there wasn't enough gap closing coming out of LNG, and that becomes a worrying factor because now we know that Hung and Scout both don't have the flashes. So depending on what Zika, how he approaches this next team fight could matter, or at least change this team fight quite a lot for the side of LNG.
Chris trying to find Tarzan. Right now, LNG, their backs are in the corner a little bit. It's almost a 5k gold lead. I think Weibo are trying to make them look as about foolish as Twitch's new policies right now, as Zika holding this turret by himself. We get fired for that one, it's okay. We can always move to another as LNG in a turret under threat. The Shy solo mid, and Kitty, look at top side. Minion wave pushing in. Top is the slow build. So LNG definitely on the defensive right now to enhance my point, as they're losing map quality pretty fast.
I think LNG's chilling until this next Baron gets threatened, because we did have 5 members all towards that bottom side, as they're just safely trying to get Gala to at least his second item and look for those 5v5s. So LNG, they have a lot of great engage tools. The Scout's Flash is coming off cooldown very soon. But we do need to remember that you have to have correct vision setup, especially having your eyes set onto light, because this Varus is becoming a very big problem for LNG to deal with.
True.
The only person that can survive is Scout, who has that Zhonya's available. And also Zika, he's pretty thick.
Zika is thick, that is true. Annie Malphite, I looked it up yesterday, 86 tons, by the way, is what we're looking at with Malphite's weight. The biggest in League of Legends, more than Aurelion Sol. I didn't look that up, but still the important part is he is a bit of a gigaton, as Weibo have cleared out vision around Baron. Kitty, I want to focus on this as the Shy zones out. Xiao's getting priority here in top side. There's a mid-wave pushing in. Weibo trying to lure in LNG.
Weibo Gaming don't have the damage to rush the Baron, so they're just trying to dance with the idea of this as Scout. He does have a really good angle onto the back.
The Shy is tanky for the time being, though. Watch Scout as he's been found out. It's Weiwei who drops the ulti, but in the wrong direction. Weibo have used a couple of tools here, one just being that ultimate as LNG trying to run in through this corridor, but the Shy's zoning them off. Zika gets chugged out. He needs to ulti, but he ultis away instead. Excuse me, he's been all out. They jump on the Shy, who won't die until Scout has something to say about it, but it is still LNG with numbers advantage. But Kitty, their health bars are so damn low as Tarzan jumps in. Light has to flash over the wall, but this poke hurts so damn much. It's range from Gala that has to do the same as Tarzan. Has no Cyclone. Chris flashes away. Zika, as you said, with an ulti in hand. LNG's chance to shine. A shutdown too. Over the wall he flies, but they don't have enough damage. Light is trying to kite it out as LNG are going all the way to Beverly Hills with this one. They've forced them out. They might have taken some damage, but LNG get the kills they need.
And the worst thing is that they can't start this Baron. They don't have the HP, and Weiwei still remains alive after all of that mess. But we see that Zika, he was the one that got initially picked out by Light with this Varus ultimate, but the Shy ulted him away. And then I believe it was Hung on this Rakan. He was just wrapping around, but we'll have this another look at what happened at this exchange, because it was Zika, being the thick man he was, taking all the abilities and surviving this fight, which was absolutely nuts. And of course LNG utilizing that double TP later on. But Hung having really good initiative, just flashing onto the Shy after he used that ultimate, having kind of reduced MR and armor, but Light needing to force a flash here.
Oh, we're live though, and Chris might be caught out. He flashed in the previous fight, and he just gets queued by the Malphite. Pivers gets the kill. The Shy has all out once again on top of Scout, but LNG are following suit. There's 5 members strong in River, and Weibo, just like that, their lead is being taken away.
They have no vision whatsoever. They have just planted a scrying ult, but I don't think that's enough because they have to play off their poke. They don't have enough time.
Well, Xiaohu's come on in at 5k now. We're going to find out the answer to that question. Gala takes a heavy chunk. The Shy without ulti, but Hung also getting poked by Light, but look at the angle coming through from Scout. He's not on a ward. He needs to build up his stun as the all-in's there again. Light gets good poke. The ulti not connecting, but Scout Flashes over and Maid have saved the game. Light still targeted though. Takes so long to die. The Shy cleans it up as well. Light Yagami survived to the very end once again, and with Zika left alone, there's going to be no retribution for LNG as Wavo rise to the occasion once more.
And after an absolute chaotic teamfight, 5-for-1, Weibo Gaming, they are going to secure this Baron, and very well deserved with the amount of damage that Xiaohu and Light was able to put out before they were kind of forced to leave the teamfight. But Scout just unfortunately not having enough damage to solo the AD carry. As we see LNG Gala, I mean, he's already off half HP from the amount of damage. But Weibo Gaming playing this very slowly as the Baron isn't going to get to the HP in smite range. You see, they trying to kind of turn on this fight, but the poke from Xiaohu and Light is just absolutely nuts, getting so much value, and Tarzan being extremely low already, and Gala not being able to follow up with Scout's initial flash onto the AD carry just meant that this fight was a disaster for LNG.
And these are the fights as well. Like, I mean, Xiaohu, we know, is a great team fighter. Amazing performance here on the Jace. But the Shy on this Cassante, even disregarding the ult, like the most pain in the ass for LNG to deal with. The Xiaohu might be caught. Death Rocket through mid, but ignore that. Tarzan can't follow up. There's not enough damage, so he'll live to see another day. And Kitty further to my point, the Shy's Cassante team fighting, that's what it was banned against him for. That's what a lot of teams won't leave it up against him for. And this game is again showing it as he's had a rough start, but now he's come to rule the Roosters, jumping in. Hopefully no caster curse, but TP is going to follow suit. That's a big flank, but will they be dead by the time they get there? Hung's dead to the Shy. He's jumping back in. He gets the flip. Cameraman, I don't care about Light because look at Gala. He's getting destroyed. Tarzan's up next and Zika's got nowhere to go. Light survived, of course, on the back end of this fight, but that's because you can't Sante with him. Ban the champion.
It's over, Hysterics. Weibo Gaming just picked LNG apart and all their eyes were onto Light, but it didn't matter because everyone else, like you said, Gala's so low on HP. I'm not sure if they can defend this. It looks like a 2-0.
They can't. They definitely can't. Look at the range coming through. Another pick off. It goes to the man in the top lane who cleans them up as now for Weibo 5 versus 2 against the mighty LNG. This team is on a bit of a cleaning act as 2-1 is where they'll sit. They'll knock down another top team and put their names on the top of the menu once again.
What a dominating win coming out of Weibo Gaming, and the solo laners in particular. I mean, they were just shining, or at least outshining their respective opponents. As we had the Shy on that Cassante just making Gala's life hell, and even Xiaohu denying or at least putting out so much damage on that Jace to the point where once again Gala couldn't really play the game. And of course, this is going to be a very convincing win for them, especially coming off a loss from OMG.
Man, the OMG loss as well hurt deep, but for Weibo, this is just such a good rejuvenation here. A 2-0 against LNG as well. I think a lot of people are expecting the series to go longer. I know, especially since we jumped into it quite fast considering we're on a delay, but we thought that this was going to be a longer series with the quality that LNG's produced, with how Weibo have been so competitive within their series as well. But this is just showing you how charged up they are and how much Weiwei's doing for the team. Kitty might have had a struggle of an early game of parts, but when he gets into the team fight, it feels like he's really syncing up with the rest of WBG.
I think that game consisted with the most amount of drawn out fights I've seen so far in the LPL, because I think those fights went on for like 3 or 4 minutes, where credits to both Light and Crisp where they were able to just DPS throughout the entire 3 minutes. But of course, Weiwei coming in with that Bramble Smash, getting onto 5 people, allowing Weibo Gaming to catch up and getting that ace in return and securing all these major objectives is going to be a huge part on why they picked this series away with a 2-0 scoreline. But Xiaohu was definitely the standout. First with that Annie engage, or getting so many successful engages onto the backline of LNG, and now this Jace in this game too. I mean, I need to look at the damage charts on just kind of comparing him to Light's Varus, but we'll have to wait and see on who really just out DPS the other carry.
Again, that poke you talk about, like, yeah, there's going to be high damage numbers for sure. I feel like we're going to be surprised by Cassante, but maybe we're never really that surprised. Overall, like, there were some great moments from Scout throughout that whole series, but it's unfortunate that he and Zika couldn't pull it across the line. Zika was quite insane on that note too as well, Kitty. I feel like he had some pretty good moments, but unfortunately in this Malphite, it wasn't the same effect that we saw with the Gnar in the side lane. Team fighting wasn't as big as someone like the Shy on Cassante, but you could angle that up to champion, player specifics. I just feel like, again, LNG weren't able to get into such a solid position as, there you go. There's a bit of an answer for you as to one of the reasons why.
I mean, Crisp is also being a silent achiever on this Heimerdinger, kind of catching all of us off guard, introducing these two champions in the bottom side, which did give Jinx quite the hard time in those team fights. But yeah, like you said, I mean, I think when it comes to Weibo Gaming, their draft is so important because we know that the Shy, Xiaohu, like Crisp, they had an amazing spring regular split where they had the potential to become the best, or at least the best throughout this summer. But sometimes you do a bit of a sneaky mistake giving over the Cassante and the Milio from their previous series, and they learned that, and they took the Cassante away, and the Shy, I mean, doing wonders once again in that isolated matchup, giving Zika quite the hard time to deal with him in these team fights as well. But this is the Weibo Gaming we all know and love.
Oh, hell yeah. I mean, again, it is, because seeing the solo laners performing out of their mind, seeing Weiwei facilitate, whether it's top or, you know, the team itself is great. And again, Light and Chris pulling out Heimerdinger and Varus in this meta is also just kind of nuts. We've seen so many big changes through bottom lane. We know enchanters are so valued, and then we just get a random Heimerdinger from Crisp. I feel like Light and Chris can be innovators at times as well. So props to them, Kitty. And as you said, I think we were talking about who was making a name for, you know, MVP. I think Light was definitely our MVP vote. I could still give it towards the end.
Yeah, most definitely. And I would need to go back on the banning phase, which I'm exactly what I'm trying to do right now. But just having something like the Varus and the Heimerdinger is such a refreshing duo for this meta, because you see a lot of these teams defaulting to a champion like the Aphelios or something like the Kog'Maw, where you're just fighting for that hyper scalability towards the later stages of the game. And LNG, I mean, they've also just kind of created this team identity where it is all about that late game, and it's all about that late game macro, to the point where they didn't really know what to do once the tempo got kind of accelerated so much by the side of Weibo Gaming, especially in that game too.
Yeah. That's what we said. LNG were really good at pulling the pace out and just slowing things down. But when Weibo were that fast, it made sense that they didn't know what to do. That, again, they didn't have the direction. I think that was the biggest thing for me, is that LNG, yeah, were overwhelmed and didn't know how to play the game from a point of being so far behind and quickly falling behind at that as well. We've talked a lot about solo laners for Weibo. I just want to kind of point out something further for them, and that's to what's next. Because their next matchup is against Top Esports. And that's a huge one, considering that Top Esports are still a top team, still have ex-IG players like Rookie and Jaculov on the same squad that'll be going up against the Shy. And Kitty, that should be a matchup to look forward to when Weibo are still firing.
Yeah, it is going to be quite the challenge in momentum, especially with Top Esports coming off their win up against JDG. And now Weibo Gaming, them coming off a win up against LNG, it's going to really show us, or at least kind of expose to us, where these top tier teams are sitting in terms of the power ranking, because we have so many roster changes and it's really hard to pinpoint where each team is at. Because I believe in the previous series, we had JDG dropping a game to LGD. Sorry, it's been a long day. LGD.
Yeah, right.
And that's totally unexpected. But now Weibo Gaming is coming in, having a clean 2-0 up against JDG, and now a very clean 2-0 up against LNG as well.
Yeah, I mean, clean is a good word for it. A little bit more competitive within the game, but definitely clean. Folks, we are just waiting for MVP before we wrap up today. We know it was a quick finisher comparison to what we went through earlier, but it was a nice series in comparison too, because Kitty, I was sitting here and I was watching, you know, the RA FPX, where both teams need a lot of work. Even LGD JDG was slow, and JDG had a lot of issues. But Weibo versus LNG felt nice because we saw a lot of class coming through, especially out of this man in the top lane who got MVP. I feel like Light was robbed a little bit, but still the Shy on Cassante, you got to admit, helped them get the game over the finish line in the end.
Yeah, 20% damage share on this K'Sante throughout all those teamfights, giving Gala such a hard time to position around and just kind of follow up to the initial engages that Scout and Taza was able to find. But man is just an absolute monster when you do give him a pick like this. And we all know that in the LPL, this K'Sante pick, it is pick or ban. So I'm actually quite interested in how the banning phase went as we were trying to catch up as desperately as we could. But of course, congratulations to the Shy. He's had a pretty on and off split so far, so this is going to be a huge confidence boost for him as well.
And again, I mean, I feel like that's because he's such an aggressive laner and get punished at times, but that's where Weiwei comes in. This time around this series, we didn't see much attention towards the top side of the map, but we did see the Shy, especially in the second game, run these team fights on the K'Sante, and this is the one, Kitty, that was so nice to watch, with him being such a nuisance and helping Light survive for so long too.
Yep, I mean, he's your DPS, he's your engage, he's your peel. What can he not be? Hysterics.
I don't know. At this point, I don't know. It's good things to say about him, but it is his first MVP for a reason. Yeah, it's interesting to say that this is the Shy's first MVP, their third series. Hasn't picked up one yet. And I'm just looking through Leaguepedia, which is a little bit broken right now. But Weibo, Crisp has been the one to pick it up, and it's been spread out throughout the rest of the team. So, again, when we've had a series where pretty much everyone else on the team has picked one up, it is nice to see that the Shy joins the accolades there. So, kind of impressive. But to leave it there, Kitty, I'm kind of curious about what LNG do next, because LNG will be versing FPX, then RA. They have an easy schedule up until EDG. And this team might be knocked down a couple of pegs, considering that a lot of teams would have seen them as firm favorites coming up against Weibo today.
Yeah, LNG, they have had quite a hard schedule so far. They just came off a loss up against JDG, and of course today they lost up against Weibo Gaming. So going against FPX, which is going to be very soon, it is going to be a little bit of a breather for them because, I mean, these two losses, they have a lot to learn, especially when it comes to how they react to a accelerated early game tempo. And when it comes to teams like FPX, I mean, I'm sure they're more than happy to play non-standard and kind of catch you by surprise. So LNG kind of showing us a bit of a weakness where they are a little bit one-dimensional with how they approach this game, especially with their drafts, and putting a lot of focus in that late game security, which is in Gala and Scout.
Yeah, and again, that'll be good, especially going up against FPX when you are versing the likes of LWX as well. It's kind of important to see strength and consistency through their bottom lane for LNG. I want to point out that matchup is on Sunday, LNG versus FPX. Remember, with our schedule, things do get pretty red hot pretty quick, as today was no exception. RA, FPX, LGD, JDG, those first two came through, and they're a little bit slower around the edges. But then, of course, we finish off with Weibo 2-0 over LNG to move up to 4th.
Who would have thought that LNG versus Weibo Gaming was going to be a quick 2-0? I mean, I feel like those two games were so fast, or at least the entire tempo of the early game all the way to the late game, or at least when the Nexus exploded, there was not a single time to breathe, or at least any downtime for us casters. But yeah, I mean, all of these teams who have been expected to win did take the cake, as Ari also went a very clean 2-0 in that first matchup. But we'll take another look at the standings as BLG, JDG, and WE are sitting nice and pretty in 1, 2, and 3. But I mean, something that is a little bit worrying is LGD. They remain as the only team that has yet to pick up a win so far.
Yeah, again, it's tough, but LGD has shown some cracks in the armor. I think the biggest thing for me is that teams like IG are a bit of a surprise that they're so far down. You know, I mean, again, IG are a team who made some roster upgrades in my mind, and how we saw them open was pretty big because they lost up against RNG the other day. But this is not important because tomorrow is. And tomorrow, we've got another 3 series day, which always continues, folks. 5 days of the week, 3 series days. Tomorrow will be great because BLG vs Ultra Prime might actually be a hidden banger.
I feel like once LPL goes back to 2 game days, that's when we're like, oh, what? We're back to 2 games? Because the standard is becoming 3, or at least a super day, as we have BLG versus Ultra Prime. BLG remaining as the team that is still defeatless is going to be a very fun game to say the least, because I think Ultra Prime, they have had kind of angles shown through Doggo, and I think it is going to be a very bloody battle in that bottom side.
Yeah, it'll be fun. I mean, again, going up against the likes of Ning, we'll see how Shun goes around those edges too. But even tomorrow, I mean, AL versus NIP should be fun, because NIP have been interesting to watch. There's been some great games. There's also been some horrible games. So we'll see what NIP we get tomorrow. When AL are another team who have shown a lot of promise, but have failed to pull it through. As iBoy was the one to help them get their first win last time around, their first series win in such a long time. But that's only tomorrow. Biggest question as well for you fans at home is how many games is going to be too much for you, because the LPL runs with 3 series. Big thank you to Kitty and myself. I guess you can thank me if you want. We weren't here for that long. Big thank you to Mazel and Nymera for running the night before. It is bye for now, but not forever. We'll see you tomorrow for more LPL as usual.